Hello? Yeah, starting. FF tactics. Boom. Continue. And then we're gonna do the video, you know? You know what I mean? Do you understand me? My feelings? Oh, wait. Why did it jump to here? I don't understand. Oh, I know. I think I know. There you go. Slot one. Yeah. Hello. So we do a mission in Final Fantasy Tactics and then I'll show you some really wacky stuff with a deep analysis on a level on which you have never seen before. Let's go to the bar first. Hello, proposition. Haven't heard any offers lately. Okay, let's go. Here. See what's happening here. Bar. Proposition? I haven't heard any oh no. Shop. Buy. Hypotion? Ether? And of course, finida. We need them finida. Okay. Now let's go to the mission. Look here. At the gate of Lionel Castle. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna correct my avatar. Because something's wrong with my avatar. And I think I know what's happening. Boom. Mirror motion. Mirror. Reset position. No, it's okay. Wait, what happened? Only one? What? Oh, wow. Samurai! Wait there, I'll open the gate. Not so fast. You got it in alright. You got in alright, but don't notice an ambush. Ambush, oh no, Gigla! Why you ambush me? Why you hate me so much? Don't do this to me, damn! Damn indeed. Why you do this to me? Do you hate me so much? Are you not friends? Ramza, it's me you must fight with. Come on, Engarde. Ramza Engarde. Engarde, Ramza. Engarde. Luckily my Ramza is just overpowered or something. What is your gear? What are you equipped with? Ancient sword? How strong is this ancient sword of yours? I have to steal it now. Give me a weapon. Come on. Can I steal? I have auto potion, I think. Yeah, I do! Yeah, high energy stream today. Okay, let's go. Let's destroy your enemies first. Who do I destroy? Do I destroy you? Who do you think I should destroy? Airfish. Yoink. Okay, what do I do now? Fire 4. Fire 3. Who is this? Badum and Ariel, the mermaid. Ariel the mermaid. Ariel. Oh no. He did not answer to my comment. He did a debate with tomfoolery instead for some reason. He had a debate about violence or something. It was quite strange, you know? It was actually quite bizarre. Taita? So yeah, ChatLogic has not returned my message. He has not returned my message, which is disappointing. I thought we would have like a debate, you know? But I guess I was willing to prepare and stuff. Like I was willing to do the President Sunday. 2 weeks of prep. What was destroyed? You know? I wanted to do prep. The big debate. Do you know what I mean? It was my dream. I was robbed of my opportunity to debate Jack. Okay, steal your weapon is my dream. Yeah, disappointing, right? He was the one all, oh, I will have a round, it will be funny and stuff. And now, what happened? Give me a weapon. Bear down with land energy, Titan. I guess I have to debate someone else. I guess I have to debate Bad Empanada or something. Bad Empanada. Wind! Fate! The silence! Shiva? Oh no! I'm being attacked by Shiva! No! Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, the potion working. Very nice. Okay, 5-3. How much I can use fire for, I wonder. Okay, Gavgarion. I destroy you with my power of friendship. I will have to steal from you until I steal that. That's so weak. Out of potion. I have to steal the ancient sword from you. I guess I will do chakra. Sorry, y'all. I ran out of chakra. See, this is really good. Chakra cures both HP and MP, which is very good. Can I steal your weapon? Give me your steal weapon. You will give me your weapon. Oh no! Clive ran away like a coward. Okay, I guess I will Ramu. Smoldering flames far below punish the wicked. Fire 4. The best fire. Look at this. Did you see? Ramu. This is what happens. This is what happens during debates with me. I destroy my enemies. Auto potion. Do you see? This is such a good game. Run away, you coward. And he destroy my way. Oh. Oh no. Fire 2, I guess. And now give me your weapon. I deserve it. Auto potion. I really like the graphics of this game. I think it's a pretty nice looking game. Personally, you know? Right? Boom. Give me your weapon, Gavgarion. Give it to me, please. Thank you. I have to steal your weapon. 18% boom? Oh no! Uh-oh. Auto potion! Yeah. Oh, that's the end for you. Samurai! Wait, I can draw out. No. Whack. Whack-a-mole. Boom. Wait, my weapon was destroyed. Wait, game has no sound? Really? Why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't you tell me? The sound is the important thing in this game. Why didn't you tell me? Oh no. Why didn't you tell me? I will whack you. Look at this. Boom. What the heck? Still weapon? Give me! Yoink! I will steal this sword no matter what. It's okay, Giggles. It's okay. I was wondering, is the game too loud compared to my voice? Regular potion? That's pathetic. Run away, little Giggler, run away. I have no mercy for you. Destroy you. ta 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 ta. Oh. Right? Draw out my power. Asura. Give me your weapon. It's time to steal from you. Stolen. Yes! Ancient sword is mine. What else do you have? Wait, what else have you got? Accessory? What is your accessory? Give me your accessory. Ah, you don't have anything interesting. I whack you now. Yeah? Really? You cannot do anything anymore. Whack. Oh, so weak. So weak. Air slash. See? Very good. No go. Now look as I destroy you. Witness. Auto potion. What the heck? Kupa Kuparang Mughal. Yeah. Bam bam bam. I knew this would happen. Gafgarion. Hello. Auto potion. How do you like this game? How do you like it? It's my favorite. It's the best Final Fantasy game. Don't you agree? Look. F slash. Whoa! Is this the end? Goodbye, Gavgarion. We must save the princess before reinforcements arrive. $11,000 gear? Yeah. Mithril helmet. And giggling as well. Goodbye, Gavgarion. Goodbye. Do you want to survey? I want to survey. Something hardcore is about to happen. Something wacky is about to happen. Look at what is about to happen in the story. Wacky stuff. Goodbye, Gavgarion. Wait, why am I... Okay. I guess learn. Niña. Dictionary. Abandon. Let's learn some skill, monk. Ooh. Samurai. Ooh. Oh, wizard. Okay, wizard. 1,000. Wow. Summoner. Can I learn this as summoner? Carbuncle golem. What does golem do? Golem. What is the parts of our damage? Leech. Oh. Ahamu? Okay, we're ready. We do this mission, then we react to a video. This is gonna be heavy story content. But I really got a good rooster job-wise, so it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be a quick thing. We're gonna let me adjust my voice. We're gonna do this quickly. Okay. We're going to... I remember this mission. Galgarion is not as good as he says. Or was it bad luck? Anyhow, you're good. You have Bewool blood in your veins. Even if you are a bastard. But I don't need your interference anymore. Leave the stone here. If you resist, I'll show no mercy. Where is Princess Ovelia? Why must you save her? You deserted the Beewolves. What can you change by yourself? I think so, yeah. I think it's okay now. You can slowly start introducing your kitty to adult food. Even like... Yeah, I think it's okay. I think so. But if you're worried, you can also ask a veterinarian. Don't waste energy. Without power, nothing can be achieved. You're powerless. Where's the princess? She's not here. She left for Zertania. She chose our help over yours. That's a lie. She has begun to think for herself. She felt unsure of you and chose us for obvious reasons to take the throne. Why don't you join us? You want to get the best of your brother's sales, right? We care about the world too. How about it? I don't want to change the world. I just can't allow people to suffer and die because of some elitist ideas. Change the world? You think anyone really can? I'm not that reckless. Ha ha ha. You're the one holding the stone. You can change not only the world, but the truth of everything with its power. Since you don't seem to understand, let me show you. Tainted king, well claimed. Here, haha. How about that? Surprised? Now, let me have my fun. Let me hear your screams and suffering death cries. Oh. Impure king. I don't think he's wearing anything. Nightmare. Are you seeing this? That's that. Oh. Then you should wait for 1 year. Asura. Claire. Oh, he died! That was... okay. That was easy. I'm immortal. How can I be losing? It's impossible. I can't die until he resurrects. Inside the Zertenia castle. Inside. Inside. It's you who saved Ovelia. Delita, Black Sheep Knight, under Baron Grimm's and Hiral. I was sent by order of Baron Grimm's to save the princess. I've returned, mission completed. Hiral? Never heard of him. The Baron died in battle last month with the Ryomoku. The Black Sheep were entirely wiped out. That's why I returned. How's the princess? Sleeping soundly. She's exhausted from the long trip. I heard you brought a prisoner. Yes, sir. Bring him. Why did you kidnap the princess? We framed Goltana to prevent him from Lesalia taking the regency. Who gave you the order? Prince Larg? One of Goltana's aides who wants to join Larg. Ridiculous. No aides would do that. Silence this lout. No need. Listen. Who is that? Talk now. Will you save my life? Alright, I promise. Who is it? Him! Minister Gelvan. How dare you? It's a lie. I don't even know you. Who seduced you? The Queen? That's absurd. I don't know anything. Treason's a serious crime, Minister. I said I don't know a thing. Let me say this. We must go to the capital with the Nanten now, or they may hold you responsible for this plot. First, let's remove Orinas and the Queen, then get the princess on the throne. Goltana went to Lesalia and confined Ruvelia in Bethla for kidnapping the princess and let the princess accede to the throne. But Larg insisted Orinas was the legitimate successor and had him accede to the throne. Then Larg became the regent as a guardian. Immediately after, Larg sent the Hokten, led by Orinas, to Bethla to rescue the queen. Meanwhile, Goltana sent the Nanten, led by Ovelia. This is the beginning of the upheaval which would later be called the Lion War. See, this game has really good story, unlike Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, you know? Do you want to save? Yeah, of course. I don't see why not, right? Shall we save, Gigglers? Come on. Fascinating. Is it a time skip? Goodbye, Gavgarion. Bethla Garrison. $20,000 dead, counting both sides. That makes 40,000. Well, over 200,000 injured just in our troops alone. Casualties aren't the only problem. Food stock is short, as we expected. The real problem is the drought. There's no food and tax revenues are reduced. Storage is at less than half. Lark's probably facing the same problem. I heard crops were ruined before harvest due to rain. More serious are those made destitute by the war. According to Olan, more than 100,000 refugees have come to Lesalia. Haha, good. Lark will have problems getting food. This is no laughing matter. The same could happen here. Many refugees may come here. Should we start peace talks? I understand your concerns, but we cannot stop the war. We'll increase tax by 30%. Make sure no one trades grain at high prices. Also, keep an eye on all refugees entering Liberty. Larg is in difficulty now, too. It's not too late for a peace settlement. Enough, Orlando. A peace settlement won't occur. Our nation exists because of the people. We exist because of them. Farmers suffered the most in the war. Raising taxes would hurt them even more. The soldiers are also suffering from lack of food. It's impossible to continue physically and mentally. Mentally? Are you becoming a coward? In the last war, we served by keeping Ordalia out of our land. Are you saying there's no right in this battle? Since when did you start thinking about hypocrisy? You can't go easy on them. It's for the people. We can't allow a corrupt royal family to oppress the people any longer. We fight. He's right. Just a little longer before it's over. I never expected to hear that from the one they used to call TJ Seed. A little longer? Where did you get that idea? How can you be optimistic? Are you blind? Your words are harsh. Enough. I am disappointed in you, Orlando. Any more harsh words may mean your life. I won't say this again. If any more of you disagree with my plans, go now. Understand, Orlando? Understand, you little swine? Yeah. The leader told me that there's a big tide, and he goes against it. If this age of war is the big tide, like a fate we can't avoid, can I go against it? Now I head for Lesalia to tell my brother, Zalbag, there's someone manipulating this war. You cannot kill Sephiroth in this game, I think. You don't meet. Giggling! Giggling! How did you like the story? But do you know what we will do now? Now we will react to a video, but first, Trade City! Come on! Bye! Ooh! Fitiru? Best fee! Twin headband! Boom! Have you seen this? Are you impressed? Murasame! Boom! Wow! Sea bag! Boom! Sea bag, boom. Okay. Sea bag? What? Really? A bag is my best weapon? I'm short of gear? No! This cannot be. I cannot be short of gear. Perverts. Pervert. Am I still short? No! This cannot be giggles. That's sweet. What uses so much of my money? Oh. Bar. Rumor. I know a great way to make a buck. Discovery race. Adventurers wanted. Why not participate in the discovery race of a mysterious region and go for the grand prize? Contact your travel agent and daughter for details. Okay. We send Lavian, Alicia, and Kasha, as always. 16 days! We have 16 days to watch the video. Leave bar. Come on! So we will watch the video for 16 days. I will now mute the game. Mute the game. Let's see. I promised you a video. Have I not promised you a video? I promised you. And my promise is like, do you understand me? My feelings? Okay. Shall we make it a bit bigger? Ptasie mleczko. Bird milk. Bird meal. Are you ready for the video? I am. Some wacky person called Sulji, not a very big YouTuber, but he made a very special video. It's called Keffels is not a good person. So this Sulji person will like make a case why Keffels is not a good person. You know? So let's see. In the meantime, we'll waste 16 days. Let's see. Let's see why Keffels is not a good person. I already saw that in the comments of this video there's tons of transphobia, so you know. So I'm beginning to, you know, get a feeling for what to expect.
Online, or at least involved with the commentary community, you've probably heard of the name Keffels at least once or twice.
I heard of
Keffels is not a good person, and this all gets pretty deep. She first got popular with streaming and, you know, being trans.
Wait, what the hell? What? What is this strange, abrupt intro? Well, you know, you heard of Keffels and this is not good, it just goes deep. Like, what? Make a property. Make a proper case. Make a proper case. Okay? Make a case, not just start by saying she's no good and it goes pretty deep. I don't believe you.
And this all gets pretty deep. She first got popular with streaming and, you know, being trans and part of that community. She's a political commentator advocating trans rights.
She got popular being trans? I already have a bad feeling about this. She got popular being trans. You know? I've got a really bad feeling.
Rights and all that, but she's a fucking mess. This has got to be one of the messiest shitheads I've ever seen in this community, dude.
What?
In that sense, I'm talking about it. She causes a lot of issues just because she wants to, just because she has the capability to do so. She has a community who marches with her in any.
What? This is such nonsensical video. Right off the bat, I can see. She's just bad in this community, and she just causes problems. The hell? Do you see? This is such...
direction she goes, and people become carbon copies of her ideology, ideas, everything.
Carbon copy of her?
They just follow like little robots. Recently, some shit happened.
Hold on, retard break. I need a retard break. Give me a retard break for like two fucking minutes. Give me a retard break. Okay? I can't keep listening to fucking retards.
Everyone is trying to cancel Keffels for saying the R word, and here's my take on this. I don't think the R word is bad when said undirected to people. Like, if you're saying it directed towards someone who's autistic or disabled or special, yeah, it's bad. You're a shitty, terrible, entitled person for that. You get people like tipsters saying the exact thing I just said now.
Okay, who are you?
Because saying the R word sounds retarded. I'm going to say the retard word. I don't give a fuck if people say it. In my eyes, it's all about context. If you're saying somebody...
People are so strange about Keffels. Keffels became like this new person for people to attack, I guess. Like, this is so weird. I used to have 10 cats, you know? And all of them are gone now. I used to have 10 cats, and now I don't have any cats anymore. All of them passed away, you know? But yeah.
Something is stupid by calling it retarded, I don't think that's an issue, all right? Now, if you're talking to a handicapped person and calling them a retard, then you're an asshole at that point. And at that point, you should probably... Shut up, bitch!
Okay, what
Still
does...
defending Keffels when Keffels has quite literally directed the R word towards someone who's actually disabled.
You are doing similar things. If you want to criticize me for that, you need to look inward. People have tried to be kind.
All right, fuck you, retard. Jesus. All right, done.
Little bitch can't take criticism and can't realize that maybe she's the problem. Tipster got real upset with me when I told him he shouldn't be defending people like this. Then I went off on his lazy ass and he blocked me. Right after he called me an SJW. Motherfucker, sorry, I'm preaching more than you are. I don't know why it's so hard for people to realize that it's not right to just throw the R word at someone. It's not like calling somebody stupid.
I'm gonna point to something. Like, this video is not super long. This video is also super bad. Like, no arguments are being made. I saw that talk with the person, you know, that person that was just quoted on screen. That person basically asked Elon Musk to ban Keffels on Twitter, you know? Like, he said he's okay with dealing with huge, rich transphobes that want to take trans rights away because it helps him in teaching Keffels a lesson, I guess, quote unquote, you know? Ridiculous.
Can actually offend people, and in general the word shouldn't be used as a direct insult. She's not gonna fuck you, bro. Shows you get easily triggered when someone gives a real take. What's the real take here, bro? What is the real take? Take a second to look at both sides. What you mean both sides, bro? There should only be one side, and that side is that Keffels should not be fucking around and being a dumbass. People got mad at me because I called Tipster a fat ass, calling me fat.
Is that an argument?
Phobic and shit. Like, motherfucker, take care of yourself. Stop streaming and getting drunk every night and go for a jog instead, bro. Please. Your life will drastically improve and you won't be as depressed. I'm going too deep into the fat phobia shit, but it all goes back on eating disorders, disabilities, and pure laziness. This isn't healthy, and this definitely isn't healthy. It's truly sad that the standard for a girl's body nowadays is unhealthy. Like, your way should not be like that. And if you disagree, you can fuck out somewhere else with your bullshit. Trust me, Sully Boy speaks his mind and is the realest motherfucker here. I don't try to act
Like, who is this creator? Like it's just, do I even have anything to respond to here? Like, nothing is being said so far. And you're already almost half in the
by
video.
standing out and defending shitty people who don't deserve a platform to cause havoc on. I know motherfuckers are gonna come for me like, he's a deep platformer. Motherfucker, obviously, I got goddamn common sense. There's some people that just shouldn't be on the internet or have an audience, obviously, bro. Because they do stupid fucking shit. I don't give pedos like Natty Forsyth the voice of my content. I don't listen to an echo chamber. I make videos solely based on my mind, my thoughts, my opinion.
Everybody says that. Everybody says that. It's the most generic thing you can say. I don't do content for others. I'm my own person. You know? Even though medically the phraseology has changed, use of it now, it's not just an insult, it's an ableist by any metric. Right?
Anyways, to be honest, I don't know the whole thing that happened between Kevils and Kiwi Farms, and I'm not really gonna talk about that shit. If you really care, there's a whole bunch of links in the description. Kevils loves to use these big-ass intellectual words on everything that sounds smarter with shit, like most political commentators living on Urban Dictionary do. I'm too stupid to understand half of this shit, so let me put it all in simple terms for y'all in this video. I ain't trying to completely cancel motherfuckers on this channel. I got 700 subs. I ain't canceling nobody. I don't really care to. I really just bring awareness to situations. I do believe
what is
better and people can change. I bring light to those who work in the dark.
Oh, this is gonna be great. You just got here. Are we spreading misinfo? Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on tenderqueers.
Like, what is the awareness? What is, like, the series that you're doing? Like, the person that you showed that she disconnected with literally said that will work with huge rich transphobes that want to take trans rights away in order to get Keffel's banned of Twitter because it's worth cooperating with Nazis to achieve that goal, you know? So, like, I don't even know what to say at that point when someone just plainly says something like that, you know? Does that make sense?
I'm encouraging my followers to make pit crew accounts and infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter. Because once they catch wind of the plan that we're using pit crews to infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter, they're going to all...
I expected this, like, I expected this video to say anything, not just play a few clips out of context and say, oh no, she's just bad, end of story, you know? That's just
become incredibly suspicious
just nothing.
of pit crews and they will eat each other alive. No matter which pit crew, no, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian.
Keffels is so fucking weird for encouraging her followers to do digital blackface and troll as black queer people on Twitter just to fuel more hate towards black people. The more diverse, the better.
But the more diverse, the better.
Bro, what? Like, come on, bro. It's Black History Month. Maybe grow the fuck up a little bit. Gotta love how baffling it is that shitty racist white queers get such big platforms nowadays, am I right? Keffels cultivated a fan base of dumbasses and now she's bleeding them all out and they're starting to realize that maybe she's actually a shitty person. Like, she really just be calling people the R word with no care in the world. Like, come on, bro. I don't even say that.
This is you? Of course. Of course. Of course. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Like, you're not, like, you did not put any, like, they did not put any arguments forward, you know? No arguments were presented. We saw 2 clips and, oh, maybe she's just shitty. Like, that's not an argument.
You could take one look at me and assume I say every goddamn slur in the alphabet. So Careful's made this fake
what?
tenderqueer account on Twitter. Like, I don't know what the fuck tenderqueer is. People just be making up words nowadays. Urban Dictionary says, typically a queer white hipster who uses identity politics to avoid accountability, competitive oppression, and self-victimization, centralizes themselves and their feelings in social and political movements that aren't about them. To be honest, I don't know what the fuck I just read, but it kind of sounds like the prime definition, like quite literally, like it described Careful's. Basically, it's a queer white person who uses identity politics, which is like another confusing ass term, and they avoid accountability for their actions. They try to oppress themselves and victimize.
Of course. This is so wacky. This crowd is so horrible. They basically bully people out of they try to, but they fight against the biggest trans advocates for some reason. This is really horrible. This person basically just plays clips and asserts, yeah, Keffels is horrible. And,
themselves
I don't
and
know.
make everything in the world about themselves. You gotta be one of the biggest fucking losers in the world to be involved in any of this silly bullshit. Just get a grip, bruh. White people aren't oppressed. Trans people are valid. Leave people alone. Stop pretending to be someone you're not. Maybe, go outside and get a fucking life, perhaps. Just
So if someone is a white trans person, they are not oppressed in any way? Is that the line that we're going with?
because you're disabled apparently doesn't mean you get to use the R slur on somebody else who's actually disabled. Just because you're trans or gay doesn't mean you get to say homophobic and transphobic things. It's always these people too. Why can't y'all sit back and report the news and talk about things? Nah, y'all gotta be causing some havoc bullshit and making literal fools of yourselves just for some more horrible relevancy. That's why you really gotta be careful with shit nowadays. Commentators, especially those that stream and talk about drama stuff on their stream, you really can't be doing some dumb shit. I don't know why anybody in their rightful mind would want to be a political commentator. Please bro, save yourself the stress, go do something better with your life. Keffels probably unknowingly platformed a rapist on her show, and saying the R word makes her based queen. So like I said earlier, Keffels has this fake tenderqueer account now called Boy Wife, where she posts shit against herself, like hashtag cancel Keffels, and she calls herself a bunch of things. Come on bro, use your platform to do better things and grow the fuck up, trying to do some goddamn 4chan.
Of course you're not gonna hear any context, any explanation of this. No. Keffels just one day woke up and decided to do quote-unquote digital blackface and just decided to create a troll account to troll everybody because Keffels just hates everybody, right? It's not that whole groups have targeted Keffels to just harass her, right? No, not at all. You know? This whole thing goes beyond the R discourse, you know? I think if it wouldn't be the R, it would be 1 million different things. I would remind you that Keffels got flack for saying that noodles are tasty or something like that. You know? It's ridiculous. And people like this never attack somebody that's on the right. While we're on the... Okay, the video is almost over. I will show you something right after this video ends, okay?
Shit on Twitter, bro. You can definitely get angry at Keffels for using her platform like this and not be transphobic and still be upset at the mistreatment trans people still continue to get in this country. Keffels telling her audience to cosplay as black queer people and start shit to get actual black queer people attacked for shits and giggles isn't petty internet drama, and I just...
Also, creating a piccrew is not cosplaying as anybody, okay? Creating a piccrew is not cosplaying as anybody.
Just had to talk to you guys about it. Shout out to those of you who have never liked Keffels, and I guess big props to those of you who have unfollowed Keffels after this shit.
Oh, what took you so long, idiot?
And dude, Keffels loves to respond to things in the most stupid ass ways. Look at this shit.
I get you're taking every single criticism in bad faith, but I need you to understand black people are calling you out because they have to see shit like this every day from white people. The clip is fucked up and it's during Black History Month and you're making it worse by making it about woke scolding. Okay, but you are being bad faith by assuming that I'm saying everything in bad faith. Why would you poison the well by starting out trying to make me understand by saying that I'm taking everything in bad faith?
Oh no, I did a bad thing, but you also did a bad thing because you called me out on my bad thing. Keffels loves to...
What? Is this the takeaway? You're poisoning the well by saying that everything I do is bad faith equals you call me out for the bad thing that I did. Do you see what I mean? Catholics is cancelled all the time by this group. All the time. For everything. Non-stop. And we will not hear the details why she's bad. Apparently creating a picture is like cosplaying. It's like blackface. I don't know.
Ableism with ableism, and you know, I did a bad thing. Well, guess what? You did a bad thing too, so I guess I look better now. No,
Is
you don't.
this-
No, you just both look bad. Jump back to late 2022, which
Is this your takeaway? Like, is this really the takeaway? I did a bad thing, you did a bad thing, like...
was only maybe 6 months ago and sooner. Keffels was following a Twitter account, Georgina, which was
Who is
basically a
this?
top 4 child prawn account that loved to tweet about their love for little underage boys, going into details like how they love working front counter at their job so they can gawk at little kids, and how being a pedophile is their sexuality and there's nothing that could change it, and how they'll forever get away with it. There's a link in the description to an archive that proves Keffels was following this account when it only had like 30 followers. This isn't the first incident either. Keffels apparently ran a Twitter account in the past called
Wait, following someone that turns out to be bad is someone incriminating you? What is this? What is this logic? I don't even know, like when someone follows me, I usually just follow them back. I don't run a background check on everybody that I follow on Twitter. Like, this is pretty ridiculous. Oh, look at this bad person. I know it's a bad person. Keffels follows this bad person. Like, what? Do you see what I mean? This is ridiculous.
Catboy Ranch, where she said some pretty questionable things, got femboys under 18 to get collars of the word Catboy Ranch on them, and was trying to exchange nudes in Discord servers with 13-year-olds. There's pretty pristine evidence of these interactions, truly disgusting shit. Really just, I don't...
Oh yeah, I bet.
Oh my god. Being trans isn't an excuse to be a terrible fucking person. Disliking Keffels doesn't make you transphobic, and you're stupid and annoying as fuck if you use that type of argument to defend her. If you're wondering
I
how she's
see.
responding to callouts of her racism and digital blackface shit on tenderqueer Twitter, she responded that she's a POC because she's Italian.
Digital blackface. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, with a lot of honesty from this video. This is what happened. This is what Keffels does deal with non-stop, you know? Like, I saw people just, like, basically call in to say that and then it turns out that they cooperate with huge Nazi personalities to deplatform her, you know? Like when a person that's like, I think that whole tenderqueer fits to that person. When the person says, oh yeah, I think it's okay that I begged Elon Musk to deplatform you. You may be, you know, Elon Musk might be a fascist and might be a huge transform that wants to take take our rights away. But have you considered that you have harassed me because you have inconvenienced me? And that is literally the definition that the person gave. That harassment is when someone is being inconvenienced. So, you know, to those people, harassment is when someone is inconvenienced.
Linking a car to Italian slurs that include Mario and
I was inconvenienced, so it's okay to collaborate with transphobes. You know what is bigger, massive Gamergate? Big Gamergate? Big Gamergate is when people say, I will cooperate with fascists to deplatform this person. Like, this is big Gamergate to me. Oh, it's okay. I was insulted or, you know, the inconvenience, this is the exact wording. So it makes it okay to collaborate with people that want to take all of our rights away. You know? What is the intellectual capture that you speak of? Can you define it? Yeah, but that goes beyond criticism, to be honest. Right? There's criticism and then there is harassment campaigns, along with cooperating with fascists, you know?
Ouija on her. The fuck, bruh? And now she gonna blame the Matrix for her idiotic actions. Just like every other motherfucker that
There's criticism and then there's this video. I'll
the
say that much.
You fucking do it to yourself, bruh. These people, bro, they always do it to themselves, and then they blame other people. Stop blaming other motherfuckers for the consequences to your actions. Like, oh my god, dude, you're dumb. Anyways, just start realizing that maybe you're a shitty person and just start doing better. Definitely not hard to spread positivity when you have an audience of thousands of people. Truly, why is it so hard for people that have audiences to not be an asshole? They take that shit for granted and they're entitled as fuck and they use it to their advantage. Truly sad shit today.
What? What the fuck? I made another clip. Oh no.
Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching the video. We just hit 710 subscribers, which is insane because exactly a month ago, I started this channel. That's right, I started this channel January 4th of 2023, and we managed to get 700.
Like, I don't know, there's like...
month. That's insane.
I don't mind talking about things and criticizing people, but this is not criticism.
I love all of you. Thank you guys for being here and supporting me. Us small content creators work fucking hard as shit for what we want, and trust me, I've been working my ass off. Make sure you guys come to my streams, no bullshit in them, and make sure you take care of yourselves.
Like, I personally don't use the word, and I probably never will. But I think that approaching this topic in this manner is just the worst possible thing you can do, you know? Do you know what I mean? Now let's see in the comments. Look at this. There is a very specific comment. This is the comment that this person has hearted, by the way. Okay? This person that hates the uses of slurs, that criticized couples, that said how she's a horrible person, and you're not transphobic if you hate couples. Keep that in mind. And let's read the comment that this YouTuber has hearted. Couples, as well as not agreeing with 90% of his political takes, he has literally gotten famous of banning kiwi farms, which failed. So yeah, aside for hating free speech, I think Kaffels became a woman to be a Karen. Misgendering twice, Kaffels became a woman to become a Karen. You know? Oh yeah, Demon Mama did an excellent segment on it. I watched it live. I was in the chat when she was doing, you know? But keep in mind that Demon Mama does not attack Kaffels, you know? Keep this in mind. Does not correct the transphobia, but hearts the comment and says, it's pathetic, to be honest. From what I've seen, Kaffels wanted to take Kiwi Farms down because Kiwi Farms has a bunch of saucy stuff on Kaffels that she doesn't want people knowing. Other than that, I don't know. Does not correct the transphobia. Numfo. Jesus Christ, bro. I mean, if you're gonna white knight over someone, at least have it be a real woman. Wow. This person that is so against slurs and everything does not have a problem with this. You know? So there you go. Yeah. But this is the problem. A lot of the people that call themselves progressives that just criticize scaffolds are like this, you know? A lot of them are literally like this.
See y'all in the next one.
Let's cleanse our palette and let's watch the Demon Mama segment of that. You know? Let's watch Demon Mama. Is it out? No, I don't think so. Demon Mama's video on the topic is not out yet. Or should I just go into playlists? Full stream VODs? It's timestamped so we can, there you go, it starts here. We start. Oh, you know that person? Do you know this person? I see. Hello.
My lovely imps. Regarding a discourse that you rapscallions have spawned all across the internet. We're going to be talking a little bit today about the word retard. As many of you know, I am retarded. That's it. That's the segment, everybody.
Oh.
There you go. All right, everybody. It was a great stream tonight. And
Nice.
I'll see you all very soon. Don't forget to press the like button. Don't forget to press subscribe. You guys, thank
Yeah.
you for being here and for supporting me. But no, I'm just kidding. That's actually not the end of the segment. But let's be real here for a second, okay? The stream title is retard, okay?
We can check. Gaffa is not a good person thing. I think this was this.
If you're chronically
Surgi. We can check them out. Hogwarts Legacy is transphobic. That's a pretty ironic title considering what's happening in this person's comments. Right? This person's just like...
Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Sully and welcome back to
Is
episode
this person really gonna cry transphobia?
2 of Cesspool. In this series I talk about various things happening in the world, especially on Twitter.
Is this reality? After what we just saw in the comments.
There's been massive outrage lately, especially by conservative commentators about the Sam Smith Grammy performance.
There's like 50 people here, and no one is laughing.
The only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this.
Like liberal, like, this is an ocean-dwelling ribbon worm. What you're about to see is how it catches food and how it eats food.
Like... Okay.
only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get fucking bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly in when we have massive
Like, this person has transphobia in his comments and does nothing about it.
queer communities and audiences. That's it. Everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows how much
pretty
leftist
sad.
motherfuckers love to chirp on the
Okay.
internet. They got no power. All they do is chirp, chirp, chirp. And that's precisely why so many fucking people that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise money for charities or whatever.
There's been a whole bunch of shit going on since the release of Hogwarts Legacy. Many streamers are getting a lot of bullshit for even streaming the game. They're getting attacked. It's not transphobic to play the game. I'm not fucking arguing with anybody. It's not transphobic. It's not transphobic to play the fucking game. That's it. Play what you want to play and don't let nobody ruin that shit for you, bruh. A streamer got attacked so hard in his chat that his girlfriend started crying because she got so upset.
Flip up, and now it's like whatever. I'm almost like thinking of just like either going offline or like I'm barely into the second combat here, and every time I look at chat, it's just the conversation is just like
Maybe we can do like
bothering
a
me.
be right back, like a little break.
Yeah.
You can take a break if you want. I'll just stop talking and I'll just go fight and do the combat.
Like, why deleted my channel? Oh, I see.
Yo, what's up everybody? My name is Sully and welcome to my channel. This is my very first video and
Who? Siron? Oh, yeah, I heard the trans. I heard Liz made an amazing joke, you know? Liz made a. Okay, Liz, like, I saw Liz's joke on Twitter. She said, the side quest the side quest of Hogwarts Legacy, in which you will have to stop Siron Arayan from entering a woman's bathroom.
today I'm just going to explain to you guys why I deleted my last channel. I actually lost a good amount on my last channel. I had 108 videos. Majority of them were private and majority of them were really, really old, like several years old. I had a lot of classics on that channel that I spent hours upon hours in making, and now they are all gone, which, you know, sucks, but oh well. I had 2,560 subscribers, and pretty much 95% of them were all inactive. You know, I killed my channel by not uploading for 2 years straight. I come back out of nowhere, and it's like nobody knows who I am. I've rebranded. Nobody knows. All right, I lost the playlist that I worked so
How old is this kid?
music soundboard, which was used for like background music in YouTube videos, and you know I also had an effects soundboard which a lot of people use, and it was like sound effects for YouTube videos kind of. So I did take an L when it comes to the playlists that I lost,
don't
but
miss.
I will always remake them on this channel and they'll be even better. We've got a lot to do here, alright? There's a lot to do. I decided to start a new channel because I like to witness the growth. I did lose quite a bit with my last channel. Like I was already like a YouTube partner or whatever. I don't know. I didn't make money because I never got enough watch hours. People never watched my content enough. Nobody watched it for long enough. You know, I made long videos kind of, but you know, you need watch hours in order to get certain things. So it's kind of hard to explain. I just wasn't doing good with my last channel.
It's
This
not
gives
hard
me
to
room
explain.
for more growth. Because I won't be like privating any videos on this channel. You know, this is the very, very first video I've uploaded, and the more videos you have on a YouTube channel, the better it does. The type of content I'm going to be making is going to mostly be in the commentary area, kind of. People like Moist Critical and Jake Doolittle, I love those people, but it's going to have its own little twist because I think, you know, I'm pretty awesome. I've got a pretty swag personality.
You're gonna have a twist of allowing transphobia in the comments.
And you know, I'm also brutal, I'm ruthless, and nothing can hold me back right now. Like I can say fuck, shit ass, bitch, dick, and you know, so I do have
Amazing.
the mouth of a sailor. I know eventually I will have to calm that down, but right now I am free to go off on motherfuckers in any way I please. That's what small content creators do. It's the advantage of knowing who we are. It's the comedy of, oh my god, that motherfucking Coco, he goddamn ruthless, bro. Don't expect a video.
What? This sounds like cope, to be honest.
every single day. The YouTube stuff is hard. It's really demotivating to me because I have like a mental issue where I compare myself to other people constantly, and if I see somebody like, it's just, I lose hope very.
I see I have a mental issue and I comment when I compare myself to everybody around me. The mental issue shared with 90+% of people, you know? Like, this is...
It's just, I lose hope very quick, and I'm gonna try not to do that with this channel. I'm gonna try to keep it consistent in some form, some way, you know. I at least want to put out 2 videos a week, and that's like the main aim. The more stuff I upload, the better. Don't always expect stuff. Sometimes I have like no video ideas.
Like, I'm sorry, like most people do that. Most people compare themselves to others. It's not a mental issue, quote unquote.
Wish people would just like DM me with some absurd shit they find somewhere, something trending that, you know, nobody else has made a video on, and I could just be the first to it. Just snap right that. Anyways, I love all of you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting me, and to all the people that have, you know.
Why did YouTube recommend me the Kafas video?
Channel, which is now gone. Thank you for, you know, caring. We gonna grind this shit out. Maybe one day I will be somebody. I also want to make gaming content and videos like that, but the algorithm kind of gets confused when, you know, you're doing one genre and then you all of a sudden start doing another genre, and it doesn't know how to promote your video. So if I started to do that, it wouldn't really go anywhere. And what I aim for is I aim for having an audience that would enjoy watching anything I post. And no matter what I post, it will just, you know, people will love it. I mostly have to stick to one genre for now.
I see.
And kind of work from there. So thank you guys for watching, and I hope you guys are ready for a whole bunch of whack-ass videos.
What the hell was that? I'm sorry, should have warned you. What the heck? Dobra, this is okay. I broke into Polish. Oh my gosh, okay, let's go back to the video. Gamers, true. True, says Lucy while minimizing the video to show you the video game that she's playing. But true otherwise. Otherwise true. Let's listen to what Demon Mama has to say. Demon Mama has always good things to say.
There's been a...
Like, keep in mind, like, Demon Mama's video is not just because she gives a good breakthrough as to why saying the Arslar is not good. It's because Demon Mama does not mindlessly attack Keffels over it, you know? Yeah, but also, to be fair, Vosheli says things to add beyond just saying things, you know? Like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people, I do feel like people over fixate on what vocabulary people use, but really ignore the commentary and the stuff that people add, you know?
A lot of discourse about this particular word on the internet lately, and I want to talk about it.
Yeah, let's
so I want to kind of do a little bit of id poll here, okay? I was called a retard my entire life for various reasons. I was never in special ed when I was in school. Although I was put into so-called gifted and talented programs at schools, which were basically, they were basically a separate channel for autistic and ADHD kids who weren't...
As I think I've mentioned this before, in the Polish language, there is, technically speaking, there is no direct equivalent to the R slur. In the... technically speaking, it is like, how you say, there is no equivalent of the word in Polish, because in Polish, the term used, the medical term used, is an underdeveloped person. You know? Mentally, to be mentally underdeveloped is the closest thing that is like a equivalent to the slur. And then people would shorten the word. You know? And I think the shortened version becomes like the slur. Oh. True. Although, I don't know, I sort of still think that the best way to address those things is to discuss them rather than to organize huge quote-unquote cancel campaigns, you know?
The biggest like troublemakers in class, whereas at least if you go and look at these programs, a lot of times they were designed to basically take kids who were struggling socially but not struggling scholastically and put them in a separate room. Whereas, of course, special ed was often used for...
To pause a bit. Also, like usually when I see words getting reclaimed, it isn't exclusive against people I disagree with. True, like queer or... Oh, queer is the biggest example, right? Queer is like a reclaimed word, right? True. But I think the point I'm trying to make that is that we should try not to blanketly condemn people for their flaws, you know? We could also recognize the things that they do well.
Kids who were struggling scholastically, but not necessarily socially, sometimes socially as well, but usually if you were struggling scholastically. And it was a it's kind of a complicated thing. And a lot of people who are from outside of the US don't really know or have never really heard of these gifted and talented things. There was many different names for them in the US, but they were a program that appeared around the 90s and early 2000s and then disappeared shortly after. A lot of schools no longer have them because they had very middling results. Anyway, I was diagnosed with ADHD, pretty severe ADHD in adulthood. When I was younger, I grew up in a anti-psychology Christian cult. The cult that I grew up in and my family was so opposed to psychology that they didn't even believe in therapists. None of my family members were like allowed to see therapists until significant.
I've had a pretty interesting history because when I was very young, yeah, that's fair. Like, I don't think it's really reclaimed since I don't really use the slur, you know? So like, my situation was pretty specific because when I was young, I was very lively, you know? So part of my teachers thought I was a genius, and part of my teachers thought I was mentally underdeveloped, you know? And it went to the point that a teacher that I had in the first grade sort of harassed my mom to send me to be tested, you know, for being mentally underdeveloped, you know. And it ended with the teacher having to apologize to my mom for her behavior, but like, you know, becomes a really. So I guess I sort of had experience with this sort of thing as a young person from teachers.
Later on in my life when people had started to leave the cult. And as a result, there is essentially no way that I would have ever been diagnosed with ADHD when I was younger, despite the fact that I showed a lot of the signs. Also, there's no chance that I would have been diagnosed with autism, even though I showed a lot of those signs as well. So as a result, what I'm trying to do here is point out to the fact that this is a word that has been used against me a lot in my life. And also that, like, I believe that I would meet...
Also, there's an interesting thing about the R slur in English in particular. But for the longest time, I actually thought that the R slur was just a word that meant that something is silly, you know? At least that's like what I thought as a foreigner. I didn't really realize the whole history behind it, you know, for the longest time. And interestingly enough, which I find to be really something else, that a US person from Poland, you know, so basically raised in the US but a Polish person, a giant conservative, told me about like how the R slur is a bad word that is hurtful to others and is a slur, you know? It is interesting that I've heard for the first time from like a giant right-winger about the word being a slur.
The criteria for what we would generally call reclaiming a slur. And we're going to talk about all of this in great depth in the coming section. But I just wanted to get that out of the way up front, like my experience with this word, my experience with being put into alternative tracks of education, and my own experience with having parents who extensively and deliberately avoided me ever being diagnosed with anything. Oh, I should also point out, this goes beyond any sort of learning-related issues, to the point that in high school, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about the fact that I had clinical depression in high school, severe clinical depression.
Same.
For all 4 years of high school, I was so severely depressed that like I thought about suicide on a near constant basis when I was in high school. It was
See, my depression just... my depression sort of was manifested in the fact that I just did not speak to anybody ever. Like I would just be dead silent all the time. You know? And one time at the last grade of high school, my mom once visited the school and saw me sitting alone by the window, and she was so shocked to see me so sad, you know? I've never seen her so shocked, like she was realizing something, like she never was so upset by anything.
Incredibly difficult for me, and there was no way that I was ever going to have a diagnosis for that, because my family was deeply opposed to me ever having any sort of treatment for that sort of thing, or even seeing somebody about it. There was just no way. So it does get better. Of course it gets better. It absolutely gets better. Even with no diagnosis, I held on. Even with no assistance from any sort of like therapist in that way, I held on and I was able to grow. And as my family moved away from the church, as I personally chose to leave the church,
Although things are pretty rough still.
like my life got better, and I was able to deal with and cope with depression symptoms above and beyond you know, like medication or anything like that. Thank you, Alora. I really do appreciate that a lot. So I just wanted that to all be out there so that you all understand the perspective I'm coming from when we talk about this topic. It's been a while since I've talked about the word retard. It's been a while since I've talked about what some of you refer to as the R slur. But it's also been a while since we've talked about the reclamation of slurs.
And keep in mind that people that attack others will also attack Demon Mama for saying the word here, you know? Context doesn't matter. You say the word, you do the thing, you know? This is the problem, you know? When to people nothing matters. It just becomes blanket condemnation for doing the thing. You know?
In general. Now, I'm going to take just 1 second after being incredibly vulnerable to say, please support my show. This section is absolutely going to get demonetized, and there is no chance that YouTube will give me
I'm
any
not even
money for
monetized,
this
so please.
segment that I'm putting a lot of work into.
Like good point. Like I'm not even monetized yet. I'm far from being monetized. So please support my life by becoming a Patreon. You know? Please support.
Also being very vulnerable for. So please consider donating either through YouTube or preferably through my website, demonmama.com/subscribe or /donate. Either one works depending on what you want to do. Would deeply appreciate your support. This show is 100% viewer supported, okay? Literally 100%. I don't get any sponsorships. I don't do any of that sort of thing. It's just a free show that is supported by the viewers. So please support me. I deeply appreciate it. And also press like on the stream, will you?
I think there's a huge difference between criticism and what the so-called tenderqueers do. Especially since I think that Demon Mama is actually doing a stream about it. I think she's being attacked by them as well right now. And I'm willing to bet that she's being attacked over this very segment that we are watching right now, you know? So, yeah, I understand the criticism towards using the word, but what I do not understand is basically harassing people, you know? Basically trying to be the judge, jury, and executioner of who deserves to sort of exist in a public space, you know? It leads to yeah, like I think there's a more positive way of discussing these things, you know? Like the thing is that while Voshken uses it's not perfect, and Kefals uses it's not perfect, but I don't think there's some evil people that no matter what would never understand any argument for why it would not be good to use the words, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate that a lot. Okay? There you go.
My mama is great.
All
That's
right,
why she's
so-
growing so big.
Let's talk about reclaiming slurs, okay? And I'm gonna draw comparisons to another slur. A slur that I think we all can agree is a slur, okay? Faggot, okay? I'm sure many of my audience, because I do have a lot of queer people in my audience, I'm sure many of you have had that word used against you. I'm sure you've heard that word thrown around as a pejorative. And also, as you will notice in chat, you will see a lot of people volunteering themselves saying, that's me you're talking about when I say the word faggot. I also often self-describe as a faggot or a fag or any of these other words that you hear slung about as a slur for trans, gay, and non-conforming people.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we can all acknowledge that it's a slur, right?
Right.
Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We all recognize that it's a slur, that it's used in media as a slur, that it's used by politicians as a slur, and it's not very acceptable to say that word in public. And the same goes, by the way, for another slur, the N-word, which obviously I'm not gonna say. I don't say the N-word at all. And there's a couple of reasons for that, part of which what we're talking about here. I think, in fact, people have remarked that like...
I don't use many slurs, and I also don't use swear words all that much. I actually have a reason why I don't swear much, you know? Like when I was in primary school, I started swearing a bit, you know? And I remember that my best friend, who is still my best friend to this day, suddenly told me one time, you know what, I think swearing does not suit you very much, you know? And somehow ever since then I have not been swearing much, if at all, you know? It sort of eradicated my swearing, you know? And my best friend told me, you know, I think swearing does not suit you much, you know? Which is a pretty interesting story, you know? So yes, this is the story of how I almost entirely eliminated swearing from my vocabulary.
The N-word is such a severe slur that people won't even say it, even when they're in private and given permission to do so. That it has that much of a cultural weight to it, that it is so universally recognized as a hateful slur that people won't even use it when they're allowed to.
Japanese language doesn't have much swear words to speak of, to be honest. Like Japanese language does not have all that many swear words.
I say the N-word all the time because I'm black. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. See, that's the thing. That's the reclamation part that we're about to talk about. But out of curiosity, we all recognize here that with the N-word in particular, like that there's actually a distinction between the hard R and the A, like the soft A, right?
Yeah, and
even
old
among
word.
black people, it is considered a pretty serious thing to use the hard R towards someone else, right?
Right.
Oh, was that a clip? Oh, you idiots. You fucking assholes. Well. Anyway. Anyway, whatever. So we acknowledge that there's a difference there, right?
Yeah.
Reclamation has never been and isn't about using a slur against someone else.
True.
Like, for example, let me just create real quick.
Although, of course, like it become like in the case of the N-word, it became sort of like a inner word. Like it's not used only about the self; it's also used towards others, right? You know, the N-word with the soft A. It sort of looks like an endearing term, right? Or a familiarity term, I think.
A situation for you all to chew, to like have your brains chew on real quick, okay? Imagine, okay? Imagine that there was a cop, okay? And you can imagine this cop however you want, but I want you to imagine him, as a guy, okay? And I want you to imagine him like hitting a like at a pride.
Yeah, community word. That's a
let's say
good
there's
way
a pride event, and the pride
put it.
event turns into a protest, and this cop is hitting a gay protester and calling that gay protester a faggot while hitting him with a stick. And now I want you to imagine that situation, okay? That's pretty severe, right? Now I want you to imagine that cop has a husband. Has anything changed for you?
No.
Did anything about the hatefulness of that situation change at all because you know that cop has a husband?
Nope.
Because for me, nothing changed even a little bit. A cop beating a gay person and calling them a faggot in front of everybody else is an act of humiliation and hatred, even if that cop in his own private life is gay.
True.
Even if the cop that we're talking about literally looks like the cop from the Village People. And I want you to imagine the same thing, okay? But this time with the N-word and with a cop. And maybe that cop is black. Did anything change when you change the skin color of the cop? Because to me, nothing changes.
I mean, with the N-word, it becomes like a trickier situation, to be honest. Right? Like, with the N-word, I'm starting to think that it can be trickier, you know? Because as we have just come to the conclusion, the N-word became like a community word, you know? So the cop might be beating, the black cop might be beating a black person and might be using the N-word as a community word, and it can be unrelated to the beating, no? Don't, no? Or am I overthinking the whole thing? Am I correct? Oh, no, I was thinking about the soft A. I was thinking of the soft A. Okay, hard R. Okay, makes sense. Well, then no, it would not change. I don't think black people use the hard R N-word much at all, right? It's always the soft A. Like, I don't think the hard R, the one is ever employed, or rarely.
So, reclamation of a slur, in my opinion, is often about being able to take a word that is used against you and turn it into something that you take strength in.
Right.
For example, when I look directly into the camera as I am right now and I say, I am proud to be a faggot. I am proud to be a tranny.
Right.
Those are words that have been used unironically against me in my life many times. These words have been used as a bludgeon of hate against me in my life. me reclaiming them, saying, yeah, so what? I am a faggot. What are you gonna do about it? To me, that is what reclamation, the act of reclamation, or a major part of reclamation looks like. It is taking a term that is used to hurt you and wielding it on your own as a signal of pride.
Yeah.
And I think that there are other forms of reclamation. Like, for example, I think that a lot of reclamation has happened with the N-word. And I think that this, like I mentioned before, that this takes two forms. Like, first of all, there is a version of the N-word that is slightly changed, the soft A. And the
Right.
soft A is treated very differently between basically everybody. Everybody treats the hard R. That's reason why we have the term the hard R. The hard R is like it signifies almost a different word.
And there's the third one as well.
I want you to think about the fact that that the soft A,
There's the hard R, and there's the one that ends with O, right?
nobody even bats an eye if you see people with, you know, if you see black people using the soft A with one another,
Yeah.
self-referentially or otherwise, no one bats an eye. But if
Yeah.
you see a white person use that, immediately that person will be roasted, and they should be. But does that not indicate the reclamation in a certain way, where, wow, this word that used to be seen as an acceptable slur to put someone else down is now seen as a taboo. It has been changed from a thing that can be used against black people to a thing that black people can use freely amongst themselves with rules that they define.
Keep in mind that it becomes even more complicated outside of the US. Like when people play games like GTA, you know, and think that the vocabulary of the characters is cool or something, and start mimicking the vocabulary without thinking much about the context or knowing much about the context. Like if they are young teens, you know, when young teens in Poland start mimicking the vocabulary of like characters from GTA, and that sometimes also includes the N-word, you know. So and I don't know if I'm not sure if this case it's worth roasting the kids or just explaining the whole thing, right? I think it's sometimes worth to talk and explain rather than jump straight to roasting, you know? Because people sometimes just don't know. People sometimes don't understand the context. Just like in the Polish language, anti-Semitism is so hard baked into the language that there are certain common phrases that have very anti-Semitic connotations, you know? And sometimes people just said the thing, not really thinking about it. And then I said, do you realize that this saying has a lot of anti-Semitic undertone? And the person would ask me, what's the undertone? You know? What's the undertone? And I would say, this and this is in the undertone. And the person would say, oh, I did not realize. I will simply not say it again. And that would be all, you know? And I don't think I would be able to get this sort of result if I went straight to roasting a person, you know? So I think sometimes it's worth discussing the context, explaining why it might be hurtful to somebody, you know, rather than jumping to the roasting or just plainly harassment campaigns in the case of the so-called genderqueers, you know?
That black people got to decide
Like, the whole genderqueer thing is a disservice to the discussion about topics like this.
the difference between the soft A and the hard R.
Well, that depends on the person, you know? As I've told you just a few minutes ago, my swearing stopped when my best friend told me in primary school that swearing does not suit me, so that's changed me for life.
And they also got to determine the rules of, sort of collectively, the rules of using it.
You know?
Does that make sense?
It makes
The same
sense.
thing goes for faggot. And also, you could even argue that queer is a perfect example of this. I want you to imagine if I am talking to my audience and I say, my lovely queers, let us stand together in strength. That has a lot of different, that is a very, very different read than if, say, I don't know, Donald Trump walked up and said, you're a bunch of queers.
I think it also depends on the approach.
Right? Completely different context. Despite us saying, you know, despite me walking up and saying, we're all a bunch of queers here, let's stand together. Versus Donald Trump saying, you're a bunch of queers. Because you'll notice that one is being used inclusively. One is being used to take strength together, to call for togetherness in some way or another. And the other is, you know, is that was not a good Trump impression, but please, can you have a break for just 1 second? Jesus Christ. And the
This is also, this is exactly the reason why I'm actually not a big fan of Chat Logic using and the whole of the Steven Universe using the term autism as like an insult, you know? Like it almost becomes like with people like Chat Logic and Steven, the term autism almost becomes a slur in itself, and I don't like that, you know?
one is being used as a marker of separation. It is saying, it is creating an us versus them. And of course, this brings us to the word retard.
Right.
Now, many of you will know, if you've been watching my content for a long time, I know there's a lot of people here who haven't been. If you're here,
I've
you
watched
should
your
subscribe and
content.
you should ring the bell because
True,
frankly,
you
I put out
should.
some pretty big
Please
content.
do. Yeah, I do.
And you should subscribe. But
Yeah, subscribe, please. To me and the
I don't
mama.
use the R slur on my stream, basically ever. Today
Same.
is
I don't
literally the most that I have ever used the word retard.
I just don't use it.
Ever in my entire stream history. You can go scrub through the VODs and you might find 1 or 2 examples in the entire.
Okay, I will go to the toilet quickly. Don't go anywhere and subscribe, hit the bell, etc. Yet, I just don't use it. I don't really feel the need. Be right back. I am back, and I'm going to try to speak in a more fuller voice and contribute to the discourse using this fuller voice. Let's go.
Entire history of my channel, of me self-referring.
I am pretty positive that you will not find me using any slur even once. It's not impossible to change behavior. It really depends on things like someone is motivated to change her behavior. It can work to avoid social rejection, but can cause people to just hide what they're doing. Well, it's like, I think that the shaming can also become like harassment at some point, you know? It can become like the example of the person that spoke to Caffles, right? They started begging Elon Musk to ban Caffles, which is like, you know, a whole horrible thing in itself. So I think we should recognize behaviors that are not good, but we should also avoid blanket condemnation and just rejecting any good work that people do, right? Hakim? Isn't he a Marxist-Leninist?
As a retard. And like literally, for example, when I did the autism test and I fucked up the autism test 4 times in a row live on stream, and I was getting increasingly embarrassed, and then I said at the end of it, I said, the good news is we've determined that I'm retarded. That's like probably one of the only examples of me ever using this slur. Part of the reason for that is well, I mean, frankly, because I don't think the way that most people use the R slur is particularly reclamatory. Okay?
Right.
I've been seeing a lot of people, okay? Like a lot of people basically saying...
I guess a lot of people use the word in... like replace the word silly or stupid. I think a lot of people also use the R slur as in replace the word ridiculous with the R slur, you know? This is so ridiculous. Sometimes people just say this is so R slur when they mean this is ridiculous, you know? Do you agree or no? I mean, I think so. People tend to use it as a catch-all term for anything that's
that
they find to be
if you're
silly.
autistic, or if you have ADHD, or if you have learning disabilities, that means that you can just sort of take the word retard and you can throw it at anybody else whenever you want.
He's a Marxist-Leninist, yeah. That's not good in my book.
And I just, that's not what reclamation means.
Right, it's not.
And I have a problem with that argument. I think that argument is a weak argument. And interestingly, I think most of the people who use it know that it's not a good argument, because you wouldn't say the same thing about the word faggot. You wouldn't say the same thing about the N-word. And yet we see tons of people basically say, well, I have ADHD, which means that I can call you a stupid fucking retard, or I can say that's fucking stupid and retarded. But I don't believe that. I don't think that that argument holds very much water with regard to how we treat other slurs. Now, there's a whole lot of back and forth over this issue. And I don't want to just make a claim out of hand. So I'm going to try and evidence here why I think that people should think about this a little bit harder.
I'm smart and very well read.
So
you know?
a lot of people will bring up ableism and whatever, and I do think that ableism is a huge problem, okay? But at least for me, when I think about ableism, most of what I think about is the way that our society treats people with disabilities, the fact that like disabled people have a significantly higher rate of early death, that disabled people have a higher rate of homelessness, that disabled people are more likely to be discriminated against on the job, that disabled people...
And also while we're talking about ableism and slurs, often ableism goes very deeply into how people are treated, especially people like with Down syndrome, right? Like in Poland, I can just talk about like my experiences in Poland. When a mother gives birth to a child with the Down syndrome, it often happens that the father just vanishes, you know, from the life of the mother and the child. That's one thing. But often, like, people with Down syndrome are just themselves, even outside of the slurs, just treated horribly in society, you know? When there's one thing that there's like a certain type of behavior towards people with Down syndrome, but there is also the other side, like the side of there are situations when you sort of need to create boundaries with of course every person is different, but I knew a person with Down syndrome, you know, a nice girl, actually performed very well in society, had a job, but she was really bad with boundaries, you know? She was not good with boundaries. So sometimes, even if it was not easy emotionally, it was very important to draw certain boundaries. It was very important to sometimes even block her phone number, don't answer her phone, because she would otherwise call you, and this is not an exaggeration, because she had my phone number as well. She would call you 50 times a day, you know, with fairly simple requests. She once called me at 10 p.m. and she lives pretty far away, to tell me, can you come over and help me to turn off my computer, you know? So sometimes you just needed to, for your own well-being, to create certain boundaries. Does that make sense? You know? Even though sometimes it was not a very pleasant thing, because like it's not really nice to block someone's phone or just don't accept their calls, even though you know that they are not a bad person and they don't mean anything wrong, you know? Like it becomes difficult, you know, a difficult situation. That's a bit of a big side tangent, but yeah.
That disabled people often are not accommodated for, even when the law says that they have the legal right to be accommodated for. That there's all kinds of things there. That's what I tend to think of when I think of ableism. I don't really tend to think of ableism through the lens of like insults as frequently, though I do think that it's a valid lens. And I want to bring attention to the fact that like there are all kinds of ableist words in our language that are definitionally, as far as I can tell, you know, ableist. Stupid, dumb, idiotic, insane, deranged. In fact, most insults that you can think of that aren't like I don't know, like you muffin, you're such a clap cobbler. You're a fuck crustable, a cromulent fuck crustable. Like there's no like. Most of the insults have some component of implied ableism, okay?
Right. In English, at least. It's not always the case in other languages, mind
There's a
you.
million of them.
You know?
Stupid, idiot. I mean, these all have aspects of ableism in them. But there's a pretty marked difference between the word stupid and the word retarded. Especially if you consider social context. The words stupid and dumb and idiot have not been used in any sort of like medical terminology for a very long time. They've more or less come to mean someone who is not thinking at the moment.
Right.
Like you say someone is stupid because what you actually mean generally is that they are ill-informed, they are not thinking, or maybe even they're being dishonest and it's making them behave stupidly. Very few people, when they say the word stupid, are like traveling back in time to 1920 where they're drawing like a
Normalize, instead of saying this is arslar, normalize saying this is quacked up. Let's go. Let's normalize the pond language. This is quacked up. Repeat after me. This is quacked up.
formerly medicalized diagnosis of stupidity or something along those lines. And the same thing goes for the word idiot. Idiot used to be a direct reference to a certain type of autism, the idiot savant.
I didn't know that.
Which is a term that is so outdated that like multiple generations have not lived.
Like savant makes me think of like suave or something. It makes me like I totally like savant, like so like suave. You're so suave, savant. You know, that makes me. This is where my mind goes to when I hear savant. Okay.
Through a time
You're
in
a
which it
suave
was used in any
savant.
sort of medicalized sense. But that's not true about retard. Like, retard has been used medicalized recently, and what's more is that it has been used deliberately
Hello, Karen
against
Libertaire.
people who have been medicalized even after the end of its medicalized use. Nobody uses the word mentally retarded anymore. Even though in the 90s it was acceptable.
Yes, we
still
quackers,
considered medically
exactly.
acceptable to
Say
say
that.
mentally retarded. A lot of us alive lived in a period in which it was still considered medically acceptable to say that somebody who was struggling with learning disabilities or had Down syndrome, that they were mentally retarded.
Right.
But even that, with that aside, the word retard has carried on in its use directly against people who just have a learning disability, or people who have Down syndrome, or autistic people.
Or just
I mean,
or just can struggle, you know, like with concentration or something, you know. It's like, yeah, it's supposed to try to hit at a. I would say that the term that yours has a certain essentializing component to it, right? I would like it tries to essentialize a trait.
right now, I could do a show of hands. Okay, do not respond in the audience right now if you're not autistic or ADHD. But if you are autistic or ADHD,
There's an element
just
to
put a
essentialization in
number
there.
1 in chat. Put a single
Slur.
1 in chat. If you have had a loved one, friend, teacher,
think so.
whatever, there we go. Look, just the chat's going crazy. Okay. There is no lack of clarity with what people mean when they say the word retard.
Right.
We
No,
know,
there is not.
like, it is being used in a way that is comparing people to someone who shouldn't be. That it's not a bad thing to. It's not a bad thing to have a learning disability. It's not a bad thing. Like, it's not an evil thing. It's not a morally bad thing to be autistic. It's not a morally bad thing to be ADHD. It's not a morally bad thing to have Down syndrome. These are not morally bad things. And there's no, at least in the colloquial, there's essentially no distinction between the way that it's used.
Although I think there is an element of basically it meaning that someone's lesser, which has a lot of sort of things loaded into it, right?
Would you hold the same position about the word lame? I realize its origins are a bit more dated than retarded, but it's always been used in an inflammatory way against disabled people. Well, if you think about what people say when, I mean, okay, to me, like going back quite a long time, the word lame actually like doesn't really reference the same thing anymore, right? Like when people say, "Ooh, that album was kind of lame. I didn't really like it." They mean it's kind of like boring or uninteresting or like.
But the problem is that for a lot of for an increasing amount of people, the Arsler is starting to become basically lame. You know? Like that's the issue in this whole conversation, right? Like there's an increasing amount of people to whom the Arslar basically just means that something is ridiculous, you know? And they probably don't think of the medicalist truths, you know? I
think there are problems with it. I think there are problems with all kinds of insults. I think most insults have a problem. It means uncool. Yeah, it means like, and I would say that is like a totally transformed meaning. It's the same word, but with a completely transformed meaning. And same thing goes for idiot, by the way. Idiot used to literally mean autistic, a form of autistic. And now when people say idiot, it means like, if you think of the word idiot, most people think of someone like swinging a big stick around and then accidentally knocking down their, you know, putting out a window or hitting their friend in the head or knocking something down. That's what most people think of as like, it means you're being careless or it means you're being thoughtless, as opposed to, you know, literally.
Well, actually, idiot, maybe the thing is, maybe the word is being used different in Polish than it's used in, like, English. But in Polish, when you call someone an idiot, you actually imply something about their intelligence, you know? In Polish, the word idiot actually holds an implication that you don't think highly of their overall intelligence. Not just their being not smart in the moment, but that you make an assessment of their overall intelligence. And I'm not sure if this is this not the case in English? When someone is called an idiot, isn't that basically an assessment of their intellect? Can anybody like confirm or deny? Anyone confirm or deny what I just
say
said?
Somebody has, you know, autism or whatever. But I don't think the same can be said in good faith about the word retard. The word retard is still to this day weaponized by parents, teachers, friends, against people with extremely minor social and intellectual disabilities, and sometimes just the perception of those things, not even necessarily an actual thing. And also, there's another aspect that I want to discuss here, okay? Which is that I think the word retard, I think that, I mean, given the fact that there are 800 people watching my stream in which I titled it retard, I think that it provokes a significantly stronger emotional response from most people. In most social circumstances. I don't think that we've moved away from the stigma of the word even a little bit. Think about this. If you were sitting, I just want you to imagine something, okay? Hold on a second. Let me just take a second and ride with me here, okay? I want all of you to honestly just take a breath and put yourself in a situation where you're sitting in a park, okay? You're reading a book in the park, and you over here, there is a kid swinging a stick around, and the kid is almost hitting the little kid's sibling, and the kid's mom walks over and says, "Hey, would you quit being an idiot?" Versus if the mom walked over and said, "Quit being a retard." Tell me honestly that you don't see how the difference in the way that would be received both by the kid and by onlookers. Can you imagine how you would feel if you were in the, I mean, be honest with yourselves, okay? I know there's a lot of there's a lot of people out here who would call themselves retard users. You know, they use the word retard a lot. But yeah, most people here are saying that like there would be a pretty big difference. And I think most people would acknowledge that calling your kid an idiot is already a bad thing. But I think that calling your kid a retard would be significantly worse.
Right, especially like...
and I think that sort of speaks...
And I think it can become a lot worse with the tone, how you sort of like... intonation, etc., right? It can become like 10 times worse still, right?
To the severity of how strongly that word still has an impact on people. I mean, I remember most of the times in my life, not every time because it's happened a lot, especially online, and online is a totally different beast. But I remember most of the times in my life when I was called a faggot. I remember when I had...
and also I think there is also a difference between, because quit being, right? Quit being is still weaker than telling to someone you are, right? Quit being an idiot is still sort of softer than saying you are an idiot, you know? Does that make sense?
Friends and parents call me a faggot. I also remember when friends...
Or they're like, think about this. Like, what sounds harsher? Quit being an idiot or stop it, you idiot? Which one sounds worse? Quit being an idiot or stop it, you idiot? I think stop it, you idiot sounds harsher, you know? Than quit being, you know? Because quit being sort of has still this quit acting like this, you know? And stop it, you just basically says you are this. This is what you are, you know? At least this is how I understand it, you know? How I view it.
And family called me a retard. I don't remember basically any of the times somebody said quit being stupid or don't be an idiot. I barely remember any of those. But I remember all of the other two.
Like, don't be is also weaker than you are.
I recognize that, like, a lot of this is going to be gray area.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is just a fact of language, that there is never going to be hard, objective lines for any of these things.
I think so too. There won't be.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
You will never find like a perfect answer to questions of language, let alone questions of whether we should or shouldn't use it. But I think that we can acknowledge that that there is at least for most people, there is still a very strong stigma, you know, a very strong stigma around this word.
Yeah.
And also, I want to point out that like there are people with Down syndrome who have gone on podcasts and given speeches specifically talking about the use of this word and how severely it is used to hurt them.
Right.
So on another level, there is this sort of osmosis effect where I think that propagating a slur like that runs the risk of putting it into people's common parlance, which then does get used specifically against people who have traditionally been marginalized by that word. And it's sad. It's sad to see. It's sad to see that happen. It's sad to see someone's life be severely negatively impacted because of a word, of a single word for which we have thousands of other options.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
And again,
Which is basically why I don't use
I am
these
not
words.
exactly I am not exactly like super scoldy about anything. I don't
Right.
go after people for using the like certain terminology. I don't like put stars in the word stupid and I often say that something is insane. I do try to avoid calling people insane, like calling people insane, and sometimes I'll call ideas insane and whatever, or say this is insane. But it's this one, the word retard seems to cross a lot of lines to me. And I have to say I've been a little bummed to see the increase in its use.
True.
You know, it I don't know. It's one of those things where,
But on the other hand, I also feel weird about attacking people. You know?
somebody in chat here says, it's dismissive to say those who have no issue with the words have never had it used against them. Some of us have just moved past it. I'm not saying it's bad that others haven't. No, hold on. Let me be clear real quick. Let me be clear about this. I have a really thick skin. I'm not kidding you when I say that every single day multiple slurs are used against me. If online specifically. If I go into my comments, there is a guarantee that I will.
I'm surprisingly being, maybe because I'm small still, I'm surprisingly not, like I've been attacked by Kiwi Farms, I've been attacked by the community of Bar Empanada, but it's not ongoing, you know? It's been in bursts. A burst, then over, then a burst, then over, but it's not something that's going on non-stop, you know, in my case.
I will have at least one comment every single day of somebody calling me some slur, okay? It's really common. I don't really care. And the word retard doesn't offend me. I've said it 100 times this stream. It's literally the title of my stream. And the word faggot doesn't offend me anymore. But that doesn't mean that I can't acknowledge what the intent behind it is. And also, it doesn't mean that I can't acknowledge that there is a sort of problem, you know, with the, I don't know, with the normalization of its use. But also, I think that we should be honest with ourselves. One of the things that I think is most that I find most frustrating. I've seen this all over the YouTube comments, all over Twitter, all over everywhere where this discourse has been trending, even in Discord, is that a lot of people simply aren't reclaiming the word. They say that they're reclaiming the word, but they're not. They're calling other people retarded. They're calling other people retards. That's not the same as reclaiming it for yourself. You are weaponizing it against someone else. That's not what reclamation is. It just isn't. I'm sorry. No matter how you feel, even if you feel that it's okay to call other people retards, that's not reclamation. Reclamation is not when you call other people the word.
Of course, I retain my right to call everybody a quackster. You're a bunch of quacksters, okay? What are you gonna do about it, quacksters?
Not how it works.
They're so
And
quacked
I
up.
find that very frustrating. I find it frustrating to see people over and over. I'm talking hundreds of people repeating the argument that, well, I have ADHD, or, well, X person has ADHD, which means they can call other people retarded. No, if we were talking about reclamation,
This is a bit strange to me personally. I wasn't even aware that the R slur referred to a person with autism, to be honest. I actually always thought that it was like a term specifically referring to people with the Down syndrome, you know? That was like a pretty specific term. I didn't even know that it referred to people with autism,
it would be, I can call myself retarded
you know?
if I want to, which I can. And I strongly believe in that. I will call myself a retarded tranny faggot whenever the fuck I want to. Me.
Oh.
And I don't know. I just it feels like a mental like a intellectually bankrupted form of the discourse to basically I don't know. It seems like it's an intellectually bankrupted form of discourse to make an argument over whether or not someone has a pass to use something that we can all acknowledge is a slur for all intents and purposes.
Right.
And again, I've made my position clear on all kinds of other words, but I think it's fairly easy to come to the conclusion. I think it's fairly reasonable to come to the conclusion that retard is a word that still bears a lot of systemic backing, that still bears a lot of hateful backing in a way that stupid or idiot doesn't. Stupid and idiot have.
I just don't understand the drive to use slurs, to be honest.
Watered down in their definitions to such a degree that even though I agree that there are problematic elements of those insults, that they're just not the same. They don't function the same way that they used to, but that is definitely not true for the word retard. Oh, and by the way, if you don't believe me, just go into a next time you're at work.
Because the R word is basically a substitute for the word. It's a synonym for the word decline, isn't it? The R word. You know? For the term is used to describe ways like what people like to describe a mental decline, no? I always assume so, you know? So, saying I have ADHD so I can use the R slur feels weird to me. Right, slowness.
Say something is stupid versus say something is in a public place. Say something is stupid versus say something is retarded. And see what other people like normie. I mean, I highly doubt that any person who here works in like the SJW capital of the world.
What's the SJW capital of the world?
I have a feeling that you won't be brave enough to fucking drop the R slur in a public place. But most people would be like, ah, this stupid computer. In fact, some people might get fucking fired. I'm sure some people work in an environment where it's acceptable. I'm sure some people do, but
Did you know that 80% or so vocabulary of English
Question,
comes
did you
from
agree
French?
with the Thought Slime's whole nanners thing? No, I really didn't, because I don't think that nanners can be reasonably defined as a slur. I don't mind if Thought Slime like doesn't want to use words like that. Like, obviously you have every right, but I don't think that you can make the same case for nanners that you can
Yeah.
for something else.
I just don't use any of those
You know?
words. Just don't really
I
feel
just don't
the
think it reaches
need.
that level. I don't
Like,
even
I
think
don't
I think
know.
it's distanced in multiple ways.
We can
like
always
bananas, yeah, like bananas,
we
yes.
can always replace words, right? I don't think
Well, I
it's
just
a
talked about
problem.
crazy. I see some people asking about crazy.
Crazy.
And
Steven's
I think,
favorite word.
and I also
Chatlogics.
see people talking about idiot and stupid. And I do think that, like, don't get me wrong. I think there are problems with these insults. But I think that the difference between an insult and a slur is generally
Because you like nice
there's a
smelling clothing.
historical precedent, and there is also like contextual elements that matter. And I think there's the argument I've been making this entire time is that I think that that retard is severely more harsh than basically any insult that we see thrown around. And
Yeah,
also
I think
that
so.
it
Yeah,
has a
I can agree.
more significant negative effect on
It is harsher,
random
yeah.
people that are not your target. I don't really care if somebody calls a Nazi a retard.
It sounds
I don't really
harsher.
care what people call Nazis. There's all kinds of things, but I think that that if you get into the habit of calling things retarded in the same level of frequency and the same level of treatment as like a word like stupid, I think that you run the risk of hurting more people. There are a lot of people who've been hurt by the word retard. I mean, I just did a little quick off-the-hand chat poll, which I
Yeah,
hope
I
that everyone
agree.
who watches
Yeah, I
this
can
video
agree.
is going to see live. You know, they're going to see it. The numbers go flying as
Demon
how many
Mama is
people have
right.
had it weaponized against them. Posadas John says, do you think that it could become the new idiot? Like, once it's not medical institutions stopped using, so did everyone else. It just lost it over time. Well, I don't think that idiot was ever used to the same degree. Like idiot never had the same connotation, if that makes sense. So I don't know if it ever will. Like, at the moment, like, there would have to be, like, I don't know. I feel like people would, I don't know. I feel like it would have to, there would have to be a period where people stopped using it for it to stop having its impact. But as it stands right now, it's just like continually coming back, right? And keep in mind that, like, I don't even think that people should be, like, canceled over this word. I just,
Yeah.
my argument here is
I don't
that
think so either,
people
to
should
be
a
honest.
little bit more honest and not pretend that they're reclaiming a word when they're using it against other people, and also that people should be thoughtful.
Yeah, I agree
about
with
whether or not
this.
they really want to
See,
use that
people should
word.
not be cancelled,
Like,
but they should be
are
more
we gaining
thoughtful.
that much? What's the gain? There are so
Like,
many.
this is like I agree with Demon Mama on this, you know? I don't think people should be cancelled over it, but I think people should be more honest and thoughtful about it. This is like, this is the thing that I am, you know, agreeing with.
Many good
As
insults
a
that
real
you can use.
giggler.
There's tons that are super hard hitting, and I don't know, like, I don't see anybody trying to defend, like, the use of the word faggot as an insult ever. I've never seen anyone besides, like, actual Nazis trying to defend the use of the word faggot as an insult.
Right.
I don't know that I don't think I agree with that, Ligmund Freud.
What's the your take?
I think, I don't use it, but that's the intention, I think, when people use it. It isn't meant to call people disabled. I disagree. And in fact, it's really funny. If you guys go and watch right-wing creators, look at what right-wing creators do when they use the word retard. Because you know, unlike other slurs where the left and right have been decided, like for example, you know, right-wingers don't give a shit about using the word tranny or faggot, right?
Right.
But because you know that they're decided on that. The left will not use those terminology, but the right will. But the left, right at the moment, there's a lot of lefties who will use the word retard, and there's a lot of righties that will use the word retard. And if you go, and obviously the word retard is used more popularly on the right. And if you go and look at what people do when they, I mean, I could probably search it right now. You want to know what type of impersonations people do? You want to know the noises?
Oh yeah, I know.
And the
I know.
impressions that people do when they call people retarded?
I know about it. Yeah, I
You
know.
guys know exactly what I'm talking
Oh,
about. I
yeah.
don't even have to show
Yeah,
you.
I know.
You all know exactly what I'm talking
Yep.
about. So I just do not think, yep, every single, yep.
I know.
Scutsy says nearly every time the R slur is used, like outside of like progressives who ironically use the R word, they do a mocking voice. Sometimes even progressives
yeah.
do that. Yeah. So I just don't think that I just don't think that the idea that it's distanced from its original meaning, I don't think that's true. I don't think there's another would have to stop being used to target people because they're neurodivergent, which doesn't seem like it's going to happen in the next decade. I don't think it will. I really don't think it will.
Like, I think the Arsenal, like, this is actually a really good point that has been raised. This person that said, I don't think that it would have to stop targeting people for being neurodivergent. I think the term does more than just that. It doesn't just target people for being neurodivergent, right? In many cases, it implies that being neurodivergent is bad, first and foremost, right? And then the slur sort of brands someone as neurodivergent in a very specific context, if that makes sense. So it does not target the neurodivergency, but it sort of brands someone with a status of a very specific neurodivergency, bigoted, sort of essentialized in its meaning, if that makes sense. Does it make sense? At least that's how I feel about it, you know? If it's nonsense what I said, then you can scold me. You know? I'm open to be scolded today.
DCL Junior 33 says, I think the word I use most instead of insane or bananas or anything like that is wild.
Quacked up.
Yeah,
Quacked
another
up.
one people use is unhinged. And I actually think that unhinged is usually a better replacement for things like crazy or insane, even though I do use crazy and insane. I'll load up to that. And I think the reason why is because like unhinged means like you're
The
not
spin cycle?
you're
What do you
acting out,
mean?
like out of your own control. You've lost control of your emotional state. It's more of like impugning someone for being out of control and lashing out at others as opposed to some sort of like commentary on their state of sanity.
Right.
Yeah. It still hits well. Like unhinged is like a great one, in my opinion.
Oh, I thought you meant me with the spin cycle.
Yeah. Yeah, unhinged has a lot of syllables, yeah. Unfucking hinged! You know, that kind of stuff. Do you think Schizo is on the same level as Arsler? Well, Not to the same level. I don't think that schizo is used on the same level as r slur, but I do think it has problematic issues. And although I will admit, I have used like schizo posting as a joke. It's also one that I've tried to that I've actively made an effort to not use anymore because, I mean, quite frankly, schizophrenia is first of all completely misunderstood and also highly stigmatized.
Oh, super stigmatized. Like my friend, who is a really big YouTuber in Poland, actually did a really good video on schizophrenia, and I'm thinking of translating it because it explains it very well and the stigma that surrounds it. You know? Yeah, I remember.
For no reason, like it's ridiculous.
But this is another thing. A lot of the time, those people say that, condemn others, but they don't really mean it, and they use those words themselves, you know. Like this is usually very disingenuous.
Yeah, I do think it's weaponized. I don't think it's to the same level of severity, but I do think that it's more problematic than a lot of other insults. The moment we start drawing lines between what can be used and what shouldn't be used, we get people doing bad faith arguments about what slurs they can use. Well, that's why I don't really care. It's language. There's no objective lines that can ever be drawn.
This is...
Like, it is very difficult.
Demon Mama is correct here. Demon Mama is correct here with the objective lines, you know?
Moral argument about language, so I'm not even going to bother. I'm making a case for why I think that calling people retarded and calling people retards is not really efficacious and is mean-spirited and does collateral damage.
I agree with that, yeah.
You know? Like,
that's why I don't use the words.
And I think that people who care about that sort of thing should pay attention to that.
Yeah, I agree.
When people,
I want to pay attention.
People there who say that like, oh, well, stupid and idiot are the same thing, but I just don't agree. I just do not think that most people like have the same attachment to those words. Like,
I think stupid is lighter than idiot, right? Stupid is the lighter insult than idiot, right?
By far, I think that the vast majority of people, I don't think that most people that you've met have been called an idiot in the same way that they've been called a retard in their life.
Right, yeah.
Because being called a retard is basically a universal experience for anyone with ADHD or autism. Being called a retard by somebody who you're supposed to be able to trust is an almost
I have a large platform
for people who have ADHD.
I have a large platform.
To the degree that like,
yeah, they are often the same level.
Not. Like idiot and stupid, every single person on the
I
planet.
always assumed that stupid was
someone stupid in their entire
lighter.
life. But not everyone on the planet has been called a retard by somebody who you know, it's used for bullying. It's not idiot and stupid are like insults in general, but they're very generalized insults. Every single person comes into contact with those all the time. And that's not the case for the word retard. I just don't think it has the same hit.
True. I can agree with that.
I mean, I feel like probably everyone has been called a retard at least once. Yeah, but I mean, come on, it's not the same thing. Look, to send the point home.
Yeah, send it home.
When I was younger, a lot of people used the word like, that's retarded, bro. That's retarded.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was seen as a insult that was almost exclusively used by older kids and exclusively used by like the edgiest kids. And lots of people said it. But interestingly, it was said in the same way that words like cunt were said, where you would never say, like, it was never said when parents were around. It was never said around like younger kids unless it was being used to bully. Yeah.
Why you cancel me for quackers?
Hold on, people
Why,
are bringing
why?
up that it was that a lot of people used
Why
to
you
say
cancel me for quackers?
yet guess what? A lot of people
No.
have moved away from that too, haven't they? For pretty good reasons, right?
No.
Because like
Giggly?
calling somebody gay as if it's an insult is generally
Yeah, that's
is
really...
like almost all of society will agree that that's not acceptable, right?
I have to admit, the whole calling things that are using gay as stupid always felt just a little bit embarrassing to me. You know? Like, this is so gay. That sort of language always felt a bit embarrassing to me. I don't know why. It was like really cringy to say that, you know? Really cringe.
I think that people have moved past that.
Like, the arsler is sort of hurtful, you know? But calling things gay enters the realm of... transcends that and enters the realm of just inducing cringe. A cringe response when you hear it, you know? I don't know. Am I alone in this? Does anyone else think that it just induces extreme cringe when you hear someone say, this is so gay, you know?
Some people use it like some people use it
What do
sort
you
of
think?
facetiously now, but very few people. Like, how many people do you go and see? Oh, that's. Have you ever fucking tuned in to your favorite like streamer or whatever and had them go, this video game is gay as fucking shit. It's the gayest fucking shit. You're a gay motherfucker.
Yeah, this is like cringe. Like, why? Wow. If I heard anybody say that, I would be like, ah. You know?
Fuck you, you gay ass
So
piece of
bad.
shit. You would think that would be pretty weird. I think
Yeah.
most people would respond to that pretty weird, especially
that would be
on the
very
left.
weird.
People would respond to that pretty weirdly.
True.
Mixed Dizzy says, I get the sense we tend to use retard a lot more for bullying AMAB kids, and it could be a difference in gendered child culture. As someone who grew up more in childhood girl culture, I heard the word retard used a lot less when I was around older boys. That's actually an experience I had as well. When I was in high school, you know, I'm trans. When I was in high school, I lived outwardly as a boy. One of in the latter half of high school, I hung out with a friend group that was almost entirely comprised of girls. This was in the later half. They never used the word retard. They also never called anything gay. It was very strange. And yet, among
I don't think it's that.
guy friend groups that I had,
I think there is an explanation to this, you know?
previously hung out with.
I actually think there is
they were
an
really-
explanation
first of all,
to
they were
this.
horrible to each other. They were physically
Why that
abusive
is.
to one another, but they were also verbally abusive to one another all the time. And calling somebody a gay faggot or calling somebody a retarded gay faggot was really.
I honestly think that because of the, frankly, many hundreds of years of history, women will be, in large, more in tune with marginalized communities, if that makes sense, you know? Will be more in tune with those sort of things. Yeah, but I also think that women, because they've been treated like, to put it lightly, badly for centuries, like there is like this level of understanding, you know? It's like when women in the 17th and 18th century basically fought for the freedom of slaves because they thought that they shared the same sort of struggle, you know?
Common.
Does that make sense?
Use of the R slur seems really heavily tied to hypermasculinity. I'm sure this isn't universal, but I think it speaks to the types of the way that the word is used. That the word is used in sort of masculine dominance and or I should say not even just masculine dominance, but it's used in dominance plays more than other words.
Do you agree or disagree with what I said? I think there is at least an element to this, of what I said, but
That's why I want to use these words. They can be transmuted from lead to gold. Can they?
I don't really
Do you
want to
genuinely
use.
believe that calling other people retarded all the time is actually going to reclaim the word? Or is it just going to ensure that it maintains...
Like, I guess my question would be, do we need to turn everything from lead to gold? I mean, we can just let some things be lead and let it be. You know? If that makes sense.
its status
You know?
as a slur that is hurtful to people. I just don't buy it. I don't buy that it's useful. I don't buy that I don't buy the idea that we gain anything from it. I don't think that anybody gains anything from using the R slur. Like calling people retarded, I don't think anybody gains anything from that. But I do know, by the way, I am very convinced of the fact that self-referentially using slurs can be a rallying cry. When I stand up and say I am a proud faggot,
Also, when we read it, I think it also ties to the reason why, statistically speaking, more women, more cis women are accepting of trans people than cis men, you know? That is useful. The R word isn't. It's more like a doctor on the sidewalk. Like, I think we can just let some slurs die. Like, I think I've said it like 2 years ago. Languages change all the time. Words die all the time. And I think it's sometimes... I just think sometimes it's just worth letting a word die, you know? Like, many, many words have died throughout history in languages. So it's not a big deal.
know that people can gain strength from that because it's taking an insult that's used against them and turning it into a piece of armor, a thing that makes you stronger. But I don't think that's true for just calling people retards randomly. I guess we would lose a slur if it worked. Yeah, but I just don't buy that using the slur in the exact same way that people who use it, you know, like what is the, can anybody elucidate me to the difference between Steven Crowder calling liberals retarded versus, I don't know, a lefty calling Republicans retarded? Isn't that not just reinforcing its use as the exact same thing?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. True. True. Gigglings.
I don't know that there's... Oh, the F slur. I mean, the F slur... I mean, I think the F slur has already been reclaimed. I think that the F slur has been reclaimed for a long time. Even normies, even some conservatives... Like, well, actually, no. Most conservatives... the average conservative is not okay with calling gay people faggots. The average conservative, like if you were to go into a workplace, if you were in a workplace and you said, my stupid phone, they're gonna be, nobody is gonna bat an eye. But if you said this stupid fucking faggot phone, even conservatives would feel uncomfortable with that. Like, I'm
That
talking
would be
about
so
standard
bad, yeah.
conservatives, not like hardliners.
I think so.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't know.
No, but I'm pretty sure Demon Mama will or did get attacked over this segment. I think so. I'm like, we'll see. Okay, we'll see. Do you believe me? Do you trust me? Trust me, please. Thank you. I'm calling it. Okay? Calling it right now. In the name of justice.
Ducky Lucy Hayes says, interestingly enough, Lucy met bog standard conservatives from the U.S. that were not okay with the R slur. Oh, my parents used to get mad at me. My very conservative parents used to get mad at me because it was unchristian.
Called out.
In their mind, it was unchristian to call people retarded. So they hated it when.
But the interesting thing is that the conservative that talked to me said that they don't like the R slur because it's hurtful to other people, not because it's unchristian. Like they didn't use the person did not use excuses like towards something like religion or something like that. The person plainly said it's bad because it's like hurtful to others, you know. Ah, osmosis, right, yeah,
when,
yeah.
you know, my friends would use
Sometimes you need to be careful about that. Sometimes those things can slip
word. But
into
that's kind
your
of an odd example. I don't know.
vocab.
I don't know for sure how that is. Okay, Capo. Capo brings up something really good. Capo says, the average conservative isn't actually offended by the word faggot. The average conservative knows better than to not act like they are in public. But that's the difference, right? Isn't that exactly what I was talking about? That's exactly what I was talking about with the N-word. That we've created a line, that there is a societally understood line that is taught to people that says, hey, if you don't belong to this identity group, you have no right using a word that was used to hurt that identity group. And you especially have no right to use it against somebody else. And I think that is an important line with regard to reclamation.
Right.
Like, I think that, yeah, no, that's fair, Capo. I was agreeing with you. I think you're right on the money there. Yeah.
Have to make the voice more
Susan
full.
Q says, hell no, brother. We have the right to refuse service to anyone, and we do not tolerate that type of chicanery in this fine establishment. No, sir.
Oh no, I cancel you.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, all of this is to say, I think that people should, I'm never going to cancel someone for having differences of opinion on certain words.
See, I think
I will say,
I think this is an important part of this segment, right?
certain slurs, I think you deserve to get canceled over. I don't know that I believe that the word retard is like, if it's valuable to hyper police people on it.
Yeah, I
but
think
I
so.
would like to urge people to think a little bit harder. And please, one thing I must insist.
I have
one
heard about it.
thing I must insist on is please stop fucking lying to yourselves. Do not tell me that you are reclaiming a word
True.
when you call someone else a slur. You're not reclaiming a slur by using it to fucking diminish somebody else. You're not reclaiming the T slur by calling somebody else a fucking tranny because you're mad on a live stream or you're mad on twitter.com, and
Right.
you're not reclaiming the word retard by calling other people retards.
Right.
Like honestly, please just stop. It's such a bad argument, and it makes you I know that 90% of the people who are making that argument aren't doing so genuinely, that they know that that's not what reclamation means. I'm not gonna like not be your friend or whatever if you use words that I don't agree with necessarily.
Yeah, I have the same
I would like
approach.
to urge people to
as
be a little
Mama.
more thoughtful about it and perhaps consider
True.
whether they're actually getting the value from it that they think they are.
Yeah.
But I will get very annoyed if you have a very shitty argument for why you're using that thing. God, it drives me crazy. It makes me so mad to see people use such a bad argument. God, it makes me so mad.
Don't be mad, Mama.
What prompted this segment? Well, I'll talk about that in the next segment. The next segment we're going to talk about is some of the drama related to this. But
Right, yeah. So we're gonna listen to the drama
Vosh and
part.
Keffels prompted this segment? No, well, in part, yes. I mean, obviously, Vosh has been a retard user for a long time.
Clipped and shipped,
you know,
I know.
he's pretty, you know, he's pretty confident in his use of retarded language. And, you know, it's fine if he wants to include retarded in his terminology.
See?
But I guess I'm not gonna super freak out on Vosh. I've told him my thoughts on it, and
Yeah,
my
I
thoughts
think
on the
that's
use of the
it's
R
best not
slur,
to freak out on people.
is
Like who are at the end of the day on our side. Let's
I've been
not
pretty public
forget
about
that,
them
you
in the
know?
past. And likewise, I know that Keffels has recently embraced use of the R slur, specifically against other people. And so while they're most assuredly the discourse that they have generated together on this topic was one of the reasons, it was actually what convinced me to make this into a segment. People do, like, my fellow content creators do questionable actions all the time. I disagree with fellow content creators all the time. But what usually prompts me is when I go on my social media and I see tons of people behaving poorly and exploding over it, and like, so yes, you could argue that Vosh and Keffels inspired this segment, but I think that more what inspired it was seeing the way that communities were replying to it, and I was not impressed. I was not impressed with the way.
I think in Mama's case it's more like no usage for me, but I guess if you want for the, you know?
With the way people were
I think
explaining
that's more on
themselves
the
and
money.
the positions that people were taking and the
You know?
arguments that were being, you know, sort of propagated or whatever, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. Okay, tell us about the drama, Mama. Please tell me. Tell
I
us.
think that their audiences have a tendency to use it less responsibly than they use it. Well, that's a given. You know, quite frankly, audiences are
Right. Voice. Audiences are,
okay?
yeah, you're
The
something else,
in the
audience.
chat is
You're something else, chat.
is never going to be as good at,
As me.
at like being morally consistent than the person who's communicating it.
True.
You know,
You'll
chats
never
are
be
like,
as moral as me.
chats are like they'll go crazy with it.
Is you go
They'll
crazy.
take it to the next level and they'll go wild with it.
Exactly.
I have a word that I might want to use here, yeah, but it kind of would undermine my argument, right?
Oh no. Like you want to.
Your audience is your lifeblood? Of course it is, of course. But also you have to remember that audiences okay, the audience doesn't have the same level of investment as the creator does, ever, never. Every single individual member of the audience is a random chatter. They can get up and leave whenever they want. I can't do that without losing money. You don't lose anything if you
I lose
besides
money as well.
the joy of enjoying my content. If you get
You
up and
enjoy
go
my
to the
content?
other room and want to do
Thank you for
something
the
else.
PT views, by the way.
Audiences can be ephemeral. I'm not saying that there aren't members of the audience that are super loyal and whatever. No, there definitely are, but the degree is different. It's nobody's job to show up in chat unless you're a paid mod, at which point that doesn't really count.
True. Although it is your duty to be in my chat. It's your moral
John
duty.
says, it's not being reclaimed when someone uses it like spicy. It's a bad argument. However, I thought about it. I remember hearing black people use the word N-word on non-black and even as an insult. I do think that happens, but also keep in mind that with the N-word, there are two variants of the N-word, which makes a big difference. The soft A is used like culturally used mostly like I don't even know. It's like it's a very among black people, the soft A is not a very stigmatized word.
It can be
for a
unhealthy,
reason.
yeah.
It's meant to be like a variant that has been fully reclaimed. But if black, like, maybe I'm wrong about this. I could be wrong. After all, my skin color is quite apparent. But black people in the audience, tell me if it's not true that if a black person uses the hard R against another black person, that a lot of people would have a really bad, like that would not be received well. Am I right?
I think so.
Do you think there's any way someone can use the R slur in a way that reclaims it? Yeah, self-referentially.
I don't think the problem is owning or not owning words.
Yeah.
And reclaiming words is not about owning them.
Oh yeah, true.
I think you misunderstand the.
Actually,
I think you misunderstand the meaning of reclamation if you think it's about
I wasn't even
ownership.
considering the more antiquated one.
And especially if you think that it's hypocritical. I think you misunderstand the meaning of the term reclamation of the word, Like, if you take the word that is being used, weaponized against you to belittle you, to make you feel less as a human, to stigmatize you, and you change its meaning to empower you instead, can you tell me where the hypocrisy is? I've just explained to you what the term means, so can you explain to me where the hypocrisy lies? And in the meantime, I will continue.
Crash TG says, we should say retard in a Boston accent as the soft A version. Yeah, you're a retard. Hey there, bub, don't be retarded. That's what it would sound like if you were, instead of being from Boston, you were from Maine. Hey there, bub, don't be so retarded there, bub. That's what it would sound like, okay? Just so you understand.
Okay.
Oh no, please stop. What? You don't want me to do the accent of my home?
Like...
I'm from New England. I'll take you right down cellar there. I'll take you down cellar and I'll whoop your ass. I'll whoop your ass on the hot car. What's this? Somebody clip me now? Great. Part, yes. I mean, obviously, Vosh has been a...
Yeah, but you basically say that as a person that has never has never been the target of such words. Well, it's not, because you changed the meaning of the word. Like, I think you misunderstand the whole concept. I don't think, like, this really surprises me because you're supposedly a linguist. And you don't understand a pretty, like, basic thing about language.
Vosh has been a retard. Part, yes. I mean, oh, woo! There you go.
Like, it's not sadomasochistic because you change the meaning of the word.
James Mitchell from YouTube chat says that
like, it's really astounding to me.
Would be viewed as like an Uncle Ruckus moment.
Didn't you? Aren't you like didn't you study the English language? Shouldn't that make you like a master of the English language? Am I wrong in thinking that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't have to change completely.
You going to Cape Cod this summer, or you working for a living right here? Why are you from New England? You could be from Old England instead. Nah, fuck that. Old England sucks. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, there's another one.
Nobody argues over the usage of the word queer. Can you point me to the argument about the word queer? Because I can assure you that there is no argument about that word.
Long time.
I guess.
Bosch has been a retard for a long time.
My gosh.
I'm retweeting that. All right. Listen, hold on a second. Okay, I think I've discovered, by the way, okay, I have I have discovered an appropriate use for the reclamation. If somebody else uses the word retard against other people and claims that it's reclamation, then you can call them a retard. No, don't listen to that. That was just a joke. I know that's gonna get clipped immediately, but that was just a joke, okay? Sea Striker says, I hope those don't get taken out of context. Oh, there's no context left, okay? You have to understand, I have been so, like, clips of me have been taken out of context so hard that it doesn't even matter anymore. People will lie about me. If they don't provide receipts, you should just disregard them. The amount
that
of
is
lies
true.
that have been propagated against me, the amount of like clip chimping that has been used against me is just like without fucking without fucking limit. Yeah.
She's also a type of vague
So
language
anyway,
right now.
to wrap up the retard segment.
Oh my gosh.
I don't use the word retard very often, except for in this segment, in which I have used
I
it
don't use
quite
it
a lot.
ever.
And the
don't
reason
use
for
it.
that is that I think that retard is a word that is not and has not and at the moment cannot be distanced from the way that it is used to marginalize people. That's why I think it qualifies as a slur and not just an insult. There are all kinds of insults that have problematic elements, tons of them. Basically every insult in the world has some level of problematic elements, but retard is on a next level. And I think that people should be sensitive about that. And most importantly, I don't think that people should claim to be reclaiming a word when you're actually just using it as a slur. When you're not reclaiming something by using it against other people. Reclamation comes from using things as armor, from turning an insult into something that you can take strength in. That's reclamation. There is no reclamation in like taking a word and using it exactly as your opponents use it. That's just perpetuation. So that's my thoughts on this particular subject. And we're gonna talk about a whole bunch of other things
All right, let's
after this that are related to this subject. But that's the end of the segment. And I hope that you all benefited from this sort of
Yeah, but we're gonna keep
slower, a
listening.
little bit more chill deep dive onto the subject.
We
But I
like
also
deep
hope that You'll
dives.
stick around. I know there's.
I'll stick around.
Of
Of course.
You know.
I love sticking
I have
around.
My little retard arc. You know, I know that I put up the retard stream and a ton of people came running. You know, some people said that I lit up the retard signal. Well, whatever it was, it worked. But I hope that people won't just come here just to hear me say a slur a whole bunch. Well, I know that you won't. I know that people will stick around because we're going to talk about some cool ass stuff after this as well. Yeah.
Can you explain why her reasoning
go.
is awful?
Like, subscribe.
I just
and
hope you're
consider
not
coming and
just
hanging out on
gonna
my website,
assert it
beatamama.com
without any
/live.
explanation.
We'd love to have you. Yeah. So, of course, everybody was talking about this in the sort of broader.
I'm gonna pause and you're gonna have to explain. You know? Like, can you explain? Like, I don't really know what you mean by that. How was Demon Mama being hypocritical, or How was her reasoning awful? Oh, one. Can you explain? Explain, please. In the meantime, we listen.
The sort of broader sense. A lot of people were bringing up like, oh, is this about the Keffels discourse? And, you know, I would be dishonest if I said that it wasn't at least somewhat inspired by the discourse going on. But also, let me just say, the Keffels discourse has been so bad.
True, I agree.
Weirdly enough, most people who've been angry at Keffels online have not been angry at Keffels about using the R slur a ton. In fact, the biggest portion of people on Twitter right now who are angry at Keffels are angry at Keffels because of that that clip. Does anybody have it? Does anybody have the clip? If anybody has the clip about the pit crew thing, I would love to talk about that because I got a lot to say about that. All right. Yeah. If anybody has the clip, please just let me see it because I would love to react to it. Yeah, the pit crew thing. You know what? I'll once I get the clip in chat, we'll talk about it because I have a little bit of a conversation about this. Is it the noodle shit? It's basically that. Hey,
Noodle.
Here we go.
Oh my
Here's the
gosh.
clip. All right, everybody. Real quick. Now that we're done with the retard segment, which you can watch.
Mind you, I also agree with what Demon Mama is saying here, okay?
Or by watching on my channel.
Like, I agree.
Live. We are now
People are being so ridiculous about
something
Keffels.
totally
Like,
unrelated. Well, not totally unrelated. Actually, rather related, but on a different topic. What we're going to talk about now is a problematic clip from a content creator that we all know and love or don't love, depending on your perspective.
We do.
Keffels.
Yeah.
As you guys all know, I quite like Keffels
I
generally.
like Keffels. We talked
Me and
yesterday.
Keffels have some disagreements on some subjects, but
Right.
not enough that I would ever think that like I am not on the same side of things generally. As,
Exactly. This is an important thing. On the same side.
As Keffels.
Yeah.
But Keffels has a lot of haters. Now, you all know, or at
Ridiculously
least
so.
those who have been watching me for a while know that I also have an incredible amount of haters.
I
There's
guess I
couple
have
of
a few
reasons for
now.
that. I was involved in
Have
a
a
years-long beef with an enormous content creator who really didn't like me and spent a lot of time literally writing demented manifestos about me, which was a very strange experience to have. So there are a lot of people on the internet who have been told that I'm
He still mentions
a very
Demon Mama from
evil,
time to time, by the way.
sinister person. Oddly enough, my opponents always end up making me sound really cool and sexy, which, you know, I'm
They don't
I'm
make me
thankful
sound.
for that. I've been compared to Walter White. I have been depicted multiple times as Walter White. Not that Walter White is like a good guy, but a lot of people think that Walter White has some level of cool factor, which is odd to me, but whatever. People have compared me to Thanos. People have compared me to the Targaryen dynasty most recently. A conservative recently said that that my house was the Targaryen dynasty, which I was like, all right. Oh, yes. And the most famous one is that I have repeatedly, I mean, to the point of my enemies actually made, hold on, let me show you this. I can actually show you guys this one. Where is it here? It's the Demon Mama memes. Where's the one? Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay, ready? This was a hater made this thread of me originally, okay?
Right.
These are my actual.
This is funny. I like this. Codec.
Into Metal Gear
Codec.
Solid.
I
So
love
I'm just
it.
gonna read you my tweets, okay, real quick. This was
Snake.
made by a hater of me, just so
The
you know.
legacy of 9/11.
The legacy of 9/11 is that. Wait, hold on. I can do one better. Hold on.
Yeah,
watch
do
this.
one better. Please do one better. Those are wacky. Do one better, please. Thank you. Please.
All right, here we go. Ready, everybody?
Oh, yeah.
I'll read off my dramatic thing. Hold on.
Do it.
Actually, you know what'd be sick?
What
Wait,
would
hold
be
on.
sick?
Is there a way that I can do?
Are these glasses? Is this a
Green? I can't.
mask?
Hold on, watch this. We'll go all the way there.
Where?
Watch this.
Where are we going?
All right, now I'm green, okay? So that it
Wow.
matches this. Okay, ready? Here we go. The legacy of 9/11 is that these behemoths,
Yeah.
these nations, these empires care nothing for those crushed in the mechanisms of their schemes. They'll use any cruelty necessary to
My
manage
gosh.
you, to bind you into their schemes.
Metal Gear.
They will manipulate you.
Metal Girl. Metal Girl Solid.
People
know?
joke about eating the bugs, living in the pods, but have you looked around lately? The theater of security crawled into every aspect of our lives. Our neighborhoods are built with constant video surveillance and the same exact PA systems used in prisons. We're all drowning in alienation and isolation and dissociation, stirring
I mean,
feverishly in
true.
quarantines
That is
only
objectively
necessary
true.
because of the calculated
Especially,
action of meticulously
like,
brutal
especially if you lived in a society that had a system change. Like, there was a huge decline in community forming, you know?
state constructs. Most of us were children.
People are
in this
more
particular case, built
isolated.
around us.
Right, yeah. That's
All
true.
of this "where were you, never forget" nonsense rings especially hollow this year. 2,461 people died in the United States yesterday. More will die today. It has been said that the plague is a measure of mankind. This organization of mankind has been measured and found lacking.
True. I mean,
So
yeah.
there you have it. There's my sick ass memes that my enemies make
Sick
about me,
ass.
okay?
It's
They
true.
only manage to, you know. Oh yeah, the Americans are weak one. Where's the Americans are weak?
The Americans are
I
weak.
don't know where that one is. Oh wait, that one's in the other one. Hold on, I think that's in a different set of memes.
Show us the
Here, let me
memes.
return the hue
please.
shift back to 0 so that we can stop memeing about the green. Wait, stop. No! There we go. Let me see if I can
Remember I
find
had
the,
such gadgets that I could not afford.
Hold on.
I'm holding on to my chair.
Here, I can show you some of the other memes. These ones were made by fans, okay?
Okay.
The plague quote sounds like something that would be in Pathologic 2. Thank you very much. I do pride myself on my excellent writing. So here's one. Post it. Dan, I'm a Republic serial villain. Do you seriously think that I'd post such a hot take if there remained the slightest chance of you affecting its outcome? I posted 35 minutes ago. You call that pushback? Pathetic.
Memes at the end, I have the
I
slur.
am streamers my enemies wish they were. My words are such bangers, even my haters can't stop quoting me. True!
I mean,
First day of truly reduced pain since my secret
this whole thing proves that point, so.
project was completed. I reject your assertion. Parents largely want their kids to grow, learn, and succeed. Humans are, by all findings, naturally curious. The organization of mankind has been measured and found lacking. I think you underestimate me, to be quite honest. Don't worry, most do. If society's moral fabric includes crushing the soul of every queer person alive, I think I'm quite proud to be destroying that moral fabric. When you said Americans have too much soul, I knew you were a bootlicking cuck type, but I wanted to engage as charitably as I could.
No, those are good quotes. Like,
This one is not a quote for me, but I get the feeling something bad is about to happen. These ones were made by fans. The other ones, the Metal Gear Solid ones, were not made by fans, believe it or not. Anyway, all of this,
This is
is
interesting.
mostly just to say, all of this is just to say that, that I understand having a lot of haters. And I also understand having a lot of, wait, where did I put my other glasses? Oh shit, I knocked them down. Oops.
Were
I
those?
wish I could find the American one. I made a post about Americans having like no soul, basically.
Oh no.
But anyway, all of this is to say that that like I am also someone who has a lot of haters. Having a lot of haters is not an actual good measure of how good of a person you are or whatever.
True.
Although sometimes it
I
can
have a
sort of
few
give you a
haters.
loose idea of how based somebody is, just because, you know, if somebody is ruffled feathers enough, and depending on who those haters are, you might get an idea of how based they are. Anyway, Keffels has a lot of haters as well. And some of these haters are
ridiculous.
really, really not doing okay. All right?
True.
I mean, for example, one of Keffels' like primary haters is a serial doxer, a serial death threatener.
The threatener?
A person who was so angry about Keffels that they tried to cancel Keffels over a noodles take.
I remember that.
Keffels
I
said
remember that.
noodles and dumplings are delicious, and that's probably why someone made a cookbook about them. And this particular hater made the argument that that was racist because it was in response to somebody else calling the writer of the cookbook racist. Oh, and of course, there are some people who were mad that Keffels once ironically created an Italian pride flag as a joke. Anyway, there's just some really deranged haters out there who really they're not doing all right. Okay, they're not doing okay at all. And
I think
it's
so.
too bad because maybe their lives would be
Like
happier.
watching the discussions with them,
Okay.
like this is
Anyway,
so bizarre.
Keffels has been sort of being canceled for
Over and over.
things. And the one we're about to talk about is the one that most people seem to be angry about. Okay, so let's watch the clip without any further ado.
Let's go.
And then we'll talk about it, okay?
Let's talk about it.
Because I think it's interesting. Here we go.
Oh, this is gonna be
do.
great.
I
This
used to
guy
have
here was
a
spreading misinfo. Yeah, I'm doing.
I used to have a
gay ops
pretty
on
cute
tenderqueers
pick crew,
by
but
encouraging my I'm encouraging my followers to
I
make
don't have it
pick crew
anymore.
accounts and infiltrate tenderqueers
I had a
Twitter.
cute pick crew in the past.
Because once they catch wind of the plan that we're using pick crews to infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pick crews and they will eat each other
oh
alive.
my gosh, what a plan!
Does it matter which pick crew? No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better.
Oh, this
Like make
is
it like
the part that
a
people.
black butch lesbian with like I don't know. This is
Okay. All right, everybody. All right, okay. So. Okay. What's a pick crew? Well, okay. So let's talk about some things here, okay? Okay. All right. So first off, a pick crew is there is a website called Pick Crew that basically allows you to make avatars, and they're kind of cute, cartoony avatars. They're very like they have a very sort of like
I mean, I used a nice.
soft core aesthetic. They're very like lots of pastels and little comfy sweaters.
I
and
used a
they have a
cute.
very they have like a very specific it's like it lets you make a little avatar for social media, and they became very popular in certain spaces online. To the degree that people have made all kinds of jokes about, you know, like the Pick Crew Mafia.
The
People
Pick Crew
have made
Mafia.
jokes about like Pick Crew Hitler.
What?
You know, like you will encounter someone with a Pick Crew, and they will be screaming at you about how you should die, and it's just kind of funny because like
What?
you know, the Pick Crews are so ooh-woo wholesome. They're very, very clean and wholesome images by and large. And yet lots of times you will encounter, you know, some pretty toxic people. Now, as we all know, there are tons and tons and tons of like people who are horrible on Twitter. It's just extra funny to encounter someone with like an ooh-woo wholesome avatar who's also
Right.
just being ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, they're like, I don't know. They're just like, they're
Sort of
it's
sad.
one of those things.
Is it?
Where I don't know.
Is this one
It's
of those
funny.
things?
Yeah, show face is their favorite response to explode to, of course. So,
I get to throw show face. I'm
talk about
ugly.
this. So, Keffels here is making the argument that like tenderqueer Twitter uses picrews, and that the way to get back at them is to create fake accounts with picrews where you are masquerading as diverse of an identity group as you can imagine. Now, I will say that it's definitely an edgy choice of Keffels to be like the more diverse the better, be a black butch lesbian. And I do agree that it's kind of flip and perhaps a little bit insensitive in that it plays into the stereotypes of like the cancel culture SJWs. But at the same time, it's also not that severe. And I want to point out something that I haven't really seen basically anybody talking about with regard to this.
And one of them just, we've already talked about this.
This has already been done. It's already happened. You don't know who anyone is on the internet, even when they post with an avatar, but especially if they're using a cartoon avatar. You don't know who they are. And in fact, right-wingers have already for literal years been doing this exact same thing, like to a great degree. There are countless poll 4chan threads, 8chan threads talking about doing exactly this. And in fact, you will sometimes encounter these accounts in real time, where it will be like LGBTQ.
So it's a talk about
P for pedophile.
being anonymous.
And it's like
right?
very obvious that this person is a troll,
Commentary on anonymity.
deliberately trying to make a particularly group look bad. Hey, Tempest, great to see you. Hope you're doing
Tempest.
well. What is Picrews? Oh, I just explained that. Picrew is a website that allows you to create avatars, and the sort of default Picrews are these very like soft, ooh-woo, sort of anime-looking cartoons that you can do. Ashmar points out, making fake accounts was a big part of Gamergate. Yes, it was. There was a part of Gamergate that many people have forgotten, which was called Not Your Shield. And Not Your Shield.
Oh my gosh, I remember the what? I remember the Not Your Shield bit.
Like actual people who actually were being honest as a part of Not Your Shield. But what Not Your Shield was a deliberate call
I remember that.
4chan, 8chan, etc. to make fake accounts pretending to be women, pretending to be gay people, pretending to be black people, to agree with Gamergate, to give the idea that actually, yes, there are a bunch of minorities and whatever who agree with it. Do you want me to make a pit crew on stream? Let me see. Hold on. Where's pit crew? Here we go. Pit crew. I guess I can make one. Well, there's so many now. There's so many. I don't even know how to find the classic pit crew anymore. Like, how do you find the fucking classic one? Also, the entire website's in Japanese.
I can read Japanese.
Is it just, you just press go? I don't know. I don't know how you find the classic Picrew. Just like click on random stuff. Oh, you have to sign in now. You have to make an account. I don't want to make an account.
Huh?
I want to just make a normal Picrew. They've made it harder. Look, I don't read Japanese. I'm sorry.
I do.
Whatever. Somebody link me to the classic Picrew and we'll go from there. Doesn't that kind of mean that Keffels is using alt-right Gamergate tactics? No, not really. I think that Keffels is making an ironic joke and also bringing attention to the fact that you can never actually know who people are on the internet unless they are like a public figure. Like, for example, you know who I am for a number of reasons. Like,
you sort of know who I am.
Maybe this is the one.
I guess.
Maybe this is the classic.
You know?
Yeah, I think this is the one. Let me see. Yeah, this is the one.
You sort of do know.
Yeah, here we
I
go.
am.
All right, here. Let's make a pit crew,
Position.
okay? Here's my pit crew, all right? We're gonna make a pit crew together, all right? So we can change the skin color. Ooh, let's do red, because I'm a demon, okay? All right, so we're gonna do that. And then I'm gonna,
I sneezed.
oh, look at that. You can add,
What the heck? You can.
they give you an option to add vitiligo. Vitiligo?
Oh, wow.
Vitiligo? Ooh, you can have cute little ears like this, which for some reason are a different color than the base skin tone. That's a little odd. Ooh, you can do little cute ears like this. Okay?
Thank
can
you.
give all kinds of different eyes. Hold on.
Giggling.
I want to give. Oh,
Full
you
of
can make her
giggly.
cry.
Did you know
Aw.
this
Ooh,
about
you can give her multiple eyes.
Yeah,
Well, mine's not going
people.
to end up looking anything like a pit crew.
I had a
Most
cute
pit
picture
crews,
in the
If
past.
I do it like this.
He's like giggling in the sun.
Oh.
Did
those
you
are
know
like
this
your-
about
your
me?
Pupils or whatever.
Was 2 years
I don't
ago.
really care about that.
I had a pic
I
crew.
don't care. So
He's
let's see. Can I
but
pick
now
a
I just
pose?
drew my avatar
Oh, I can choose
you know,
my eyebrows. to
and
do
I
that.
animated it because I can. Because I'm an animator.
There we go.
You know.
Where's the pose? I want to change my pose. Can I add? Yeah, you can add hands in. Yeah, here you go. Here we go.
Well.
I want these to be. I want the hands to be in there. I need them to be red. See? So as you can see, I'm putting together an absolutely excellent pit crew.
Go go go.
Swag. Cute. You know, you can do all these kinds of things. You can have chains. Oh, hell yeah! You can put these in. Sick. Oh, I have to. Oh, you have to paintbrush them. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay, you're right. You're right.
True. The Polish Lithuanian quite true.
Let's see what's
And
next.
would not be like
Can I change my outfit? Can I make my character more drippy? Here we go.
anti-nation state, you know.
TW cigarette. Look at that one. That even has a trigger warning. I'm giving myself a cigarette because I am very sexy, even though I don't
It's
smoke.
so bizarre that I started reading so much about the
smoked in a
Polish
long
Lithuanian
time.
Commonwealth again because when Putin did his speech before the invasion, he told a lot of lies about Ukraine, which I, at first glance, but I thought I needed to know more. So I started reading about Ukraine, and then by extension, I had to start reading more about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because you cannot learn the history of Ukraine without learning the history of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And this is how it happened. It's true.
I'll give myself
I
some
have to
plushies.
refresh
There we
my
go.
knowledge.
Or maybe I won't. No, I don't
Like
think
a
the
real
plushies look
giggler.
good. Oh, look, you can
Full
give
of
my character
giggling.
hijab. I think that's what that's called, right? Hijab? Let me give myself more accurate hair to what I have right now. My hair is more like, oh, you can do the split tone. Look at that. Hell yeah. Split tone. Everybody knows that says that you're online. Here we go. This is more accurate to me, to be completely honest.
Split
Like, look,
tone?
it's pretty close to my hair, right? That's pretty close.
Is it your hair
So now I'm gonna
shorter
do the back.
than this?
Which is like the back of my hair. Well, right now the back of my hair looks terrible. It looks like that. Or maybe like that. Or maybe like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay? And then also I have these little side fluffs. I have little side fluffs. What's this? I don't have anything like that. So then what's this? Oh, and then you can have one of these or one of those or something. Okay, well, none of those really look that good. So let's keep going. We're going to finish this.
Yeah,
And
let's
then
finish
can I put
it.
headphones on? Ooh, you can give yourself horns. That's cute.
Yeah, like a demon.
Oh, you can give yourself an eye patch. Having an eye patch makes sense. Oh, there's
And
blood.
does it?
You can put blood? Oh, hell yeah. I'm putting blood on there. And some scratches, because that's sick as hell.
Why? Why? Come on.
And I'll give myself my glasses, because, no, that's getting too crowded. Yeah, it's getting too crowded. I'll pretend I
Yeah.
don't have glasses for now. Give yourself bat wings.
I think so.
You know,
maybe.
like, wow.
Fluffy
Getting
bands.
serious in here. Oh, and you could put a frame on. Oh, they have so many backgrounds, backdrops. Can I put chains in there? Chains are cool. Oh, that's too noisy. Gay. There we go. I'll put gay on there. Gay.
Come on. Fire. And everybody will be destroyed.
Nah, I like it like this.
Do you know? Where can we go
So
back
then
to
you see
roasting
like
people?
this, and then it will save it.
Yeah.
And now I'll be able to save the image, you know?
This is the Mama's current image on.
Here's what I'll do,
Twitter.
watch. I'll show you guys what I can do.
What can you do? Tell me, please. What can you do?
Okay, ready? Here we go.
I am ready. Always.
Watch this.
Yeah. Always.
Okay, are you guys ready?
I'm ready. Always.
Hold on, let me put it on there.
Yes, always. Yee, they died. Did you see this? How strong I am?
There we go. That's a pretty accurate representation. So, as you can see,
I see. This is you. It's like a photo.
now I need to woo post. Hold on. You witnessed history. Okay, you've lost. It's gone now. Now I'm going to scold you to death. Now I'm gonna scold after you. Now that you've heard my stance on the word retard, now you're ready. Be ready for people to assume that I'm doing that in support of Keffels. Guys, you need to understand. None of this matters, okay? It doesn't matter at all. The reason why I spent most of this segment talking about just making an actual pit crew is it doesn't matter at all. Anybody can make a pit crew. Anybody, a Nazi, can make a pit crew and pretend to be whatever they want to put in their bio. I could put whatever the hell that I want into my bio at any time. You guys should know. Any time that you are engaging with an anonymous person on the internet, that person could be 14. That person could
Why
be
14? That's a very specific number.
That person could be a
2-year-old.
CIA agent or FBI agent.
I am a 2-year
Somebody,
CIA
or
agent.
like have a
CIA
history with
agent.
them. Like claims to identity on the internet are very, very weak unless you're doing something like I do.
I do, yes. Streaming.
Me being on a camera.
Yeah, you
Like,
cannot
I am on
fake
my
me
camera,
being on my VTuber
actually talking to you
avatar.
in real time as myself. I have my identity.
You cannot
associated
fake
and
this.
invested
You
to
cannot
some
fake a
degree
VTuber
to where
avatar.
I
It's
am.
impossible.
And
It's another thing that people do.
guys, I had someone write me. I'm not kidding you. I'm not even joking a little bit. I had someone write me a 3,000 word email about how I was engaging in digital blackface
Oh my
and
gosh.
cultural appropriation.
I remember. I know about that.
They thought that the little cartoon demon that is used in some of my thumbnails was supposed to be a black person.
Yeah,
And that I was
know
trying
about
to
that.
pretend that I was black. I'm not joking with you. This person has followed up on this email multiple times. Okay?
This
Now,
is so
it's very
wild.
obvious to me that they just simply had their monitor like color balance blown off because the cartoon character is a demon with red skin because she's supposed to be a demon. She's a cartoonified version of my online persona.
True. Just like my avatar here is like a anime version of my
people
persona, right?
pretending to be one identity group or
Giggling.
another online, but it's pretty weak. Okay, it's a pretty weak claim to try and police or even to believe identity with anonymous random users. Okay.
True, I agree.
And I do think that it speaks to something that people are incredibly offended about this pit crew situation when they don't even acknowledge the fact that the people that they're following right now, that like the pit crew mafia people on Twitter, could easily be literal CIA agents, if the CIA cared to that degree. In fact, it gets even worse.
Oh.
Okay? Just so that it gets even worse.
Okay.
What if I told you that this sort of thing, there is some evidence of this shit actually having happened? Did you know that there was an actual effort by the US government to deliberately infiltrate messaging boards where people were anonymous? That there are actually feds who hang out in anonymous spaces watching for dangerous crimes and watching for the formation of extremist things. What if I told you that that actually is something that happens?
I
What
believe
if
it.
I told you that currently, right now, there are right-wingers pretending online to be pit crew SJWs who scream about everything and who pretend that that you need to be canceled because you said the word history instead of herstory. That exists. These are all currently happening right now, okay? Like,
History.
there are entire bot farms that do this. What if I told you that there were literally millions of verified, like millions of bots on Twitter named John Bunch of Numbers? Literally, it's a joke that's been carried to the mainstream. First name Bunch of Numbers. There are bots that take pictures of actual people and pretend to support things that they're actually just a bot. They don't actually believe anything. You guys need to understand that somebody's internet claimed identity doesn't really mean anything.
I'm stopped.
Okay? Now, obviously, that changes a little bit when somebody breaches anonymity, okay? I am not anonymous. My face, my real actual face, I can't take this face off. If I go outside, there is a distinct possibility that
I cannot take my VTube avatar off, you know?
because my real face is associated with who I am online.
And if I go outside, you will recognize my avatar. You know? It's true, absolutely true.
But not completely.
If you saw my avatar on the street, you would recognize me.
Okay, Bling. I could pull like a Hannibal Lecter, and you know, cut my own face off. Well, I guess it would
I also could pull a Hannibal Lecter and
cut my own face off.
cut my own avatar off.
Though I don't know if it would be a good idea.
You know, but that would be extreme.
But all I'm trying to say
And I'm
here
not
is
that
that
extreme.
Keffels' joke should not be taken as seriously as it is. Like Christ.
True. And taking it seriously, putting it lightly, actually.
Oh yeah, I'm blocked by Thought Slime. Hold on, I better look at that in
Thought Slime.
Here, let me put that.
Thought Slime is so slimy.
To the let me put this into the private machine. Let me put this into the privating machine.
Am I brought back Thought Slime or not?
Let's take a look at another
question.
tape.
I have to check
Nothing
later.
screams, I am not to be trusted, quite like the belief that it is somehow unfair to trust the voices of marginalized people about their own oppression. What? Nothing screams, I am not to be trusted, quite like the belief that it is somehow unfair to trust the voices of marginalized people about their own oppression. Sorry, am I having a brain fart here, or is that hard to understand? Nothing screams, I'm not to be trusted. So, having the belief that it is unfair to trust the voices of marginalized people. No, the idea is that you can't trust pit crew avatars to be who they say they are. You can't trust random anonymous people on the internet to be who they. Hold on, there's an image that solves this.
What's the image? Tell me, please.
Hold on.
Show me the image.
Show you. There's an image.
Yeah, show me the image.
A million years ago. Okay, ready, everybody? Here it is.
Yeah.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
I don't believe it.
Arthur had this shit figured out. Arthur!
Yeah.
A children's show had this shit figured out.
Arthur.
What do you mean? No one, Keffels never said you shouldn't trust the voices of marginalized people about their own oppression. Keffels was making a joke about the fact that pit crew avatars are made through an app. you can make, as I have just demonstrated, in a masterful stroke of genius preparation,
But not everyone is a genius. What?
your pit crew avatar, whatever you want. Do I have 6 eyes to you?
Maybe.
Do I have
Do you?
6 eyes?
Maybe.
Do I have a cigarette in my mouth and horns coming from my head? Well, I do have a split tongue.
Interesting.
There you go. But come on. You can do whatever you want with a pit crew. That was the point. The point is
I
that
can,
you never know
even
who
me,
the fuck
I
you're
can, I
talking to when
do.
they're hiding behind
Can
an
I do anything with a pit crew?
anonymous thing. Also, let me just point out that less than a month, no, just over a month ago, there was a massive scandal in left-wing spaces because a black indigenous anarchist writer turned out to not actually be a black indigenous anarchist writer, and instead was a middle-aged British man who had been writing under a pseudonym and a fake identity for years.
I cannot move. Ramza will die.
And then faked the death of that person. And I'm not kidding you. Like, as in, there was, I saw people retweeting posts being like, oh my God, Anarchista, what was her name? What was her fucking name? Does anybody forget the name? Anybody, somebody here will remember the name. Anarchista something. Goldblum or something? Goldblum? Was it Goldblum? Anyway, her death was faked. There was a fake death. Goldman. Yes, Anarchista Goldman. Anarchista Goldman is has been published by anarchist newsletters. And it was revealed that Anarchista Goldman didn't actually exist. Does not actually exist. So that person did not actually exist, and the death was faked. And the person faked the death because they realized that people were finding out that this person did not actually exist. Now, by the way, like I mean, I think it's a dirty trick to do that.
Right.
But just so you know, people can fake their identity in anonymous spaces pretty well. Okay?
Right.
Yeah, his name was Richard B. Native. Yeah, exactly. Okay? Now, of course, there were bigger problems with this person. Like, for example, the person who was writing as Anarchista Goldman, of course, had previously been ostracized from lots of spaces for, let's just say, some extremely questionable advocacy. But the point is that that people aren't always who they say they are, and you should take people's claims to identity with a grain of salt unless they are somebody who is not anonymous.
Right.
If somebody is, you know, like, it's okay to listen to somebody, but if somebody is trying to make a definitive claim about identity from
like me,
anonymity,
I'm
their
a
identity
duck.
isn't really adding anything to the
I'm
argument.
a duck for real. Come on. Come on.
So let's look at the rest of this.
Really?
Thought Slime says nothing screams I'm not to be trusted, like the belief that it's somehow unfair to
This is
dishonesty
dishonesty incarnate, by the way.
Keffels responds, are you going to apologize for falsely accusing people of running sex cults? And then Thought Slime says, yo, you gonna look at the thread in question where I specifically did, or continue to rehash bullshit drama that parties involved have asked to be done with? By the way, the parties involved have asked to be done with, when Thought Slime says the parties involved have asked to be done with, he's talking about the person that he lied on behalf of, who told him to shut the fuck up. Just for an extra topping of irony. He's talking about the victim that he made up. He took an accusation. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so convoluted. Whatever. wait, is that, I thought that Thought Slime was an any all. Any all. Sorry, everybody. Any all. Any all. Nice deflection.
Ooh,
though.
you're a
Really
bartender?
demonstrates how defendable your actions are. Okay, so Thought Slime is nanners.
What the?
Real. Thought Slime's a bit nanners.
What does manners mean? Manners sounds like manners. Mind your manners. You know? Mind your manners, young man.
Oh no, here we go.
Younger. Young Nembe.
Anyway.
Anyway.
All I'm saying here
Anyway.
is
What are you saying to me?
none of this fucking shit matters. Okay?
Oh,
People
no.
are freaking out and accusing Keffels
I'm
of,
freaking out.
blackface,
Black.
digital blackface. They're accusing Keffels of trying to use Kiwi Farms tactics or something. No, it is not a Kiwi Farms tactic to make a joke or even to jokingly impersonate a made-up person with your pit crew. Because guess
People on Kiwi Farms wrote about me and wrote sadly that because of VTube avatars, it is harder to dox people, basically. This is what they told about me on Kiwi Farms.
he already is doing
Also that I must be from Taiwan and that I'm using a voice changer to sound like a cute woo anime girl.
on
Just
the
so you
internet.
know.
Every single pit crew is a lie. There is not a single person in the actual real world who looks like a pit crew. A pit crew in and of itself
Lies!
is a fabrication from the get-go.
I
It's
look
a
like
fucking
my pit crew.
cartoon that people use
That's
as
not
an
true.
expression of self, not a literal identity. If you are so motherfucking up your own ass
I am. I have an ass.
identity on the internet that you believe that a pit crew is a good source of information about somebody's claims to identity politics, you are a lost soul, and I hope that you can find your way back to heaven or hell.
Heaven or hell.
for
Like
fuck's
guilty
sake.
gear. Heaven or hell.
Fucking God. To
You
be
know,
fair, I
Guilty
don't
Gear?
understand what Keffels is trying to achieve. I don't know that Keffels is trying to achieve anything. I think Keffels was making a joke. That's my interpretation of it. My interpretation is that Keffels is annoyed at a bunch of people who use pit crew avatars and decided to make a joke at their expense. I think that's it. I don't think it's anything more than that.
I agree. Actually. You know that I
It's a
agree?
little bit of a tasteless joke. Yeah, I mean, sure. I already said that. Like I said, I do think that there are issues with like telling people to go impersonate, you know, black, trans, disabled people. And I do think that can come off as a little callous. But like, okay, like it's not a joke about black disabled people. It's a joke about pit crews. It's a joke about
True.
the fact that you can be that you can claim whatever you want on the internet. Like right now, every single person in this audience right now could be doing the exact same thing. It's that easy. It's that simple.
I don't do it. Like
Anybody
this is
right now
I
can go
look
make a
like
pit
in real
crew
life.
and pretend to be anybody else.
Don't pretend to be Lucy Hazel. It's impossible.
It's just
It's impossible.
silly, okay? It's very silly.
It's true.
And okay, because it's inevitable,
Is it?
because it's inevitable,
I am inevitable.
let's talk about tenderqueers, and
Yes.
let's talk about tenderqueers,
Yes.
and let's talk about
Please.
woke scolds, and let's
True.
talk about all of these things because that's the obvious next thing to go to. Okay.
Let's talk about the scolds.
Tenderqueer. Okay.
A very sensitive, I'm not even sure if sensitive fits, to be honest. Like I would use like butthurt.
Busybody.
Yeah,
Okay,
busybody.
does anybody know what a busybody is?
I do know. Yeah, I know.
A busybody.
I do know who a
is
busybody
sort
is.
of off-the-cuff term for somebody who pretends, who's like, they basically are getting into everybody's business.
Yeah, busybody. Their body is very busy
They're up
all
to
the
something
time.
important, but in reality, they're just kind of trying to make themselves seem like they're.
I do.
they're,
I don't
they're
like what's
super important
called.
to everything. They're involved. They're
Like-
just sticking their nose into everything.
Like I don't like quotes calls because like they don't contribute anything positive. They don't contribute to love and solidarity. Like they just try to like judge and bring people down, you know? And I saw that, as I said before, I saw that discussion of Kefals with that person from Twitter. But like Kefals said, hey, you went to Elon Musk to get me the platform. You talked to the famous transphobe who wants to get rid of all of our rights and asked him to deplatform me. And the person said, without denying it for a second, yeah, but it's okay because you made me uncomfortable, you know? This is how basically woke skulls are, you know?
Everybody else's business, and they're saying,
This is
"Oh,
my
I'm doing
take.
work. I'm helping." Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
And I don't like
busybody.
that.
It's an off-the-cuff term. Now, if you were to say, point to the busybodies. Where's the busybodies, huh? Where's the so-called country of busybodies? Well, of course, the answer would be that doesn't exist. That doesn't mean
Twitter is
that
the country of
there aren't
busybodies.
people who act like busybodies. A busybody is a slang term that describes a certain set of behaviors.
Twitter is the country of busybodies.
Likewise, tenderqueer and woke skull
Are very
both
related.
slang terms that describe a certain type of.
They're very similar things, to be honest.
I will say that there are some cliques online that do tend to accumulate a reputation for being cliques full of tenderqueers. One such clique that has a pretty large following is currently very, very angry at Keffels, and they've been mad at me in the past too. So don't take them too seriously. They don't actually have all that much power. They're mostly just annoying. But in truth,
I'm annoying.
for the most part, a tenderqueer just describes a type of behavior.
Right.
You know, which is like, you know, like a tenderqueer. A tenderqueer is like somebody who asks for a trigger warning on a picture, on like a picture of the environment because they have agoraphobia, and so they're like, oh my god, did you seriously not trigger warning these photos of your trip? Excuse me, I have agoraphobia.
Exactly.
And you know, that sort of thing. It's like a tenderqueer is somebody who would be like, excuse me, you wrote a love story between Dracula and a human woman? That's problematic. Dracula is 3,000 years old and the human woman is only 25. That's a problematic age gap.
True.
And it's like
That is what
stuff
would
like
happen.
that. It's basically it describes being oversensitive to a problem that isn't as serious as people are making it out to be. It's somebody who often weaponizes progressive political language to mediate personal issues. The same thing goes for woke skull. They're very similar.
Someone attacked me on Twitter. Like, I did a comical reaction to Kefals by showing the Sasuke from Naruto saying, I will take on all of the pain, you know? Well, not all of the pain, all of the hate of the world. And some, I assume, woke skull / tenderqueer wrote back to me saying, the dick eating is unbelievable, you know? So sad.
similar. A woke scold is a term, it's like a term that describes a behavior. It's when someone is taking a progressive concept and using it to sort of like, I don't know,
Brownbeat someone, I don't
like,
know.
I don't know, get on a moral high horse.
Yeah, exactly.
There isn't like, do woke scolds and tenderqueers exist? Sure, they do, but it's not meant to be an essentializing thing, really. Like all things, like the word busybody or like the word hall monitor, it's not meant to mean like an essentialized thing. It's meant to mostly refer to a type of behavior. Quit being such a tenderqueer about it.
True.
Oh, this is interesting. All right, here's a take from Chariot. Let's read Chariot's take real quick, and I'll see if I agree with it or disagree with it. The question says, who are the tenderqueers again? And then Chariot says, let's zoom in. Let's make this text a little bigger here, huh?
True,
This
let's
is a
make it
concept
big.
that has its origins in intra-queer community discussions of the rhetorical invocation of vulnerability, usually along the lines of minority status, often for the purpose of manipulating, tearing down, or ostracizing others. Queer people have a
I
somewhat
would
unique
agree.
relationship with the social circles, but many queer subcultures, some of which have moved to the forefront, are aggressively paranoid. So this kind of loose social control by verbal appeal to victimization is just one prominent example. All right, good so far.
True.
It's why expressions of cancel culture are stronger and more effective when directed
Like, I'm not really married to the word. I'm more like annoyed by the behavior, you know, than the. So yeah.
vulnerable people within the queer community than, say, powerful cis heterosexual men. Vulnerability as toxicity isn't anathema to cishet people either. Cis women have done this to cis men at times. But tenderqueer applies to more than this, and also within the same phrase attributes a causal mechanism to the behavior, a sense of queer softness driving an ability to manipulate and regulate one's social environment. That's a very good point as well. Imagine you have a roommate. This roommate is queer. You ask them to do the dishes for once. They call you ableist for not recognizing how difficult that is for them, implying that they can't do the dishes. They affect the posture of a victimized minority. They are being a tenderqueer.
Right.
What makes this difficult to talk about is that the driving force of queer paranoia at victimization is, and a sense of victimhood are driven by very real things in the world. This is also why so many people get on board with tenderqueer rhetoric. A lot of it works via proxy arguments. In the example, you'll be told that actually ADHD does imply executive dysfunction, which does sometimes make things like doing the dishes difficult. This is true. This, however, obscures that your original task was not in and of itself ableist or even unreasonable. One thing to note is that a lot of this occurs via a few social rhetorical mechanisms. There will be a proxy argument noted above. Oops. There will be a proxy argument and a wicker man, the person sticking up like an odd nail in need of being hammered down, but the force has to be conducted indirectly via socially. Hence the need for a rhetorical softness, quote unquote, and an appeal to a third party. My roommate is so ableist to me. I hope we're willing to drop them from our social circle. See roughly half of popular discourse about real high profile trans people out there for other examples. This is actually a really, really good thread. I think this explains it like very, very well, in my opinion. It is being like
I've seen it in action so much recently.
is like when somebody sort of in bad faith invokes their identity or invokes certain
Weaponizes.
aspects of queer discourse in order to gain a social edge. Yeah, Chariot never misses. I fucking love Chariot. Just getting that out there. I fucking love Chariot. Hold on, I gotta do one quick thing, everybody. Sorry, real quick. I need to make a tweet. Look at this. Here we go. Here, everybody. You all can go do this. That's it, everyone. It's time I post the real me.
True.
And then I need to put the little sniffs. what are they called? Victorious. What's it called? Puff. What's it called?
Victoria's Secrets.
Exhale. What the fuck is the emote called?
I don't know.
It's this one. Face
Ah.
with steam from nose? What?
Puff puff.
There we go.
This is the
There you
way.
go, everybody. You guys can all go ahead. Go ahead. Have fun with that one. There you go. What is a tenderqueer? Tsh, a miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at thee.
Actually, Dracula says have at you in
whole-
Symphony of the
whole
Night, not
tenderqueer
have at thee.
You guys
He says have at
need
you.
to stop acting as though
I remember
tenderqueer
Castlevania
is like
Symphony of the Night.
a group that you can have a passport from. It's not a term that means that. It's a term that sort of colloquially refers to a set of behaviors, to a way of sort of disingenuously using queer issues as a bludgeon to solve every issue.
True.
Does that make sense?
It does.
You not liking someone does not have to be an issue of queer representation. You don't have to, like, if you don't like ContraPoints, or no, you know what, let's go here. If you don't like Demon Mama, it doesn't
I like Demon Mama.
like Demon Mama because she's a bad trans advocate. You can just dislike Demon Mama because you don't really like Demon Mama.
But I like Demon Mama. What?
It's like Tanky. Yes, exactly. It's just like Tanky. A Tanky is not always a Marxist-Leninist, but it's often a Marxist-Leninist who is willing to make apologia for the mass murders of communist regimes.
True.
Now,
Now I will go quickly to the toilet and I will be back to rant about Marxist, Leninist and tankies, okay? I'll be right back. It's my favorite topic to rant about. I'm a busybody, yeah. I'm back.
There is no individual, like, a group of people who all have a card that says, I am an official tanky on it. It's a slang term we use to refer to a certain type of behavior.
True.
And that's all that it should be, okay? Like, that's all that it really should be.
Oh, that set of ideologies, Roger.
It's not supposed to be anything more complicated than that. Now, obviously, there are some people who will basically go like uno reverso, and they'll take the idea of a tenderqueer, and they'll take the idea of like a I don't know, a woke scold, and they'll go too far with it. But like, that can be true.
That's
about
me. I go
anything.
too far.
I mean, fuck, you can do that about anything. You can take any word too far. But like the idea
That's me. I do this.
behave like this is so silly. Like, there are definitely people who act exactly like what people think of when they think of a tenderqueer.
I do that. I go too far.
People
I always go too far with these
doxed
things.
other people over disagreements about fan fiction.
I do that non-stop.
You guys know that that's like a real fucking conflict that has happened online. That there are like a number of people have actually gone full-on ham on each other over disagreements over fan fiction, right? Oh yeah, here we go. Yes, some of you are immediately getting activated.
Who have you doxed over fan fiction? My gosh.
Yeah, people are bringing up, yeah, oh god, the Raylo thing. Jesus
what?
Christ. Ship
Raylo?
wars.
Ship wars.
Shipper, anti-shipper, pro-shipper discourse is so fucking toxic.
Yeah, I know. It's so ridiculous as well.
The anagram wars.
The what?
Oh my god, I can guarantee you that the Hannibal Will Graham shippers got in some hot water. That is a problematic ship, okay? That is a raw, that is a raw, like, we're going to fetishize abuse ship. But also, it's hot as fuck, okay? Can I be completely honest? No, I won't be honest. Fuck you guys. No, just kidding. I'll be honest. I had a
What the heck?
dream about being Hannibal Lecter and making out with Will Graham. I'm not kidding you. I had a vivid fucking dream.
Just kidding, I'll be honest.
It was good. Will was a great kisser, I will say.
I will be honest as well. As I did.
So
Yeah.
just so you understand, that is the type of conflict that
I could not be
like,
honest.
we're talking about here, okay?
Maybe
That
one
is
day I
that
will
is
be
the woke
honest.
scold
Mindset, grind
tenderqueer
set.
thing. And by the way, I am always going to reserve the right to be able to call somebody a tenderqueer when they get mad that I write a Hannibal Lecter and Will Graham fan fiction. Okay? Like, come on, guys. Can we be real here? Why
Maybe.
Hannibal Lecter? Hold on a second. Why Hannibal Lecter? Hold on a second.
You are Hannibal Lecter.
Hold on a second. Why Hannibal Lecter, you fucking... Why Hannibal Lecter? Why Hannibal Lecter? Why Hannibal...
Yeah, why?
Why Hannibal Why Hannibal Lecter?
Yeah, why?
Why Hannibal Lecter?
Yeah, why? Why Hannibal Lecter? Don't understand. Why Hannibal Lecter?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why Hannibal Lecter and
Yeah,
Will
why?
Graham?
Yeah.
Why Hannibal Lecter and Will Graham?
Yeah, why?
What? Did you miss the show? Did you not watch the show?
I actually did not watch the
Did
show.
you miss the ending of the show?
Well, I did not watch any of it. I missed that ending. Yes. It's true.
Also, okay, look, hot take.
It's a
Hot
true fact about me.
Hot take, but Will Graham had mad drip in the psycho mask, okay? He had mad drip, okay?
Who is,
Just absolute drip levels off the charts, okay?
Yeah. Maybe.
It's a toxic relationship, though? Yeah, obviously. It's the most toxic relationship you can possibly imagine.
Is it
It's
that
the most
toxic, though?
toxic thing that you could ever imagine. The entire show is about how toxic it is, but it's also designed to convince you of why somebody might actually stay in the most toxic relationship imaginable. Because unfortunately, it's also fucking, okay, I don't think you can think of much worse. I don't think you can. Literally, in the show, spoilers for season 1 of Hannibal, but
Oh no, spoilers! Too late, I've already heard this.
Pulls on a professional favor with a fellow evil doctor to gaslight Will Graham into thinking that he doesn't have dementia when he actually has encephalitis. Half of his brain is swollen, and Hannibal Lecter lies to him and everyone else to convince him that he's actually mentally ill and that he's not physically ill. So yeah, it's about as I can't think of many more like toxic depictions of relationships in TV off the top of my head. Yeah, exactly. Half-Life says the anti-pro shipper discourse in the Hannibal fandom is so bad that the actual creator of the show was asked about it. Yeah, that's how bad people will get over this shit. And listen, all I gotta say is, none of it matters, okay? None of this shit matters. And when somebody calls somebody a tenderqueer, it's not that big of a deal, okay?
True.
It's not that big of a deal.
It's true, you tenderqueers.
Being called a busybody. There's basically no difference. People need to fucking chill the fuck
True.
out.
Chill out, you
The
tenderqueers.
other part to remember is that
Chill out, you
anybody can be whoever the
tenderqueers.
fuck they want on the internet 99% of the time. Until somebody actually puts a face and voice to who they are, you don't know who somebody is. Anybody could be a crap. Anybody could be a literal child. Anybody could be a CIA agent. So fucking be careful out there, okay? As it turns out, yes, people would go out on the internet and just tell lies. They do it all the time. And
I will never.
About that and learn to, I don't know, apply a base level of skepticism to things that you read and see on the internet.
I would never.
Anybody could be 3 owls in a trench coat. Yeah.
I would never.
I think people hear queer as an insult. Okay, yes, I understand why some people get frustrated about the queer as an insult thing, but it's tenderqueer. It's a different word. And to be fair, the only people who really use that term are within the queer community because it doesn't really make sense outside of the queer community. The term tenderqueer came up in the queer community to describe like trans women being willing to destroy the lives of another trans woman because they wrote a problematic fan fiction about 2 characters from Steven Universe or something.
Oh no.
I don't actually know Steven Universe. Who cares?
Steven Universe?
It's an inter-community term that is used to like make fun of and make light of a fucking terrible behavior. And let me be honest, there are some people who've engaged in tenderqueer behaviors who have taken those behaviors to a level that is just so harmful.
Yeah, like me.
That actually did happen. Yeah, I know.
And I destroy people over Final Fantasy takes.
By the way, ContraPoints said the same thing about Pit Crew avatars. You can guess how she fared. Well, ContraPoints is a good example of somebody who's been basically crucified by a large chunk of the online, notably online queer community. The general queer community does not have any problem whatsoever with ContraPoints, but the online, specifically Twitter and Tumblr, have basically just they have said some of the worst shit. I've told this story before. I'm gonna tell it again.
Tell me, please.
Before I was an internet figure, like before I even became a streamer, there was
a long time ago.
Where like I didn't I wasn't a public figure yet. I was just some random person on the internet, and I was a big fan of ContraPoints. And I watched ContraPoints' new video, and it was very, very emotionally impactful to me. And I went online, and I saw people talking about ContraPoints' video. And some of the shit that I saw people say about ContraPoints, it unironically like broke me at the time. I was like, I had a moment of extreme despair from seeing the way that from seeing the way that people were talking about ContraPoints for a video that I found very, very valuable and important to me. And it made me happy.
Yeah, I understand
this was
that.
long before I was a content creator. I didn't have the same relationship to the internet that I did now, but I remember like crying. Like I got upset in real life because it made me so sad to see trans people treating another trans person so poorly. And I knew that it was mostly trans people doing this, you know, because of the way of the circles that they ran in, because of the claimed identities. And obviously, as always, you never really know who people are, but it's pretty sad. Is this what conservatives are talking about with the snowflake BS? No. What conservatives are talking about with snowflake BS is they basically claim that if you tell them not to say the N-word, you're a snowflake in their minds. Conservatives are the world's biggest snowflakes on the planet.
True.
Keep in mind that right now, conservatives are mass banning books in Florida because literally just because they're worried that there might be something that they don't agree with in the books.
Also, Florida, there's like the new news from Florida. Florida might force anyone that has the XY chromosomes to be classified as male, which means any cis women with XY chromosomes will be classified as male. Thank you. You know?
Conservatives are the world's biggest snowflakes. They're all like Christians are all conservatives, and Christians will get mad if you say God damn it. They will get mad if you say Jesus Christ. They will literally get offended. They will like contemplate suicide if you take the Lord's name in vain.
Really?
It's like you have to understand that. Like conservatives are, when they call somebody a snowflake, it means absolutely nothing. When queer people talk about tenderqueers, they're talking about genuine issues of like basically people having traumatic reactions at one another, and some people doing so in a very unhealthy way. Yeah, with conservatives, their literal entire culture is based on purity testing. They invented purity testing. Where do you think the term purity testing comes from? It comes from the religious concept of purity. Purity testing, it's not chemistry. It predates chemistry. Purity testing was a religious concept before anything else. Purity was a religious concept before everything else.
True.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, what's the pit crew? Here's the pit crew. Some people are asking me for the link to the pit crew. There you go. Of course I will.
Life is short.
I'm sorry, women. This one's great. I'm sorry, women. True. Oh, incredible. Sir, one more frick or heck and I'll have to show you what sharpness 4 looks like.
What?
Wait, let's see. What's this clip? Somebody sent me a clip here. Let's see. What's this?
I'm just getting a message from one of my chatters who is a black, deaf, blind, trans woman in a wheelchair, and she's saying that you need to stop speaking for her.
Okay, that's an edgy joke, and it's very goofy, but I want you guys to understand that when people say that, stuff like that, when people say, you will see this.
Yeah, we will.
There will be white streamers who say, I don't want to speak over anybody, I don't want to speak over them, but
I will.
I've listened to the minority communities. I've listened to the black community and they don't like you. They think you're doing something bad. And then you ask them, well, what's the thing that they think I'm doing bad? They're like, well, whatever their personal issue is. It's literally called, like, have you ever heard the term like weaponizing? And
Yeah, I have.
that is when you are like, you don't have an argument, so instead you just sort of weaponize the identity of somebody else. What was that debate? What's the debate?
Oh, I remember. I watched it.
I don't even know what debate that is. What
I
debate is
reacted
that?
to it.
I don't think she uploaded it yet. Oh, I probably didn't see it. The tenderqueer Lorax, I speak for the queers. Listen. God, oh. The caller who was trying to speak for all disabled people said something immediately after, and they said, how is a blind and deaf person online? When you're trying to speak for the disabled community, but then you're accidentally massively ableist. Wait, the clip ends there though, doesn't it? Oh, there's
Okay.
more.
Yes.
Oh, there's more. I
Cool.
didn't
I'll
realize
speak
it.
for other people then.
No, she wants you to stop speaking for all disabled people.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, wait. Deaf and blind?
Yes.
Not to be rude, but then how are they interacting with the stream?
Are they interacting with the stream? They have a braille writer, and they can use that to translate to keystrokes.
Wow, that's actually a really cool piece of technology.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that existed. That's awesome. Though we can't always speak for everyone.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
I've talked about this many times. This is the problem with overusing identity as the only argument that you have. Identity politics is important, but weaponizing someone else's identity in order to cancel someone is not
Not good. Not good.
just.
This is bad.
It has very limited returns. Okay,
Yeah,
everybody?
diminishing
Has
returns.
very
Even
limited returns.
even diminishing, I would say.
Yeah,
It is
liberal
true.
idpoll sucks. But idpoll has value, but idpoll has limited value in certain circumstances, okay? People gotta learn a little bit. You have to have more than just a claim to identity.
True.
Where can I share
You
a
have to
dank
have,
stream-related meme? You can just drop it right
Yeah,
here.
they have to have giggling as well, like me.
I do tend to think that it's kind of
Identity plus
kind of
giggling.
like a cringe move to like
I'm
say
cringe.
that there's somebody in your chat that isn't there, but like
And there's somebody in the chat that agrees
but,
with
like,
me
I don't
about that.
is it similar to when people refer to read theory but more personal? It can
Yeah,
be.
read personal
Like,
theory.
People don't have an argument and then they say read theory and then they don't have anything else. It's just weak. It comes off as bad. It doesn't have
Read
to say
personal
anything.
theory.
It's mostly just annoying.
You know, read more personal
Yeah,
theory.
just type just drop it in chat, Shrimp, and we'll watch it. The thing is, I remember Vosh doing that to Mel. Yeah, I mean, I thought there was a lot of funny things that happened in the Mel conversation. I don't tend to
Well,
think
then thank
that
you.
is all that great.
Well, thank you, thank you.
But, you know,
It's because I read personal theory all the time.
Ducky Lucy Hayes says,
Hi, it's
"This is
me."
a tenderqueer canceling Chud logic, so apparently we're going to debate. Lol, that'd be great. Shared it in the memes channel? All right, let's check it out.
I've
Let's see
been
what we
read
got a meme
aloud.
here, huh? We got a meme in.
What an inception moment.
All right, let's see here.
I can't say shot logic, but he's not written down.
Hold on a second here.
He's afraid of me. Scared of me.
Let's check the memes. Gotta see,
Shad
the
Logic
memes.
is,
Gotta see what memes
scared
we
of
have
me.
going on in the memes channel. Oh, here we go. As many.
Why are
Alright,
you
let's find
scared
out. Oh,
of
wait,
me,
hold on.
Shad Logic?
We gotta put it up over here. Gotta
You know?
blow it up to full screen size. We gotta drop it back here. All right, let's see the meme. Hey,
Let's
that's
see
me. Let's see
the
what the meme
meme.
is. As many of you know, I am retarded. excellent meme. That is an excellent meme. Ah, incredible. Unfortunately, I know that clip is never going. I'm never gonna live that one down. But that's okay. I don't care. I don't need to live it down because I am proud of who I am. Yep.
I am proud of who I am. I am Duck. Giggler. This is the end because I want to show you something new.
Anyway, I don't even know what to tell you next. Like I don't know what else to say.
I always know what to
People
say.
keep trying to cancel Keffels over
Don't
this.
cancel
It's stupid,
Keffels,
It's embarrassing. It's sad.
It is.
It's very clearly a goof about the fact that anybody can pretend to be anyone on the internet and it doesn't really matter that much. That identity claims are
He's
pretty
not
weak on the internet
cosplaying as
by
a
and
black
large,
person,
unless you're
quote-unquote.
actually willing to put
Come
yourself
on.
forward as a non-anonymous person, at which point your identity claim is pretty fair. Just so that we're clear, generally it's fine to take people at their word about their identity online. Like if somebody says like I'm trans, you can probably trust them by and large, but that calculus changes when there's trying to say like I'm trans and like if somebody says I'm trans,
I am trans and gender.
I'm trans, and as a member of the trans community, pineapple on pizza is you'll go to hell if you eat pineapple on pizza.
I love pineapple on
Changes
pizza.
the calculus. It's
I
fine.
will go to hell.
Hear people out, and to
I
also
love
hear
that
them.
pineapple on
When
pizza.
someone starts making a
Like
very
any duck.
definitive claim or denouncing
I
you
love
because
it.
of a certain thing,
My
and
favorite.
the argument is based on your identity, well, it just doesn't hold a whole lot of water. It's not very convincing.
Does it hold a lot of
And
Coca-Cola?
it leaves room for a lot of it leaves room for genuine abuse. Like, as I mentioned before, right-wingers just randomly impersonating whoever they want and then making idiotic arguments. The funny fact is that
Really?
no identity is a monolith, ever.
I am
There are
adored via
transphobic
Pitty
trans people.
Goose.
There are
Pitty
heroic
Goose.
trans people and villainous trans people.
I am a
Every single,
villain.
identity group
villain.
on the entire planet has a huge diversity of people within it.
I'm a Willy.
Single one. Okay? So just remember that.
Even me?
No identity is a monolith, and you should always be
I'm a
suspicious
monolith.
of anyone speaking on behalf, especially if they are making like a hard identity claim, like you are a bad person.
I speak on behalf of
because
myself.
I-
I'm a
I say
monolith.
so because I'm a member of X group.
Can this be?
I was eating, but you're dead. You're dead on. They call you a pussy for not saying the N-word in far right spaces. In far right spaces. Far right. Yes. In far right. But I wasn't talking about far right spaces before. Or
They-
CGG. Yes, that's true. But that's because that's a far right space.
They call you
You know, we know where
Quackster
the
for
Groypers have
not
moved to. We
saying
know
the
where all the
Q
Groypers
word
are
in
these
dark
days.
spaces. Yeah, Groypers lecture logic.
So, we have a couple of options. I want to do a little bit more. I want to do a little bit more content, but we have a couple of options.
Okay, I have an option for you. Today's stream of Demon Mama. We click on Demon Mama. Demon Mama is live, and we will go. She's going through it live?
I think that Keffels is pretty good to her community by and large.
True.
There's just we're about to talk about it. There's a lot of noise to signal, the noise to signal ratio on Twitter and future because
I talked to Keffers
would
yesterday.
touch it and be kind to it. This is talking about Hogwarts Legacy.
Let me see.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. This is how much manipulation goes on behind the scenes. And believe it.
Severely kind of fucking up.
Like, I talked to
going
Keffers
to make a
yesterday.
lot of sense. Oh, that's
Let's see.
DNN
I wanna see.
is not
That's
now, but I
tender.
think people may have forgotten because nobody reads game reviews anymore.
I read game reviews.
Don't worry, I'll be going through all of the donations in just a second. I was just sort of in the middle of something.
I am in there.
Yeah.
You know the drill. I am in the
Yeah, here we go. Here's a great one. I love this. This was from just the other day, wasn't it? Yeah, this one was from just the other day. Review. This
Okay, right there.
IGN heavily to find the
Oh, there
one
you go.
writer who would touch it and be kind.
There, what is
Is
it?
able to communicate to you best. But these are people who do not take paid reviews. They review things on their own merits, and they don't wait for review copies, and they don't play that game. There's been a number of reviewers who are very independent, who don't like take sponsorships from game companies. But if you're reading from PC Mag or PC Gamer or IGN or any of those large corporate websites, there is no way you can know anything about the credentials of the people who are actually reviewing your damn game.
Unless it's James Stephanie Sterling, then the best credentials.
Oh yeah, is there? Does James Stephanie Sterling? Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Someone from IGN hit me up to deny what my contact said and countered by what they were saying. They actually struggled to get a code, and WB was being unhelpful. Here we go. I got a little extra yesterday. They stacked the deck with who they sent review codes to, hence why almost no reputable outlet actually got a.
See, great minds think alike. We both thought about James Stephanie Sterling.
That they worked with IGN heavily
Amazing
to find the one writer
YouTuber.
who would touch it and be kind to it. This is talking about Hogwarts Legacy.
You know?
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. This is how much manipulation goes on behind the scenes. And believe it or not, it has absolutely nothing to do with feminism. What a surprise.
True.
Wait, that's awesome, Gayfest. That's actually cool, though.
What is cool?
Isn't there a site called Giant Bomb? Yes, Giant Bomb, although, if I'm not mistaken, Giant Bomb just got bought and, like, shoveled out. Like, am I mistaking that? People can tell me. Giant Bomb was famous for being a reputable source because they were a indie team of, like, 4 or 5 guys. So, yep. Yep. Oh, boy. Yep. Thank you very much, Aska. I appreciate that. I like this top as well. This one was also gifted to me. It's funny. Some of my best sweaters or tops, long sleeve tops, were gifted to me by my partner. My partner has really, really good taste in this one and the one that looks like a Star Wars hood, the one that makes me look like a Sith or whatever. Those both were gifted to me by a partner.
Okay, let's listen about tenderqueers.
Proud of my Darkwood review and but try to do that as much as possible. Unfortunately, I think that saying.
Let's say.
Woke Scold tenderqueer thing.
There we go.
We're gonna dive into the way their like sort of marginalized roots. Like nobody, man, in Fighter Z, it's a.
Let's go.
There's something special about me.
About you?
It seems to make people love to lie about me on the internet, like in a very unique way. And I'm gonna try and outline that.
I don't lie about you.
You see, people do one of two things. They either abjectly lie about me to the degree where they don't ever actually engage with me at all. Like they lie over me. They use me as like a paper thin prop up that they can just sort of plaster whatever lies they want on it. Or in the alternative, they ignore me completely and pretend that I don't exist because I'm inconvenient for their worldview. I've talked about this a number of times, about the sort of erasure that I've encountered since I've entered this space. Now, I've been a streamer now for almost 3 years. At the end of this month, it will be my 3-year streaming anniversary. That's a long time to be a streamer, and my channel's had, you know, quite a lot of success, which I'm very, very happy about. But it's been a lot of success in spite of an overwhelming amount of just complete and utter lies that have been spread about me.
Like bad campaigns.
It's weird. I have had manifestos written about me.
More than
I have
one.
had enormous content creators use me as like as some kind of like a dartboard that they just throw random things at that they think will stick to me. And I've also had this other thing.
Demon Mama has been demonized.
Certain factions of Twitter find me very inconvenient because I am a very loud, very open, very progressive, very outspoken. Wait, did I already say that? Did I already say outspoken? I might have said that twice. Trans woman. And
Yeah, I'm outspoken.
from certain factions of trans people online that like to sort of claim that they represent a monolith or that they represent the voice of the entire trans community.
I represent the monolith.
It's incredibly frustrating to me, in fact. Like, here, let me give you a specific and hard example of this from the past.
Yeah, tell me.
For a long time, I was a debate streamer. I really liked doing debate. I don't do debate as frequently.
Is it going to be the RGR discourse?
Because the debate scene has collapsed, and partially because it's just not fun for me anymore. But for a long time, I was a debate streamer, and there was all of these sort of video essayists and a bunch of pretty big video essayists, actually, and a lot of other content creators who would sort of regularly rage about debate streamers and debate bros. And despite the fact that I was a well-known name in debate spaces, they would never even mention me existing because they needed to be able to say that debate streamers are all just cis, reactionary white men. And having a neurodivergent, openly neurodivergent trans woman as a debate streamer was very inconvenient to whatever message they were sort of lazily trying to slap together. So instead, people just would pretend that I didn't exist. Even when I was having major accomplishments, even when I was on some of the biggest and I had so much exposure, like guys, there was a point in which nearly every single debate streamer in existence in the English-speaking world, almost all of them,
I must treat
like
a debater
there were
streamer.
times in my debate past where I would go onto Twitch and I would look in the debate sphere and the top 6 videos would have my face on there because every debate streamer at the moment of size from size, tiny size to big size was talking about me.
I talk about the Mama right now.
An entire sphere of the web that would just pretend that I didn't exist. And interestingly, they didn't come to my aid either. When I
come to your aid.
Manifestos written about me that were completely fabricated, just complete and utter bullshit. There was an entire faction of people who claimed to care about representation, who claimed to care about listening to marginalized voices, who just
I remember
never came
that.
to my aid. They just pretended that I didn't exist because if they acknowledged that I existed, it would put a hole in their moneymaker, which is making long essays complaining about the existence of debate bro streamers and saying that debate bro streamers and debates are destroying the left. It's incredibly, incredibly depressing.
Quite sad.
When the Hippy Dippy Championships entire theme was all my takes? Yes,
I do.
Ironically. There was a point at which the, at the time, biggest debate championship show on the entire internet was all of the subjects were takes that I had made. And yet,
True, I remember
people
that.
pretended that I didn't exist. It's very disappointing and frustrating. So there's a lot of people who try to pretend to acknowledge that, who like sort of refuse to acknowledge that I even exist. But there's also people who
don't acknowledge that I exist.
fly off the handle
I
and think that I am, and just project things onto me without ever actually engaging with anything that I have to say. And I'm going to show you an example of that makes me really, really pissed off. Okay.
Okay.
So let me just bring this up real quick.
Is
so I
it
can
about
give you an idea of what I'm
self-ID?
talking about. Okay. Here. I'm gonna have to pause this. I bet this guy's got a. Yeah, we go. Okay. No.
What about what?
So this right here
Oh.
is a channel or is
Oh.
a YouTube content creator by the name.
This is the person that keeps writing to Kafals. I know. I recognize this person.
Ryan Beard. Now, some people know this guy as Mr. Beard.
I recognize
But
Mr.
just so you
Beard.
guys know, Ryan Beard is a verified YouTube account with 598,000 subscribers, okay?
What the hell?
500,
He
that's
keeps writing
600,000
kafals.
subscribers. Now, for the record,
And
at the
that's-
moment of recording, I have 21,000 subscribers.
And
So
that's
this
less
guy
than my friend.
has got
She has
15 plus,
seven-
more than 15 times the size of my subscribers, okay?
She has like
But I'm
700.
going to show you something that is unfortunately very, very disappointing. Oh, whoa! Hey, we may have actually gotten a we may have actually gotten a response. It looks like maybe we just got a response. Live update. We'll go take a look at it.
From Mr. Beard?
Did I misgender? Did I misgender them? I'm sorry.
Mr. Beard.
Am I incorrect? I don't see pronouns here. I apologize if I did. Can you say they use they, them? Oh, I apologize. I had no way of knowing that. They use they, them. I apologize. My mistake. In fact, yeah, I apologize about that. I didn't know they used they, them. It wasn't on their bio and isn't in their YouTube bio. So, sorry, I did a little bit of an assumptive areno there. I saw everybody referring to them as Mr. Beard, so I assumed that they used masculine pronouns. Apologies about that. I'll make sure that I stick to the they, them going forward.
I do stick to that.
My bad. I've
true.
never like interacted with this content creator before.
Yeah.
But let me just show
I
you
saw them
what
writing about
okay?
kafals.
So, down here we have, where's the one here? Here we go. I assumed their gender. Well, I assumed their gender from a number of cues that I'd received and to be fair, there was no way I could have corrected that without any sort of outside people being familiar with that. I apologize. My bad. Happens sometimes. Anyway, let's continue.
I am unfair.
Jenner? Yeah, sorry. I did not, like, I literally have, okay, whatever. I'm not going to get stun locked anymore on this. We can edit this up, whatever. Let's continue.
True. Let's edit this up.
This is just so fucking edgy and cool. Look, they're saying the edgy word that people don't want them to say, which makes them cool and badass. Damn, I tip my fedora to these absolute savages. And of course, a lot of people in the comments took this as believing that because I titled my stream the R-slur, aka the word retard, that somehow they could assume from that my entire position, despite the fact that I literally titled the video the actual topic that I was going to be discussing. And I find that to be pretty shitty. I find it to be pretty shitty to
Pretty
blow
telling
up
as well.
in front of your gigantic audience based on misinformation. It's pretty bad. And especially because I actually probably agree more with them than they imagine. And it was very frustrating, especially because as I went through the comments, like I said, the comments, of which there were many, you know, there is a lot of comments on this video. Like, there was a lot of comments on this video. And a lot of people were here shitting on me, being like, wow, this is fucking, you know, this is fucking to be what do you expect from shitty political streamers, etc., etc., etc. I mean, a lot. There's just tons. There's just tons of these going through here. Of people saying that, and there was about at the time that I saw this.
I think is it dishonesty?
People
I think it's
maybe in the
dishonesty.
entirety of the comments who even were willing to point out that my video was actually not the take that this person was
Saying.
assuming.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating to me because I can't imagine. I can't really imagine why you would make such an assumption. And the sad thing is, there's another YouTuber here, a YouTuber who I have collaborated with. We're in Hell. And this one is really ironic to me, okay? Because I want to call this one out just a little bit, okay?
Okay, call him out.
We're in Hell, who I have collaborated with and praised and actually quite like We're in Hell's videos, they're so fucking lame, goddamn, which is kind of ironic that they're using the word lame here to describe my video, which was actually arguing against people using the R slur, which is really weird. Now, there were a lot of people who were doing this, okay? And it made me pretty mad. It made me pretty mad.
I mean, understandably, right?
That even when I go out of my way to make a segment that is, in my opinion, very, very careful, thoughtful.
It's a very good segment.
Yes.
We just watched it.
Yes, eye-catching. Yes, I did spicily choose to name the title the actual word that I was.
But it wasn't a lie.
Call anybody the slur. I didn't name.
It wasn't a lie, unlike
I
Shadow
didn't put
Logic's
on the title, you are a
thumbnails.
retard. I didn't do anything like that. I just
Yeah.
titled it just like that.
Yeah, it wasn't a
I
lie. It
really,
was.
really wanted
Yeah.
people to actually sit down and pay attention to the video.
This is how you do
Because if I
clickbait,
had
by the
said
way. That's not
discussing
lying.
the recent discourse,
is
nobody
how you
would
do
have
it.
fucking clicked. Let's be real. There were nearly
This is how you do
800
proper clickbait.
people who actually showed up to listen to me give my take that I did.
Yeah.
And it was very frustrating,
Very well
frustrating
done.
to me.
Very well done.
So I pointed out on Twitter that it's extremely frustrating and off-putting to me that so many people are so eager to sort of jump onto dog piles of Vosh and Keffels.
Yeah.
They actually won't listen to the words that I say. They won't actually even bother clicking on the video to find out what my take is. And I think that that problem is sort of emblematic of a world in which the truth is not particularly, like, nobody really cares about the truth of these issues. It's all just sort of layered signaling. It's sort of like, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
like
right.
Bosch, I don't like Keffels. I'm being cool by signaling these things. Even if they're using me, my name, my channel, my video that they never bothered to even click on or check out. They don't know anything about me, but they feel they can sort of just prop me up as like a paper cutout to support their sort of strange alternate reality.
Yep.
And I find that very frustrating. I feel like it sort of plays into the broader problem that I've had in these spaces of finding myself either completely erased when I'm inconvenient to be talked about or used as some kind of a prop. I mean, let's be real. Like, I've had a number of, let's just say, one or two particularly large streamers who have completely
I'm a large
lied about
streamer.
who I am,
Well,
what
I don't
believe.
like.
They've completely
But I'm
fabricated an
large.
entire false narrative about me. Now, I'm not saying, by the way, here that Ryan Beard, you know, was one of the people who did this to the same degree. I do not think, for the record, that Ryan Beard is anything like, say, somebody like Destiny, who wrote
Steven.
2 separate manifestos about me. Like, come on. Yeah, like I just. It frustrates
separate
me,
manifestos.
though,
That's
that there's
such
this pattern of it happening.
reeks
where,
of desperation.
despite the fact that I put a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of thought into my takes, that I don't actually just constantly bait engagement. It's actually funny too, because in the past, people used to get mad that I was too spicy way back when. There was a ton of people who would say, "Oh, you're too spicy, Demon Mama.
I remember.
You go too hard, too quickly. You don't give people the time of day." And now they were talking about conservatives. They were talking.
I remember
about
that
people,
discourse,
trans folks. They were
actually.
saying I jumped the gun on reacting to people
Wow,
who were conservatives and trans
Yeah.
folks. And now that I actually take even more time to carefully lay out my opinions, that I find that it doesn't make any difference. People treat me the exact same way that they did before, almost like I don't matter, almost like who I am and what I do doesn't even factor into it at all. People are pinging me. I never claimed to know exactly what your take was. I was mostly criticizing Vosh and Keffels. My only issue with you is your purposely inflammatory stream title. Well, thank you for being here. I'm glad that you actually decided to come by. I do appreciate that. But I'm sure you can probably understand that that's sort of exactly what I'm talking about here, right? Like, people do this to me all the time. They're mad at Keffels or Vosh or somebody else, and they sort of use me as a object within that without ever really thinking about it sometimes. And I find that really disappointing.
Yeah.
Especially as someone
Especially
who really does
since-
and would benefit greatly from
Like, this was a really deep dive into the topic, right? This wasn't some, like, this was like a really well thought out segment about the topic of the slur, you know? I think if someone just watched it, like, in good faith, they would have gotten a lot from the segment, you know? Yeah. It's disappointing, right? Disappointment is
heard.
big.
And I find it frustrating that so many people who, like I said, a lot of the people who engage in this, and I'm not saying that you, you know, that you, Ryan Beard, necessarily are the one who's doing this exact same thing. Obviously, this is sort of our first engagement. So who knows? Maybe this isn't like you know, maybe this isn't a normal thing for you or whatever. But there's a lot of people who claim to care about listening to marginalized people's voices. And this is an issue, this particular topic is an issue that touches my unique intersection. I've been diagnosed with ADHD for a huge chunk of my adult life, and I've dealt with neurodivergence for my entire life. So the R slur is a topic that's extremely personal to me, which is something that I outline in my video.
It's really well thought out video.
So it's one of those things that makes me,
you know,
very frustrated to have this sort of thing happen.
Yeah.
And on in a larger scale, moving away from individual content creators, although I have one other content creator that I definitely need to talk about, or actually two more content creators that I do need to talk about.
Is it me?
In specific.
Me?
Is it
me?
It's
me, isn't it?
There's this,
Demo Mama is about to talk about me.
especially on Twitter, but in social media and the internet in general, which is that people sort of craft their own hell. And I think this is something that happens a lot, unfortunately, in a community that I belong to. And when I say community, I mean the online portion of this community, because obviously the real world community is significantly more complex, and I don't think suffers from this problem to the same degree. But online, on social media, because of the way that social media sites operate, because of the way that that conflict is driven, you end up with people building their own they build their own hells. People seek out anger. They seek out, I was talking about this just the other day. I was talking about this on my last stream before I even talked about the R slur discourse. I was talking about the fact that like a lot of stream communities, basically they urge people to burn the bridge.
I remember,
To see content creators
very
burn
strange.
the bridge. And
I know,
it makes things worse for you. It makes things worse for the people who do that, the people who are excited about seeing creators burn bridges with each other. It crafts a worse space. People craft a space that is worse for them by encouraging content creators to constantly engage in bridge burning,
we should
not in
engage in more cooperation, positive engagement, right?
But in fighting among themselves to great severities. The audiences reward people for behaving worse, and it drives me up a wall. Because I can't help but think that people sort of start to craft a hell of their own making that spreads far beyond just Twitter. They start on Twitter. They start with sort of, I don't know. They start with engaging with these sort of like cancellation campaigns, with shutting people down. And what it ends up resulting in is a wasteland, because content creators will burn out. Especially, and like I said, I say this coming from the trans community. I'm sort of focusing on a lot of trans spaces on social media. Trans content creators burn the fuck out. They get canceled to shit. They get needled about literally every single disagreement that's possible. And then there's the second layer, which is that there's all this exaggeration. There's this cycle of exaggerating what actually happened, of abstracting what actually happened. Like there was, oh God, I wish I had saved this one tweet. There was a tweet that somebody asked what happened with Keffels, and the person summarized it as they were doing fash apologia and both sidesing trans issues. That was how somebody, a large account that was being asked what happened, characterized Keffels going onto a Twitter space to debate and yell at Nazis. And I can't help but feel like that type of behavior, which is repeated over and over and over again, sort of starts to drive people into a terrible headspace, a terrible social space where everything has to be a be-all, end-all, where everything has to be a burnt bridge, where everything has to be a giant denouncement. And I don't know, was it Faye in the way? It might have been. I don't remember exactly. Ryan Beard says, I'm not trying to burn bridges with anyone, and I always hate when people on Twitter take things way too far through things like death threats. I've said multiple times I don't think anyone is beyond redemption. I think rehabilitative justice is super important. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm on the side of being against canceling people and ruining their careers for one mistake. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. I'm actually really happy to hear that. I'm hoping, I'm hoping there can be like no bad blood, because to be fair, I didn't really know much about your content before this myself. This was literally my first interaction, was having somebody send me your tweet and go, oh, look at what is being said about you. And of course, like the comments, the people filling up the comments and all that. I hope that this can be a resolution of some sort. I am not like my audience can tell you I'm not exactly the biggest grudge holder. I don't have a whole lot of grudges, and I try to avoid bridge burning mentality.
I don't hold grudges either.
And yeah, oh, this is another one. Somebody in chat brings up how the Keffels situation spun into people going after Aaron in the morning and Alejandra Caraballo, both of whom are people who do an incredible amount of work trying to combat the ongoing flood of hate. But because they did something that some people don't approve of, which is going into a single Twitter space and engaging in debate, they were called all kinds of things. And this is the part here where I'm going to sort of pivot away. I'm gonna say, at least at this point, we'll call Ryan Beard, we'll call this resolved. I appreciate you coming by and clarifying, and I haven't gotten a chance to read it yet, but I saw that you did a tweet about me, and I assume that it's like well, actually I can just read it real quick. I watched the segment. Very glad to hear you don't approve of people using the word as an insult. I still think naming your stream the R slur to stir up controversy was cringe, but whatever. I'm done arguing about this. And don't be disingenuous. You know I was using the positive slang term savage, not the slur used against Native people. Well, I wasn't saying that you were. I wasn't saying that you were doing that. I was saying you called me a savage, which you did. But also, I don't think I wouldn't categorize me titling it as stirring up controversy. And the reason why I would defend that is because I didn't start the controversy. The controversy was already going. I was hoping that people would come listen to me. And again, I had a very different opinion. Part of the reason why I was hoping to get people's eyes is because, let me just give you an example. Vosh. No hate against Vosh. As you guys know, I am friends IRL with Vosh, and I agree with Vosh on most political issues with a few exceptions. But Vosh was able to pull about 7,500 people last night when he was talking in favor of using the R slur and arguing that people who don't like the R slur are being emotional. And I only at max, even with the controversial title, was only ever able to pull almost 800 people.
Yeah.
So 10
I
times as many
pull
people
8 people
showed up to hear
to
Vosh
hear
defend
my,
the R slur than the people who showed up to hear me give a long, detailed, and emotional, not like emotional in that way, but real. I was trying to get people to engage with those emotions, confront them, and analyze why they're there in the first place. So I don't know if I agree that it's fair to sort of put on me the assumptions that people read into it. Yeah. It's just a matter of that. I am not going to shy away from saying a word that's been used against me, and I didn't use it against anyone else, with the exception of a clip that was made of me, where I did make a small joke which was directed at Vosh. Vosh being somebody who supports the use of the R slur, where I said, and I quote, "Vosh has been a retard user," and I had a little delay there, and the delay was the joke, because the joke was that people thought that I was gonna call him the R slur, but I actually was talking about the fact that he uses the word all the time. That's a joke. That's the only joke that I made that even used the R slur referring to somebody else. And then, of course, Gayfesh clipped it as a joke and put it on a joke account, which people responded to. Yeah. Anyway, there were a couple of other people outside of Ryan Beard, and again, Ryan, Mr. Beard, I really appreciate you coming by. I
Mr. Beard?
Pronouns at the beginning. I legitimately didn't know about the they them pronouns, so I hope that we can, like, I hope this could be peace, and maybe, I don't know, who knows, maybe it'll be cool from here and we can be cool and whatever. That'd be fun. But there were a couple of other creators who engaged in significantly worse behavior, particularly a smaller content creator by the name
Lucy has it?
of by the name of
Lucy has it?
Brother Malcolm.
Oh.
Now I don't really have.
I thought it was gonna be about me.
Malcolm, positive or
Sister
negative.
Lucy.
But today, Brother Malcolm was going around in comments, and let's just say, boy oh boy, were there a lot of comments in which, yeah, that's goddammit Malcolm, aka Brother Malcolm. And let me just say, there were a lot of comments, okay? Let's take a look at this one real quick, okay? This is one here where Brother Malcolm knowingly takes the edited joke that from, you can see in this.
That is so this. I knew it. I knew it. That I knew this would happen. I called it. I told you this video would be weaponized.
And that this has been continued down to the point of yeah. Here, let me just give you some examples of this here.
I've told you this would happen.
Then we have this one.
I've told you this would happen.
Okay. So, the first one here,
I've waited.
This isn't reclamation. And even if it was, it shouldn't be touted on a public platform. And you will notice that this is a quote tweet of the No Context Demon Mama account, which is a joke account that aggressively and jokingly edits my tweets very obviously. We can actually go, we watched this clip on stream, and we watched this clip on stream, and the edit is so jarring. I literally go like, and I like move all the way over here. It's so obvious. And Brother Malcolm is here saying, this isn't reclamation, and even if it was, it shouldn't be touted on a public platform. There wasn't any claim to reclamation there.
Oh my gosh.
Making a very
This is so embarrassing.
joke about the fact that Vosh says the R slur all the time.
This is so embarrassing. This is what happens, you see.
And then yes, exactly. The funniest part is that that you actually tried to minimize the jumping in that cut. Yeah, I know. It's very dramatic. And also, like, Brother Malcolm tried to pretend at first. And of course, once he was called on it, he had to back out of it, but immediately tried to claim that that I obviously made the joke in an attempt to reclaim the word to call Vosh the Arsler. And I'm gonna point this out again. Here we go. Here's another example of this. If it's used in a public way like Demon Mama used it, yes, I disagree. Calling Vosh and other people the R word isn't reclamation. It's reactionary rhetoric. I've reclaimed slurs for myself. I don't use them in public, and neither should content creators. And I want to point out that this is an example of exactly what I was talking about, of Brother Malcolm crafting a reality, a miserable reality. He's literally out of pure stubbornness, out of wanting to admit that he was wrong, he is crafting a reality in which not only did I apparently call Vosh the Arsler, but also other people. And I would like a citation for this, because it's funny, he also admits in other tweets that he didn't watch the segment, one that I'm about to show you here in just a second. Dude, be real. Who's watching a 7-hour stream to comment on the title or the clips of her calling herself and other people the R word?
Wow.
So here is Brother Malcolm, again, acknowledging he didn't watch the stream. In fact, he's so wrong, he doesn't even...
All 7 hours were not about...
Only a 1-hour segment, which is conveniently, easily timestamped the moment the stream is uploaded to the channel. So there is no stream in which the timestamps aren't up unless, I mean...
I could use an editor. The Mama is so good about this.
A timestamp before the video is actually watchable. And it's really funny to me that he would, despite literally acknowledging here, admit that he didn't watch the stream, but then accuse me in the same line of calling myself and other people the R word.
I told you this would happen, by the way. Like that, the Mama would be attacked over this segment. Because of course, like, people just do this.
I don't know, that's a level of dishonesty that's very hard for me to deal with. And
but it's very predictable.
And I got blocked for it. And a bunch of other people who confronted him on it also got blocked. People who pointed out, dude, you just admitted you didn't watch the stream, and yet you're accusing me of calling other people the R word. Which is, it's pretty wild to me that somebody would do that. It's pretty wild to me that somebody would be that dishonest.
It's not like, it's very predictable.
I mean, of course, I also have now blocked Brother Malcolm, but let's just acknowledge what's going on here. I was lied about. He doubled down on the lie multiple times, continued to say that I did something that I didn't do, got mad at me because he overreacted to my title without actually watching the video, and then proceeded to say that I'm doing something wrong there, that somehow I'm supposed to be in the wrong because he wrote me into a fiction of his own making. It's actually wild. Now, of course, there's another person who's been doing this, a content creator, a legendary milkshake duck content creator by the name of Polly People. Some of you will recall that Polly
Milkshake duck, I thought it was me.
Infamous for the disastrous cancellation attempt of Finster, and also for getting yelled at in what I consider to be a very rude way by another video essayist by the name of Lonerbox. And while we agreed with Polly People in the Lonerbox example, it turned out very quickly that Polly People herself was a pretty disingenuous actor. And I will say, of course, I don't think she did anything wrong in the Lonerbox debate. I think that most of her behavior that I have a problem with happened long after that. So
in post-production.
Very, very annoying.
Agreed.
Oh, for those who don't know what milkshake duck means, it's a slang term that means like somebody that like a nobody who rises to some small level of fame and then proves themselves to be a piece of shit. And that's been Polly People. But Polly People has also been going around on the internet, spreading the exact same shit about me, saying that I called people the R slur when I did not, saying that I support the use of the R slur when I don't.
Really?
just wanted to call out a couple of
no.
content creators who are acting in particularly bad faith. And I have to ask, what's the accomplish here? What are they accomplishing
40 people.
by lying about me in public?
Ay, ay, ay.
when
It's
I
so easily.
agree more with their position?
It's so easy
At least
to
on the surface,
verify.
agree more with Brother Malcolm's position and Poly People's position, which is that the R slur is not a good thing to use. And yet, for some reason, they got to go and keep doubling down on lies about me, even when confronted about it. Almost seems like
They
there's some
don't care.
clout gobbling going on here, isn't there? Almost seems like the topic is not as important as them being able to get clout from jumping on a dog pile. And this, of course, ties into the constant
Right.
cycle that I talk about on leftist social media. And I should be clear, this is on social media. This does not really occur to the same degree outside of social media, of just constantly looking for a like crabs in a bucket-esque way
My
to
gosh.
tear down every person based on falsifications often. Now, I wanted to respond to Ryan Beard here real quick. Ryan Beard says, I am curious to your opinion on this. How do you differentiate between legitimate criticism and woke scold criticism? Well, I think that, okay, so let me try and explain this. I did a bit of a segment on this yesterday in which I talked about why I think that like woke scold is basically like hall monitor. And people should treat
Or
it
like
that.
a busybody.
I am not somebody who believes that there is like a nation of woke scolds or a club that people sign up for to be a woke scold. But most of the time, what I consider to be woke scoldy is highly hypocritical, highly over-exaggerated criticism that refuses to acknowledge any like charitability whatsoever. It's the same reason why there are conservatives who give genuine criticism, but there's also a lot of conservatives who basically walk into your comments and say, you are doing the work of Satan, down with you, and et cetera, et cetera. I think that a lot of woke scolds.
I didn't know poly people also
like,
went after Zimmer Mama.
there's a behavior. It's overstating the harm. It is explicitly using certain types of progressive language that doesn't actually apply to the situation at hand. Like, okay, here's an example of something that I think is super woke scoldy. And in fact, we're gonna see this. I'm about to react to a debate that I think is a I think we're going to react to a debate with Keppels that I think highlights a lot of the things that I'm about to talk about with the woke scoldy.
I reacted to that debate.
It's this rules for thee, but not for me. It's an overstating of harm, and it's a vagueness. So, like, for example,
Vagueness.
people disagree with
This is really interesting. Vagueness. The topic, the main topic of like the video, right? The main thesis of the point of my experiment with AI, that vagueness can be weaponized, right?
time. Like all the time, with all kinds of different reasons, and people have all these different reasons. But a woke scold will disagree with me on a single particular take, and then they will spin that into me somehow my position on something somehow being tied to a much greater issue. So like, for example, I'm trying to come up with a good example of this. Okay, here's an example. Imagine if, say, I was to, here's an example. I use the word idiot sometimes. I use the word stupid sometimes. Those words are, they do have roots in ableism. You know what I mean? It's true, they do. Now, I personally think that I can do a pretty good job illustrating what the difference between something like the R slur and the word idiot is. But there are people who will essentially say that because I, in anger, called a fascist an idiot, or that I said, another example, I've actually had people get very angry at me for calling Donald Trump insane. Now, I acknowledge that calling someone insane does have problematic issues. Like, I mean, I've literally talked, I've done an entire segment, hours-long segments, talking about how sanity is a construct and how, like, being insane doesn't actually really mean all that much. But people will take me getting mad at Donald Trump and they'll say, you were being ableist there. And then instead of just saying like that and leaving it there and saying, hey, you should be careful with those languages, they will tie it into something bigger. They'll say like, don't you know that disabled people are discriminated against at a higher rate? And I will go, well, yes, of course I know that. I talk about that on my show. And they will go, don't you know that disabled people have been negatively impacted by COVID because of discrimination? I will go, yes, of course, something I've talked about on my channel. And then the response will be, well, then why are you being an ableist? And then often this is also paired with an attempt to shut you down in some way. So, this isn't it? Can't we be finished with ableists like Demon Mama? Which is something I see directed at people all the time. When are we gonna stop when are we gonna stop listening to the transphobe Demon Mama? There's this process. I tried to explain, obviously it's a little bit hard to explain a slang term like woke scold or tenderqueer or whatever. But I think that it's like a behavior. It's kind of like calling somebody, you're being a bit of a cop right now. You're being a bit of a Karen right now. You're being a bit of a hall monitor right now.
Right.
And like, I don't know, like, I think that it's unhelpful, and when it's
I think it's easy to weaponize such things.
There's a particular aspect of this behavior that I think becomes genuinely problematic, like actually dangerous, and that is the sort of like the cycle, the self-justifying cycle that happens where evidence is no longer valued because the statements that are made are essentialist statements.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, for example, you get accused of being racist for, I don't know, you get accused of being racist because, let's use a Keffel's example. You get accused of being racist for saying that you don't think there's a problem with someone making a dumpling book, okay? That is an example. This is one of the perfect examples of like cancellation self-reinforcing. Keffels says, I don't think there's a problem with the dumpling book. For the record, I understand where some of the original critiques of the dumpling book were coming from, but I also don't think that it was racist to not think that the dumpling book was racist. Now, there are a lot of people who will unironically call Keffels a racist because of the dumpling situation. Now, once that's been done, you have a faction of people who claim that you're a racist, and some of them might provide evidence, some of them won't. Some of them will totally misrepresent what actually happened, but then what will happen is the next time somebody calls you a racist, they will point back to the first time that you were called a racist. This isn't the first time that this isn't the first time that the POC community has talked to you about this.
Oh,
and then it builds on itself. And over time, more and more people get on board, but they never actually go look at what happened. In fact, I genuinely think that Lindsay Ellis's video, her video where she left video making entirely, and she talks about all of the things that she's been canceled for, is one of the best examples of this type of thing. Where she just goes and says, here's what I got canceled for, and then sets up the timeline as to why people can, after like 4 fraudulent cancellations, even if those cancellations don't take off, a small faction of harassers can
point to it as history
and essentializing you and never provide any actual receipts, never actually correct
that's the vague language.
But because there's a lot of people who are in their heart of hearts do not want to be racist. There are actual people out there who do want to listen to marginalized people. This sort of cycle can become like a hack to convince people that oh, this person, we need to distance ourselves from this person. And I think it's really, really bad. This is the part of it that I think is most problematic. And I do think this is a genuine problem on the left. Like I think it's a huge problem on the left. In fact, it's a huge problem on the left to the degree that as a part of my channel, since I started my channel, I have made it a mission to make videos in which I show all the receipts to the absolute best of my ability. People in chat can tell you that my drama mamas, the videos where I focus on a specific drama, I will spend like a week prepping those videos and getting all the receipts in order so that people can understand what I'm talking about and why. And this is a big problem. So, I mean, it's so common that there are no receipts provided. I mentioned
just vagary, because there are no receipts usually.
in the morning.
That is the truth. There usually is nothing to provide.
As
like, sorry to say,
siding trans issues with fascists, which to me is I would consider that a lie, like an explicit lie. Like I think that it is a lie to say that because these people one time debated a fascist, that they are both siding trans issues with fascists. I think that's a
ridiculous
lie. But this tweet had thousands of interactions and tons of people repeating it without any sort of verification. And when people asked, they were like, the response would be, this isn't the first time Aaron
exactly.
has done this. This isn't the first time Alejandra Caraballo has been called out for this type of behavior. And this has happened to me from other factions online as well. I mean, I mentioned that I had 2 actual manifestos written about me.
Yeah, by Steven.
And there were so many falsehoods in those manifestos, but because they were in a large document, and because the claims were made confidently, and because the claims were made to a fan base that has a parasocial attachment to the creator that was putting out those lies, they become ammunition. And even people who aren't a member of those fan bases then say, yeah, but don't you know that Demon Mama advocated for cooking meth and
exactly,
and
like people just act on that there's no smoke without fire.
Wants to give children dangerous homemade drugs?
Yeah.
That is a real thing that I see said about me on the internet to this day. People will say, you're the person who wants to give kids dangerous bathtub drugs, which is insane and nothing close to what I believe. So I don't think that people should take the word woke scold or tenderqueer too far, but also I think we should acknowledge that there is a type of behavior that falls into this.
Yep, that's right. Like I've been like...
says, Destiny has also been really awful to me too. His community kind of pushed me back into the closet for being non-binary because Destiny said that non-binary people don't exist. Then his community harassed me for it. Yeah, they're fucking pieces of shit. That community they're a lost cause. I mean that. The people who still remain in that community, like his community is, like he purges his community of certain types of followers on a relatively frequent basis, and the result is that only the most like slavishly addicted people remain in his community, and it's a pretty regular thing. So his community is particularly willing to digest basically anything that he claims about anything. It's fucking terrible. He still does videos on me. I literally don't engage with him or his followers whatsoever.
He does mention the name of
yeah, it's terrible, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that. It's definitely something we've shared. His community went insane on me for a year plus because I don't know. I don't even know how to categorize it at this point. And also, he mocked my partner's suicide, which had nothing to do with him. My partner has essentially nothing to do with him. He just targeted my partner as a way to get to me. Pretty terrible. So. Did I say suicide?
The Destiny fans are really...
Attempt.
I heard suicide. Like, this was... You're right, Jessica. Like,
I'm stumbling over my words a little
the
bit.
Steven Universe crowd is, like, wild, you know? And now Chad Logic is part of that crowd. I was gonna say. We still have to make a video debunking Steven's claims, right?
Noah's very far from that moment.
Thankfully.
Yeah, Doe is doing very, very good and very far from that particular moment, thankfully. It's ironic, of course, because that entire incident had nothing to do with the internet and had everything to do with a very particular life circumstance of incredible physical danger that Doe was previously living in and no longer lives in physical danger. So.
Oof.
Anyway, all of this is to say that Twitter is a horrible place, and people make Twitter worse for themselves by
And for
constantly
others as well.
refusing to verify the
For
truth,
others.
by constantly jumping on board with
Witch
I don't
hunts,
know,
basically.
just dog piles, just tons
Witch
and tons
hunts.
of dog piles. And just so that we're clear, it's no surprise to me that it's mostly trans people that get the worst dog piles of all. I've talked about this in so many different ways and the reasons why this happens, but trans people get the worst end of the stick because they will get dogpiled by reactionaries, and they also, any trans person who sort of makes it to any level of success,
like me,
will become a target, and I should say not a target, but will become a subject of projection. And part of
I
it
have
is
success.
understandable. Like, the trans community has a lot
I
of
have,
people who've
like,
been traumatized by constantly being literally persecuted
a
by
lot
conservatives. But
of
and as a result,
subscribers.
I mean that there's a lot of pain
So I have big
involved
success.
with trans people's relations to other trans people and trans public figures. This has happened to ContraPoints, where ContraPoints is expected to be a perfect person to millions of different people's
I am a
standards of what
perfect
person is,
person.
because ContraPoints is one of
Come on.
a handful.
Yeah.
In fact, ContraPoints is like one of the only trans people in her line of work that has ever reached any level of prominence. Now, of course,
Okay,
there's
1 million
more,
subscribers.
but at the time of ContraPoint's biggest cancellation, ContraPoints was the only trans person, especially the only trans woman who'd raised to that level of prominence. And so as a result, all of these trans people who have no representation, who have no one else to look to, it's very easy to accidentally sort of project your idea of like perfection onto that person and expect it, because they're the only trans person that you might ever see in that space. And if they do something that pisses you off, it's easy to accidentally, or intentionally or accidentally, take it very personally. And I think that what that does is it just creates this toxic cycle, and we have to fight against it.
True.
I just think we do. Ryan Beard says, anyway, I think I'm going to head out. I wish you nothing but the best. I also talked to Keffels to express that I'm not trying to label any of you as evil or irredeemable. I just had criticism against certain actions, but that doesn't mean I think any of the dogpiling is okay. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Well, thank you very much for coming by, and I do appreciate you coming by. Let's call it peace, all right? There we go.
Peace, love, and solidarity. Can it be?
We're all worked out, and I'm glad you watched my segment. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for
I also thank you.
honestly, thank you for the apology and the correction. I do actually unironically appreciate that, and I respect you more for it. So thank you about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Hope you caught that.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna react to the debate. Since I've already reacted to the debate, so I don't have to.
We'll give Ryan Beard an official real quick. Hold on, let me do that real quick. I'll give you an official in case you ever come back. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, we're gonna give you a fancy title. We're gonna give you the fancy creator role, since you're a rec. Which, let's say, even in the worst case, where Keffels is saying that you should, infiltrate tenderqueer circles in order to sow chaos. Comparing that to Pridefall is on its
ridiculous.
Face just factually unbelievably out of control. Like, that is such an over-exaggeration. And this is one of the things I mentioned just before, which is that one of the things that I think categorizes the sort of woke skull tenderqueer is an overstatement of harm. Even in the worst case scenario for Keffels, where Keffels actually wants to hurt tenderqueer people, which I don't know that that's entirely true. I don't believe that Keffels is like trying to hurt tenderqueer people like personally. I think that Keffels is just annoyed at the social groups. We'll get into that. But even in the worst case scenario, these things are not comparable. Operation Pridefall is a reactionary disinfo campaign with the goal of getting trans people killed. Keep in mind that the conservatives that compare trans people and queer people to pedophiles, they do that because they know that a lot of people believe that pedophiles should be killed. And they want to create a world in which trans and gay people are equated with pedophiles so that they can be marginalized, harmed, and driven out of society. Comparing these two things is out of the gate incredibly and deeply dishonest.
Yeah, and like horrible, frankly.
Horrible to do that.
Exactly. My gosh.
You are at Keffels for that clip about the pit crew avatars.
Yeah, it's just
And
horrible.
I understand that there is some good criticism, which we will get into as this debate goes on, about
Right.
Keffels making that clip. But that is a lie. This is comparing
Like good faith criticism, like
an overstatement of harm that exaggerates into a lie.
let me make it clear. Good faith criticism is not created in order to demean or condemn someone. Good faith criticism is when you want to help a person, especially if we know that the person is on our side and does a lot of good, to do better, right? When we think that we can move things in a more positive direction, right? I think so.
I don't know. I don't know how else to draw, like, how huge of an exaggeration that is. Arden Rose in chat says, the sad part about this is that overstating harm can make people listen less in the long run. It does make people listen less. It's like, it's literally the crying wolf thing. If people, when you overstate harm to this degree, and people
It's a dark crying
you're
wolf.
full of shit, they are going to tune out the next time they hear a claim because they will assume that it's exaggerated. This type of over-exaggeration is harmful in many ways. It's not just harmful to Keffels, which it is harmful to Keffels, because people shouldn't be accused of things that they
It's
didn't
harmful
do.
to the whole
And
movement,
trans
in my
women
opinion.
who make a mildly edgy joke should not be compared to fascists who want to get trans people killed by engaging in abject propaganda and disinfo campaigns. But on top of that, it actually buries the ability for people who have genuine complaints to hear their complaints heard.
Yeah.
If I go to, actually, let me just check Twitter right now. Is Keffels still trending on Twitter? I don't know, actually. Let's find out. Can I find out what the trending is? No, Keffels has finally stopped trending on my Twitter. But for the last 2 days, Keffels has been trending on Twitter. Do you know that there are absolutely people who are actually being hurt right now? There are right-wingers who are actively engaging in a genocidal campaign against trans people right now.
Hello, Arcade.
About that is not being
I'm
propagated.
sort of watching a Kefal stream that is still going on, but in the past, if that makes sense. And I'm sort of agreeing with the thing about Kefals, you know? Karkael, did you know that I had a conversation with Keffels? Did you know that we had a little bit of a chat, you know, on the stream? Did you know this about me? Do you want me to check out the talk? I can, if Keffels has the stream up, we can sort of react to me talking to. Wait. I'll try. If I can find it, I'll react to it, okay? Maybe that's a... It wasn't even that long. The false. Arcade, this is for you. Yeah, it's like yesterday. Let me see. So just for you. Especially for you, you know? This is like you're the best giggler. I will show you if I'm able to find full VODs. I think it's in VODs. No, it's not in full VOD. Where is... Live? Well, unfortunately, Kefals does not seem to keep her stream videos. So I am not able to show you. Do you know where Kefers has the votes from the streams? If she... Oh, wait. I think I know. I think I know, Gigglers. I think I know what to do. I'm smart, Gigglers. Kefers. Maybe it's like here. Am I smart or what? Tell me. I pause this. Am I smart or what? Please tell me. No. It's not see features. Past broadcast. No, it seems. I guess not. I guess I'm not as smart as I thought I was. Okay, I don't know. There is no full videos on this on her channel. Does she have a different channel than this? Like President Sunday, an archive channel or something? Debates.
Wait, were you tagging Twitter trying to get my main banned on Twitter?
This is the person. Where is that debate? Oh no. Oh no. They're behind the paywall. I cannot afford the paywall. Ay. If I would like to show you my talk with Kefals, then I guess I would have to pay, but I can't afford it, unfortunately, because for that to happen, I need to be able to not die, and for that to happen, I am going to encourage you to become a patron, It's true. Okay, I guess we listen to Demo Mama some more. But yeah, we had a talk with Kafals. It was pretty nice. It started... Oh no, I didn't. I didn't think it was so sudden. My OBS was not on. It was so sudden because I DM'd Kafals on Twitter, if I can come on. And I started watching the stream, her stream. And I commented in the chat, and Kafa said, oh, you wanted to come on, so yeah, you can come on now. And I was like, oh, okay. So I came on. It is like, I need to head a talk, And it was nice, even though it started with a bit of a misunderstanding, Which I guess is a bit of my fault, the misunderstanding, The misunderstanding, I will say, was a bit of my fault. Okay, Because she only saw part of my AI video and thought that I was... And it's, I guess, understandable considering what's been going on lately, that she thought I was one of the old scoldy types that wanted to come on to do scolding and weird stuff. And I just... and I wanted to come on to have like a nice conversation, A giggly time, And I explained the AI that it is like an experiment to show that the vague things is like, the whole thing, right? And from there we had a pretty nice conversation, but Kefir said that she brought me on expecting blood sports, you know? That there would be like a debate going on, like a heated debate.
Because the channels
Ah.
are clogged with stupid,
And
over-exaggerated, woke-sold noise.
And
Something I've been saying this.
and she said that the fact that we had a nice conversation, like sort of threw her off guard a bit, but it was a misunderstanding, you know. Like this was my intention from the get-go, you know. I think we spent too much time scolding, and we should normalize appreciating people for what they do, you know? We should normalize maybe going into a cafe stream and or a Demon Mama stream and writing in the chat, you know, thank you for what you are doing, you know? For the topics that you are discussing and stuff like that, you know? I think scolding is super normalized and thanking people for doing the work that they do is not exactly the modus operandi, if that makes sense. And I think we should, we could at least benefit a lot from doing that, right? Do you not think so?
And over and over again.
I think so.
Is can you hear the signal? And that little slogan that I'm using for 2023's theme about can you hear the signal, that is meant to bring attention to the fact that most people right now are not hearing any signal. They are only hearing noise. They are hearing stupid fights. They are being fed advertisements. They are being stuffed with fucking Joe Rogan clips and Jordan Peterson clips and disinformation and misinformation and canceling campaigns because somebody made a joke that somebody else didn't like.
Exactly. It's horrible.
There isn't a reference, Mixed Dizzy. There's no reference. The reference is I made it up. It's a line that I made up to specifically call attention, to get people to think about the idea of the ratio of signal versus noise, of finding signals, of being able to tune out the bullshit and tune into things that actually matter.
It actually feeds to the whole AI videos that I've done so much. I bet you want to see the game at least a bit more. I'll make it more visible. But yeah, right? You agree, everybody, right?
Matter. And when I say things that matter, there are so many things that matter.
Oh, yeah.
There is joy and beauty to be had in the world. There is politics to discuss. There is friendships to be made. There is warnings to make sure that we get out. But our signals are being jammed by bullshit.
Exactly. This is
right here.
Yeah.
What we just heard, this comparing of Keffels to Pridefall
is
the
super
type of overstating of harm, the type of over-exaggeration
super BS
that can genuinely only have the purpose
of harming a person, of attacking someone,
of obstructing our signal.
Yeah.
My source material is that I make things up all the time because that's what I do. I'm original. Do you guys not catch this? Have you not caught on to the fact that Demon Mama has the reason that you all come here in such great numbers is because this stream is original as fuck?
True.
Because you came here to hear something fresh? Because you're tired of the rehashed garbage?
Do you come to me because I'm original?
Let's continue.
Am I original? In any way, shape, or form?
I think another thing that I wanted to say too, while I at least have, I suppose, my minor moment in the spotlight, is that
in the past, we might have called that 15 minutes of fame.
I can understand maybe the initial thinking that this is just purity testing or anything else, but I'm literally a disabled trans person that had to run a blockchain and set up my account to keep people away from it all evening.
Blockchain.
I am literally a disabled trans person. Now, you guys know, I believe that conversations around identity are incredibly important. I think
But like
that
this.
things like, for example, feminism, which is a form of identity politics, are remarkably important. But this type of identity politics where you sort of just list what and who you are is really annoying to me. And it's especially annoying because Keffels is also a disabled trans person. Keffels has been very open and will be in this stream very open about her disabilities, and obviously is very, very, very open about
I'm a
being
dark trans person.
Something that happened to me recently. I got into a fight.
A fight?
I got into a fight with a content creator, a small group of content creators.
With me?
Who originally I've actually had very good conversations with.
Yeah, I also watched it.
With me
This
on
gets
one
very bad.
point. And
Wait, you got into a fight with Demo
when they
Mama?
ended up talking about that to their audience, they categorized me as a white American, as a white American streamer. And it was very interesting because they of course listed their own entire identity group, but I suddenly became a white American streamer. And I find it funny the way that people weaponize your belonging to an identity group. This is another thing that I think that categorizes tenderqueer / woke skull behavior is a dishonest framing about identity. Instead of acknowledging the fact that I am a trans woman, a openly neurodivergent trans woman. I talk about ADHD, autism, BPD openly on my stream regularly.
Beat who in a fight?
Despite all of that, I became boiled down to a
Wait, who could I beat in a fight?
when it was convenient to remove my identity groups. And
Demo
this is
Mama?
happening right here.
I
This
don't
person
think
is
so.
implying that Keffels is not a disabled trans person.
Demo Mama like shoots guns and is a demon. I'm just a duck. She would hunt me down. Like in that Nintendo game.
And it's not used for analytic value here. This is not like a identity politics that is giving us any value.
She'd hunt me down, you know? Like I'd be literally a sitting duck.
This is what Keffels, they didn't want to be named. So
Literally.
the woke skull debater here is just trying to cart out their identity as a implication.
You believe I can fly? In the sky like a duck?
Let's continue.
I had to go out of my way because you did that. And
you did this to me. You did this.
I should note, we've only listened to the first 2 minutes of the debate. This is another thing that, of course, this is not unique to woke scolds. This is
you did this to me.
This is like something that bad faith debaters do all the time, which is that they poison the well by front loading all of their identity claims. And if they get it out the door first, then it seems like you don't have any identity claims of your own.
True.
It's a very
So
dishonest
weird.
and manipulative tactic.
True.
not
Very
just trans
strange.
people facing horrible things in the world right now. I'm disabled, I'm trans, and especially the disabled trans community, we are not allowed to immigrate. Other countries do not take disabled people. If the worst...
Notice that none of this has anything to do with the discussion at hand.
True.
Remember just a few minutes ago when I was talking about how one of the woke skull tactics is that they will talk about...
Also, things like this are about building communities, right? Building networks of mutual help. Literally mutual help.
broad systemic issues as if you don't acknowledge them.
Yeah, exactly.
Even when they're unconnected to the topic at hand. This person's like, well, disabled people can't immigrate. Well, I think Keffels acknowledges that. I do not believe that Keffels does not believe that disabled people would have difficulty immigrating. This has literally nothing to do to the topic at hand.
Yeah, exactly. It does have nothing to do with that
happens,
topic.
we don't get to run away.
Where do you live?
In the United States, almost no countries will take disabled people, even some refugees. It's messed up. It's something a lot of people don't. There's no real escape routes for us. And so when people are complaining about ableism in particular or driving a wedge in the community, it's because right now disabled people are already facing essentially their
Emuanon34 says, have you seen this tweet and thread yet? Oh, yes. And we will be talking about that
Oh
after
yeah.
this video. So
Yeah, I
don't you
know.
worry.
I know what this is about. I know what
Own
this is about.
genocidal
And this is
actions through
horrible.
this pandemic
Okay?
and people ignoring it and
Very,
leaving us to
very.
die, leaving us
ugh.
without resources. And we're already here and ready to fight and are doing the work. And that wedge is being put into a community instead of building a bridge together so people can fight together. We're going to need everyone. There's no way that just a small group of trans people alone are going to win this fight.
Hey, then why do you
course.
throw
We need all
Kefas
of our
under the
allies.
bus?
And
Like, this ring's so
That's
hollow.
rich. Note this.
This
We
ring's so
need all
hollow.
of our allies. Note that real quick before we get into the rest of this. Just
Yeah.
keep that in your mind. For
This
later.
ring's so
I
hollow.
think that's
Like,
part of why people are upset. It feels like you are
ridiculous.
alienating large groups of people, be it through just trying to make jokes or whatever it is you want to say. It does hurt people, and things like this. Again, I'm lucky. I've dealt with trolls. I've done this. This can have real life, really negative consequences towards people, especially those who are having mental health struggles, and that just
Right.
doesn't to me.
I'm sorry. I'm obviously sorry that you had to run a blockchain. I've had to do that myself when people are spamming death threats and revenge porn and dead naming me, because obviously I've had to deal with a lot of far right trolls and still do.
alright.
What were the comments like? I can't imagine coming from my community the comments could be that bad.
I would say that the severity of the comments, to be honest, everyone's blocked now, and I'm not about to go and block everyone to read things off specifically. But it was enough to get
Of
Elon
course.
Musk's Twitter to suspend your account temporarily.
Of course, never. It can never be like anything concrete. Like, this is the most frustrating thing. Like, hiding me behind vague language is like, is why I'm doing the whole thing about the AI right now. Right?
And
Yep.
We're gonna need everybody in this coming fight.
Yeah.
Super interesting, right? Now, hold on, everybody. I have a small. I've been.
And
I've been
of
keeping
course,
something
no
from you.
examples. Never. That would be
I've been
too
keeping a tweet
concrete.
from you
Like,
that I made. I've been keeping.
that would be
something because
far too much.
I knew that it would have its moment to shine, and I wanted to show it to you now. Here we go, everybody.
What will you show me? The
Sending a strongly worded email to a fascist CEO so they'll punish a trans woman on my behalf because she differs from me on precisely one opinion. The revolution has
True.
arrived.
True, like
How I
unironically.
feel about this.
Yeah, same.
I
Like,
think
what the hell?
It's actually
Yeah, this is how I
fucking
feel about this.
disgusting to be a snitch, okay? No
Yeah.
joke. I think that snitches are like some of the worst people imaginable, okay? And when I'm talking about a snitch, I'm talking about this exact type of behavior. Imagine being so angry at Keffels. Not for Keffels being like a Sieg Heiling Nazi, not for Keffels
Yeah.
like running a hate
For
campaign
making-
on anybody else,
for
but you disagree with
inconveniencing.
Keffels on a
Yeah.
specific issue, so you believe the answer is to run to a fascist CEO. And when I say fascist CEO,
It's not an
I'm talking
exaggeration.
about Elon Musk, who
Yeah.
regularly openly panders to the far right, not even just the medium right. He's palling around with people like Cat Turd. He's palling around with people like Ian Miles Chong. He's palling around with people like
Like,
Andy Neo. And on top
I
of
can't
that,
believe
keep in mind,
this.
let's recall. Remember
Like,
when,
this is, like,
remember when
extremely
Elon Musk was
angering.
joking on Twitter
Yeah.
about how we should do a coup in Bolivia so that we can get access to their lithium? That's why I say he's a fascist, because
Yeah.
he unironically believes we should use basically anything that we want, any power that we want to combat the woke mind virus.
Mind-
So just,
oh my
just imagine that.
I already forgot
Imagine
about that
thinking
one.
that's the right path.
Yeah.
This is not me saying there's not circumstances in which reporting an account is the right
This is
answer.
not it.
Obviously, there are some circumstances, like for example,
And this is the opposite of saying we must stand in this together. The opposite. Literal opposite. Like,
someone sending death threats, someone threatening terrorism, where
Yeah.
you don't really have much other of an option besides hoping to shut that thing down as fast as possible.
Exactly.
But imagine using as a point of your argument the fact that you successfully got a fascist to take action.
And this will get worse because this person is going to repeatedly define harassment as being inconvenienced.
On silencing a trans person. Unbelievable. It's so fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
Peasant Supreme 34 with the $20.
There's no other way to describe
Is
it.
this behavior in any way similar to the Virginia Lamb character from the latest ContraPoints video? I do think there's some similarities. I think there's a certain type of moralism that and like moral high horsing that comes from people who behave like
And not the nice horsing like Vosh likes.
What the hell? I didn't even notice this person. Some random North Korea stan came in and said, "You may not agree with this, but I think the world would be better if you suddenly stopped being alive forever."
What?
That's curious.
Uh,
All right, let's watch.
Huh?
Let's continue, everybody.
Okay.
Several others. I have the report sitting here because I sat there and tried to get rid of these troll accounts.
Mm-hmm.
These kinds of things, even if it's just a joke among the chat, the idea was to potentially trick people. It's literally like Operation Pridefall that 4chan
No.
extremely
Part fucking
alt-right people ran
Second comparison.
to try to make our community look bad. Except
I
it's coming
feel
from
like-
someone
Their goal was not to try and make a community look bad, you fucking idiot. Their goal was to push a mass conspiracy against trans people,
True.
to kill trans people, to get trans people killed. The goal of Pridefall, which by the way was pushed by fucking Stormfront, was not just to make
This
people
is
look
really a-
bad. It wasn't a little goof or a gag. It's a goal to propagate a libel against the trans community. Fuck. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
who should know better.
I feel like
Like,
that's
I
a
get why
bit.
people are mad.
Yeah, and I don't want
Kefals
to
is being
Like, I feel
very
like people think
patient.
that I'm a lot less reasonable than I am. I'm more than willing to hear you out. I don't know if you're also aware that I am also disabled. Like I have
Oh, no,
struggled.
I know.
yeah.
I know. I've been dug deep in the discourse at this point.
Yeah.
I've paid close attention.
Odd that.
And
Oh,
to
have
be
you?
honest, if you're
Have
saying
you?
that, I think that would just, to be fair, lead people to being more disappointed. Most of the disability activists that at least I'm following personally,
Mhm.
I mean, you talked about earlier about these people who seem to only care about their own things. Some of the greatest names of folks who I could mention, I mean, Imani Barbarin, who is just fantastic, has been in a constant fight for trying to build this solidarity amongst other people because we need
Wow.
it. Right now, especially with the pandemic and people
That feeling when you're convinced that you're doing solidarity by reporting a trans woman who's had a modicum of
trans
success to Elon Musk's fucking Twitter.
Yeah, this is disgusting. Like this, like it's not even funny. Like it's not even like the more it's repeated, the less it's it's not even worthy to make a joke about. Like it's not. What's going on?
Platforming Keffels.
being stuck in their homes, this is probably something else most people don't know. But in the United States, there were these things called ugly laws. And I know this happened in other countries. Disabled people literally couldn't go out in public. It was illegal.
What does that have to do with anything?
Exactly.
What does this level of systemic discrimination have anything to do with what Keffels did? There were ugly laws, so I had to report you to a fascist because I disagreed with you on a
Like
political
what?
issue.
This is so pathetic. Like,
That's
and
because we're
the thing that will come out.
Oh yeah, no,
like,
I'm witnessing right
things are
now with
being-
the rise of MAID in Canada, disabled people who can't afford to live.
And Kefals is being so
applying for assisted
patient.
suicide.
Mixed Dizzy just took your advice. I'm gonna follow that person. They sound cool. Let's continue. Kazama says, I mean, reporting someone you feel has incited targeted harassment against you doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Sorry. Who do you think fired first?
Exactly. Exactly.
Think we might find out? That would be very interesting. Wouldn't it be interesting if this particular caller had a weird axe to grind with Keffels and has been tweeting about Keffels for a very long time and started this whole thing as a reaction to disagreeing with a take that Keffels had long before any of the actual so-called harassment began? Wouldn't it be interesting if this caller had
It would be so
participated
typical.
in targeted harassment against Keffels, the likes of which could have never been replied back or could have never been returned back to this caller? That would be very interesting. Let's go.
Let's go indeed.
It's a
Exactly. I know the
course.
maid thing is a severe issue. And that's, I think, part of why, despite however you want to
Yeah.
use this language, alienating this large portion of the community, when, again, we're going to need all of these people together
don't-
in this struggle.
This is such horrible.
like
That
a
this is so
terrible idea.
dishonest.
okay, but I was very explicit telling people just
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I actually want to build solidarity. So like, it's like, you know, like I actually want to build solidarity, love and solidarity. You know, like the year of solidarity is the year. Like, Dima Mama has the year of the signal. I have the year of the solidarity, and like. And it's pretty like that this person claims to be doing the same thing as I am, you know? That's like pretty bad, right? Like
not
it's bad,
harass people.
you know?
Like I don't want to harass anyone.
I am not like
But
this
I do think it's okay if
person.
people have these like joke accounts and they're just interacting with each other in their own little
This is
part
so
of the
bad. Like people
That would certainly be one thing, but I mean,
would
they
think
literally
that
came
I'm
to
like
interact
this,
with
you
me on
know?
purpose.
When I say that I want to build
And
love and solidarity,
I
you
mean,
know?
you essentially encouraged them to. You threw my name
If
up
people
on the
would
screen.
think,
Right.
oh,
and
so
did it yourself.
Lucy's like this
So
person
of
that
course they're
called
going to copy
Kefals, you
They're
know?
your fans. I
Don't
mean,
you think it's a bit bad faith though to compare what I'm doing to Project
there is
Pridefall?
no-
Because it's like you're directly comparing me to Nazis. When Nazis, when they do this kind of stuff, they're trying to paint queer people as pedophiles.
See, dreams,
what
Daddy
was
San.
your
Thank you for
hopeful
coming,
goal?
as always.
Was my hopeful goal?
yeah, I mean, it seemed like the idea was, in your own words, to infiltrate the tenderqueer community and sow chaos. I mean, I can definitely understand there's discourse about things that are silly that we may not necessarily need to focus on, but
Of course.
purposefully trying to literally cause problems in our own community, even with people who are,
This
you know,
is
it's
such
just sending
dishonest
lateral
framing,
damage.
as always.
I
and
just-
it's going
They've
to-
become very vague all of a sudden. It's
No,
interesting
they've been-
how their allegations have become.
They've been vague from the get-go. Let's make that clear, you know? That there's been no, like, that it's been vagary from the get-go.
very vague. The moment you ask a specific question, all of a sudden they're super vague.
people like
It's been
me.
like that from the
I
beginning.
don't
I've
agree
dealt
with
with
calling it
trolls.
harassment.
Same.
I mean, do you want a bunch of people coming to your accounts if you if you could avoid it entirely?
Right.
So
I can't.
coming
That's
with these kinds of random comments that are just dumb and awful.
like I
and
really wish
take
that
all
I
your
could
time out of your day to deal with.
I really wish like the world worked that way where I could be like, "Hey guys, my mental health not so great. Can you please stop tweeting about me today?" Because that's not something I have the luxury of.
True.
Well, of course, but
But
of course, well, yeah, no one does, and everyone would like the world to not be that way.
That's not true, by the way. When you're a public figure like Keffels, who has been canceled, who has been like targeted, not just canceled, but targeted on an unbelievable level. The Keffels' story of her conflict with Kiwi Farms
Yeah.
got global news attention. Like,
True.
we're talking a scale that this person can't even imagine. And this person was more than happy to not just join, but help ignite a massive.
and this is horrible that when you have like big people that fight for the rights of trans people, like support the trans youth, and you have people like this that just wants to, I don't know.
pile,
Even
and
what?
they boasted about getting
Yeah.
Keffels' account temporarily
Like what?
suspended. AKA caller is full of shit.
True.
caller is saying that, oh, I got your
Absolutely
account
true.
suspended, and I got your account suspended because of a disagreement on a topic, not because of any.
Like, what the
Keffels
hell?
didn't murder anybody. Keffels didn't do any lies. Keffels just did a joke that they didn't approve of. Even if you think that joke was in bad taste, that's the worst you can say about Keffels. But they thought that that was appropriate to then create a dog pile on Keffels and then got mad when a dog pile came in reverse.
But the
And
reason
the Elon Musk thing is
because this
especially
directly leads to
egregious.
people having to deal with that. I wouldn't have probably had to barely know your stream.
Yeah,
was
over a
really
personal
short
gripe.
or other
This is so
things. Like, I've
horrible.
heard some people already like whispering
This
about
person
there's
doesn't
full
care
accounts going
about
around. So
solidarity
I
at
protect
all.
myself. My
Doesn't
own
give
name
a
is
crap.
on Kiwi Farms.
Of course.
I've dealt with this. I've dealt with a ton of community harassment. I worked in esports. Great place to be as a trans person. I didn't expect to have someone in the trans community
Esports.
literally put my name on stream and essentially paint me a target.
Do you think there might be a reason that they put your name on stream?
Exactly.
And
Well, I feel
I
like it's okay
unfortunately-
And yes,
for me
there
to-
is
I'm
there is a
mentally
reason.
prepared.
Spoiler
I've dealt
alert.
with this.
Spoilers, there
You
is a
could just
reason.
do this without thinking. And this could
Spoilers.
result in someone who is not mentally prepared having a severely terrible time.
Well, if you're not mentally prepared, then don't harass
It's
people.
lucky
Like,
it's me. And that's a messed up thing to have to think about.
Can you
And
No, I totally get that. And obviously, there are situations where people say they want to come onto my stream, and I take a cursory glance at their social media accounts, and I sort of like parse based on how they communicate that there might be something there that's very wrong, and I decide not to do that. But obviously, like that comes as a risk for anyone, regardless of platform size, right? Because we can't tell who's behind any avatar on social media.
true.
And in that case, I would just say then, in the end, if everyone was just messing around with each other, it would be one thing. But this is also literally in a public forum. The idea that someone might fall for it was part of the joke. That's why I would compare it to Project Pridefall. Of course, it is not an
This person has
Ridiculous.
no sense of honest, like no honest sense of scale.
True.
The idea that you think that the problem with Project Pridefall was that there were people pretending to be other people on the internet
Yeah.
just displays that you know nothing
About anything.
either the internet or Project Pridefall. Like,
Or
not
just
only
are
does it matter
dishonest.
that the intent is different, but that the entire
Oh.
set of tactics is completely
Nice,
and utterly
Arkai.
different.
Like, this is, I think this is
exact
just
Nazi
dishonesty.
action by any
I'm gonna be
means.
honest.
But the point was to make people fall for it. Because that is the funny, that is the ha-ha. And people are going to use that ammunition
No comment.
against our own community. It makes it feel like people who do genuinely use these things, like, or have neo-pronouns, or use these context clues in conversations because it helps them, it makes it feel like they are being belittled. Because to be real,
Right.
that was the joke.
I mean,
And that's why people are
No, the joke is that you should never fucking use someone's avatar image and Twitter bio as a genuine, like, if someone is making claims
True.
about an entire community or trying to make claims about you and use their identity as the basis for that claim, that you shouldn't just operate off of somebody's, I mean, again, like, do I have
Avatar.
to do this? I guess I do have to do this again.
True.
Everybody, if you were to use my fucking avatar, my little Avi here,
Last
this is
Airbender.
what you're supposed to believe that I am. And I mean, while this is, I think this represents a certain form of expression, I should hope that people don't think that this is a photo of who I actually am.
Is your
Yeah,
photo?
you said that's what I look like IRL. Well, I mean, as you can tell, you know, this is a VTuber rig. I have pretended to make myself look like a normal person.
True.
I actually
Normal?
look like this, you know.
That's not good to
so-
appeal to normalcy.
Capo says, Demon
Capo.
Mama, one single thing that I will say
Capo.
here, divorced from the rest of the dipshittery, is that streamers, especially big ones like Keffels and Vosh, need to recognize and respect that if they call out a specific person on stream, their community will, to some extent and some way, go after that person, and should either not do that at all or should choose who they do it to very carefully, especially with small accounts. You won't catch me disagreeing with that. I do agree that you should be careful when you call out people on stream.
I call out everybody.
Very careful.
I call out you, Arkael.
Lines that can be crossed.
Yeah, I call you out.
For example,
Yeah, I call you
earlier
out.
today I called out an account that was significantly smaller than me because
Did my mama called me out?
tons and tons of other accounts as a content creator on their
Exactly.
account, spreading explicit lies about me, and when they were confronted with those lies, they doubled down.
Yeah, I always double down.
That falls into the
Always
range
double down.
of fair game. If you are like going out of your way to try and whip up fury against somebody, you become fair game. And by
I
the way,
become fair game.
I don't think that it's true that like just criticism alone should earn you the right to be a target. I've talked about this to a great extent, but there's a big.
Did my mama call me out?
You know what? For example, I can give you an example.
I did my mama call me out.
I
What did I
had
do?
a notable many years ago debate with Destiny about a similar topic where I said that Destiny did not have the grounds to and by the way, Destiny went
remember.
way harder. Like Destiny targeted Doe out of the blue for some completely unrelated thing that he got mad about. He jumped down Doe's throat and he said that he believes that Doe should be bullied off the internet. He repeated that multiple
I remember.
believes that it would be a good thing if people bullied Doe off the internet. That's how hard
Yeah.
he went. And what he was being, what he was
Also
being mad
mental
at, and I
illness.
have the evidence. I've shown this on stream many times. What he actually gave me as the reasoning for doing that was that Doe made a joke about like quote tweeted the video of him doing the Kyle Rittenhouse, the Kyle Rittenhouse, I think protesters, you know, they have my blessing if they want to mow down protesters in the street, that whole thing, that she made a joke quote tweet about that. That's the only thing he made. Like that's the only actual direct critique that he was able to provide to me. That he said justified Doe being driven off the internet. And my point in that entire debate was that I think that if you're going to freak out on somebody, you need to have good reasoning for it. So, yes.
Yeah.
So yes, I don't disagree with you that people.
I freak out.
I
No,
don't
stop.
think that I don't disagree with you.
I disagree.
That
I disagree, couple.
people, content creators, should be careful when they blow somebody up on.
I
stream.
never be
But of
careful.
course, we reserve the right to be able to blow people up sometimes on stream. Otherwise, people can just fucking lie about us all the time without any issue.
Maybe you could use it. I did research about gender affirming. Okay.
Anyway,
Anyway.
I hope that makes sense.
It makes sense that I will never be careful. It's true. That's never careful. Don't even.
I unmuted you. I genuinely, Skunksy says, I genuinely think the reason the
You
color
muted me?
of Pridefall is because they view the left as a social circle. The worst thing for them is that the online space being undermined.
True, I'm never
by
careful,
bad
right?
people. Color doesn't distinguish between Nazis and Keffel's fans.
I call you out. I call you out. Everybody I call out is like, how dare you? And this happens then, and it's like too late. You know?
But yes,
Problematic
I want to be clear.
behavior.
I strongly urge creators
Never.
to be careful when they
Never.
put somebody up on stream. Especially the larger your profile is, the larger your following
My
is. the more
profile is
likely you could,
big. Arcade, I call you out.
a severe repercussion.
Right this
And it's
moment.
also especially true if you make explicit statements about what you think should happen to somebody.
I
Like, for
think
example,
you should
if
be
you know,
taken
say that
to
you think
Burger
somebody should be driven off the internet or
King.
should be bullied into the ground.
Should be driven out
Those
to
are
the
things, that I
Burger
think,
Mac Drive,
change the calculus.
McBurger.
No one,
thing.
I certainly have never said that these things are easy things to sort out. That's all. I just want to be clear about that.
And these things are super easy to sort out.
I think another thing that's like really disingenuous. Okay, I mean, one thing is that I feel like it's weird to call what my fans did harassment
Super.
because it seems like it's more of a minor annoyance than something
We're
that.
talking about minors already?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
As
thanks.
Jessica Metal in chat says, it is also worth mentioning that that my position was eventually agreed upon, such that the actual argument for my position was stolen within days to be used against Tim Pool about Donald Trump. Oh, you're all good. You're all good, Skunksy. It's no big deal.
Like the kinds of harassment I get where people are constantly telling me to kill
Everybody
myself,
stole my
or
arguments.
posting doxing information or revenge porn. Like that's like some of the stuff that I'm constantly dealing with, and obviously something that I would ban people from my community for if they ever engaged in. But also with Project Pridefall, that was done anonymously, where what I did was part of a bit that was done on a live stream, so literally anyone could see what was happening.
Hello, gamer girl Uwu.
Oh no.
I would say two things then.
Jessica.
One, the average everyday person is going to see these things as
Like
harassment.
people keep
because they
saying
don't
that
deal with it every day.
Kafals is like
It
a
doesn't
voice,
matter
so
if
you
their
know.
experiences aren't as bad as yours. Having been on the end of death threats, I don't know if you know about the Smash Brothers community and all of their sexual assault allegations,
Who?
but I broke that 3 years as news before anyone cared or took action. I got death threats. I was blacklisted from the industry for 3 years. It was awful. I've dealt with.
Okay, but what does any of this have to do with the issue at hand? Like, this caller is remarkably self-obsessed.
True.
This caller is just obsessed with saying something bad happened to me. You should agree with me because something bad happened to me. It's
True.
a terrible fucking argument.
The worst end of things. But I don't need a whole bunch of trolls showing up in my comments either way. Who needs that? I get why
Right.
people see that as harassment. It may not be as severe as getting death threats because, again,
Of
lived
course.
it, done it.
Of course,
it's
but I feel like
still
when
harassment.
you call it that, when you're painting it with the same brush, it makes it sound more severe than it is. It makes it
Then what do you call it? Just
Annoying.
trolls? I mean,
An
I mean,
annoyance.
yeah, I don't think that
An annoyance.
trolling is
why
Something that
people
is.
on purpose. I
is
mean, that-
trolling
is that
inherently
fun?
harassment.
I honestly, for the most part, kind of.
Because I see
No. No, it's not. Come on.
I think this definition of harassment makes the term harassment completely useless.
True.
Like,
Oh, trolling is
there's all kinds
harassment.
of ways to troll,
Yeah.
and just
Like I'm trolling you all right
somebody in and
now.
of itself is not necessarily harassment.
Like I trolled
Harassment
Logic.
usually refers to like a consistent, overbearing, sort of almost like repeated engagement that you can't escape or walk away
Yeah,
from.
exactly.
In any like reasonable way. Like harassment is like when 900 people pop into your comments to call you a pedophile. Like that's harassment. You are being told, you are being falsely accused of
And you
something
cannot,
horrible,
you know.
and they are doing it over and over again, and you have no way to make it stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
That
there's
is
such a horde
harassment.
of people doing it.
Yeah.
Harassment is not when somebody plays a joke on you on the internet and you don't like it. Like
Exactly.
that's not the same
It's
thing. These aren't
ridiculous.
the same things at all.
So ridiculous.
And yes, I do think that some types of trolling can verge into harassment, but what this caller just said was
Any.
that what this caller just said was that all trolling is harassment. Like, let's rewind real quick. Hold on, let me just make sure.
No,
that
I
don't
remember. I
wanna
remember.
misrepresent them.
You know, he did say that.
People on purpose. I
is
mean,
trolling
that
inherently
fun?
harassment.
I honestly,
Yeah.
for the most part, kind of.
Because I see
So that's a weird response, but yeah, they said that for the most part, trolling is inherently harassment. So that means every single prank call that's ever been done is harassment. Every single joke that's ever been done. When my girlfriend trolls me by saying a political opinion that she doesn't believe to get a rise out of me because I get autistically angry when I hear a political opinion that I strongly disagree with. That's apparently harassment. All of this is harassment, apparently.
True, and you should be
trolling
under arrest.
as an art form. There's a lot of creativity that goes into trolling, as long as it's not directly hurting people. And as far as I've seen, no one got directly.
Yeah, I
hurt
like
when I was
the
doing it.
art of the
I mean,
trolling
Logic,
challenge.
other than just running a blockchain, I also had to go and individually block several accounts that continued to follow me. It
So
took
you had
3
to
or
click
so
through-
hours or more out of my night.
How does it take hours or more of your night to click 3 buttons?
Because that's how long it kept happening. People, after seeing you make the comment and laughing, kept showing up. And
What?
I mean, if you want the
This
definition
this
of
is
trolling,
like
Sorry, I don't know what this caller's
I don't buy
pronouns
it.
are. I've been using they them to the best of my ability, but to my knowledge, this caller does not want to be known. They don't want to have any attention from any community. This caller was deliberately as anonymous as possible with a few exceptions. So I don't know. Doesn't really matter. They wanted to be anonymous. They were complaining about getting attention. So
I mean, it's Urban Dictionary, so
just
I'm
use
not
they
going to
them
say
if
it's
you're
amazing.
in doubt, guys.
The art
why?
of deliberately, cleverly, and secretly pissing people off.
Oh no! Sorry about the hiccup there, everybody. Should be steady. We had a small hiccup. Refresh.
What happened? Oh, the stream died?
We had a very small hiccup. It doesn't appear to be a problem anymore. Hold on, I'm gonna keep an eye on the stats though. We had a very small hiccup.
What
It
happened?
looks like it's back to normal. Okay, okay.
Dimo mama, what happened? Dimo mama,
There we go. It was just, it's not an outage this time. It's just a small hiccup.
what happened, Dimo mama? What happened? Yeah.
That scared me for a second. I would have been so sad. I would have been so sad.
Me too. Me too would have been sad. It's
I mean,
true.
I don't know. Maybe this is PR talk,
I know
but to
you
me,
What?
harassment is just unwanted behavior that makes people feel uncomfortable.
Harassment is unwanted behavior that makes people feel uncomfortable. I just think that that's a hyper simplified version of harassment, and I have to wonder.
I guess a difficult exam at school is harassment by that, because it's unwanted thing that makes you uncomfortable.
What is the value of that definition?
None.
Doesn't it seem like the value of that definition
broad.
is so that you can claim that people that you don't like harassed people? Like, doesn't it sound like you're using a vague definition so you can make people sound like they're worse than they are? To me,
Yes.
that's what it sounds like. Operating with a definition that's that vague sounds like it's purposefully designed so that you can claim Keffels is a racist because she regularly harasses black people. And what you mean by regularly harasses black people is that Keffels disagreed with a black person on Twitter, and then that specific black person didn't like it.
Like,
It just feels very
the
dishonest.
mama is still streaming, right?
Yeah, exactly. Jessica Metal says someone ate the last bagel, therefore I was harassed.
True.
Mixed Dizzy says this is how people justified actually harassing Chinchillazilla and starting Chilligate because she might have made her neighbors uncomfortable with unwanted chili.
What? I don't get this.
This type of behavior where you're accusing someone of something serious, but then you back down to a extremely watered down definition once you're actually called on the spot, once you've already gained the clout and you've already started the cancellation, I think it's genuinely toxic. This is the type of stuff I was talking about before when I said these types of things I think are actually dangerous to online left movements. And I do think that the prevalence of this type of behavior, the prevalence of dishonest framing, of overstating harm, of never providing receipts, these are three habits that are like endemic to certain aspects of the online left that I just think are really bad. I unironically think that it ruins our ability to actually have any meaningful conversations around these topics.
Yeah.
It just breeds hatred.
Also, you need to think what the goal you have in mind when you do
division.
this.
It just
Like,
breeds
why?
schisms.
You need to have a goal in mind, right?
Anyway,
It can be
let's continue.
attacking someone for the sake of attacking someone. It
It
can't.
was annoying because I didn't.
Oh, it was annoying.
On just my main tweet, I had tons of accounts that were randomly following me, so I had to block them and get rid of them because I don't want other people randomly in my community getting the same kind of treatment because I'm not being aware.
I just went on to the tweet that you're talking about. The one where I replied, right?
this person here, this is apparently the person, and this person has a thread of about somewhere around like 10 or so tweets, all tagging Keffals, all advocating towards Keffals being deplatformed.
Like,
but that's not harassment.
this
It's
is
not
the goal,
harassment
to get
repeatedly
her
tag somebody in over and
out.
over again with the goal of getting their
So
platform
sad.
and income removed. But it is harassment to respond with a
Hmm.
joking fake account.
Yep.
And-
Probably.
Is this her
Probably.
Twitter? Okay, so her pronouns are she, her. All right, I'm gonna put that up on the screen then, so we now know, so that there's
Okay.
no confusion. Now that we know, I did not know this before. I'm just being 100% with you. I did not know that. Let's just, there we go. Now we have it. There we have it. She, her. Okay. Let's use the right pronouns from here on out. We didn't know before. Now we know.
Like 99% of the comments are actually people harassing me and telling me to eat shit, calling me a cunt.
We're playing pronoun detective tonight. Well, it's not my fault that people don't put pronouns in bio. It's the anti-woke mind virus. If people put fucking pronouns in bio,
True.
and if people were more fucking clear about it, we know their goddamn pronouns. You're doing something on a public platform, and there's no way
True.
that anybody can know any of your pronouns. So of course I'm going to default to they, them, or whatever. Or in the case of Ryan Beard, who uses any or all pronouns, because they were known as
This
Mr.
is
Beard.
the point where I become pretty clear this person's bad faith, yeah.
Keffel
Like,
Chat said at the time that the caller's pronouns were they, them. Okay, well, I don't know then.
my pronouns are ducky,
Hold on. I'm doing it myself. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
she has.
Hold on. I'm going to confirm. Let's go find out. I might be blocked. Literal grill. Let's find out. Gonna go find out.
What can I do for you? And my blog? My not blog, Gilas. I never
She,
blog.
her. It's she, her. Done. Confirmed.
It's
She, her.
Shira. Bad faith actor.
Yes, Lil Lily, but we didn't know that at the time. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
I destroy our enemy.
The one where I replied, right?
Me? I reply.
Yep.
And-
Probably.
Yep. Blah, blah, blah.
Like 99% of the comments are actually people harassing me and telling me to eat shit, calling me a cunt.
Okay, let me pull this
Yeah.
up because I haven't.
This tone of voice.
Disgusting. Change and grow as a person. Eat shit.
And-
Eat shit.
Maybe I have some other people
grow as a
blocked too,
person.
but
My
I
gosh.
keep a pretty extensive block list. Let's see here.
It's like.
I mean,
grow
I see
as a
some. I
person.
see a couple things, but again, it's probably just because I keep
Of
a
course.
pretty.
Like I see the one
block
that's
list.
I see this one that's obviously one of the fans of the stream where they just said, "Thank you for bringing attention to this. I literally had to create a new account due to bullying from her sicko fans. She gives real trans people a bad name /SRS."
Wait,
A few of the accounts are banned because I asked friends to help make sure they were deleted. I got some private messages too.
Oh, okay, okay. So she's just a giant. Wait a second. Up here, it says they, them. Wait. Up here, on this stream, it says they, them. But it's been... What? But on Twitter...
What? What is this?
Demon Mama, the new victim of the pronoun virus. Oof. Oof, oof. Where's my oof button? Which way? Where's my oof button? Where's my oof button?
It is no button.
Do I have it? Did I get rid of it?
Get rid of it.
Oh no! Oh yeah, it's right here.
What the heck is this? What is this?
Is it this one? No, it's this one.
What the?
There we go.
It doesn't sound like a. It doesn't sound like a noob. It sounds like someone being damaged
Maybe
in the
Gay
game.
Fish. That could be. That could be.
Sounds like someone getting damaged in a
But
game.
I mean, that's an instant block and delete kind of thing. I don't.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
not gonna
like.
waste my time keeping receipts for random trolls. But
I mean, of course. I
that's the
mean,
I'm a random
I know
troll.
how to deal with this.
it's
What
just
if I
kind
just-
of
What
like.
if I had been one of these people that you're
I am
know
descendant.
how to handle things or do stuff, and all of a sudden I have a ton of trolling people.
Okay,
just
but you're
coming at me?
literally you're
Literally.
over exaggerating the extent of this. Like I'm seeing like
Is
fans,
the
and then the
Roblox of
majority of the
sound?
comments are telling
I never exaggerate.
The idea of
It's
harassment
the poo-poo.
is something
It's
that
the
makes the
poo-poo.
person who is receiving it feel uncomfortable. It doesn't have
What
being
the?
told you
Discomfort
die.
is called
makes
discomfort and
someone feel
mild annoyance.
Just
So,
because it is
by that
not as severe as
definition-
what you're dealing with.
Mild
by
annoyance
that
is
definition,
harassment.
weren't you harassing me by responding?
There were 3. Keffels just went through that thread and found 3 Keffels fans in the thread and
Wow.
dozens of non-Keffels fans. All of the non-Keffels fans were tagging Keffels because Keffels was tagged in there, and the original poster, who is the caller, tagged Keffels somewhere around 10 plus times. That's just in that one thread. So on an objective mathematical level, the fans of this caller were harassing Keffels significantly more in that thread by a large margin than Keffels or Keffels fans were doing back to this caller.
But they don't care.
Me on my Pick Crew
Honestly.
account because it was uncomfortable.
Pick crew. Imagine drawing
trying to
drama over
engage with
pick
the
crews.
community
Like
in-joke.
this is so.
Or like
I
all
don't
of the
know.
people tweeting about me,
Pick crew
wouldn't that
drama.
also
Pick crew
be
gate,
harassment?
like-
I feel like defining harassment as something that simply makes you feel bad is kind of
Weird.
that's such a broad definition.
Yeah, agreed. Like, what the hell?
As a disabled person,
As a
who has
disabled
autism,
person, I see.
I had people talking to me about their turbo autism.
How is that harassment? How is it? I turbo autismed the autism test. You guys saw that live. Is that if I say I have turbo autism as a joke, like is that harassment for me to say that? That's ridiculous. God, oh God. Just this whole call is such a disaster.
True, I agree.
Right here.
I agree.
This fucking conversation should go down in history as one of the perfect examples of the behavior that people are talking about when they're talking about a tenderqueer or a woke scold, which those two terms are kind of similar.
They are.
Tenderqueer usually refers to like a little bit.
They are
of other
very
things, but
similar.
honestly, here is very much the sort of tenderqueer woke scold behavior. This entire conversation, almost every single tactic is there.
Oh
As
yeah.
an autistic person, people said the word turbo autism about themselves around me, and that was harassment. Why can't we just say woke scold though? Because queer people deserve to have their own words, okay?
True.
Tenderqueers are a thing, okay?
True.
I've encountered, like, obviously when I think of tenderqueer, I think more of people who like police, who police like your problematic kinks or whatever. People who are like, actually, it's really fucked up that you get off to being dehumanized. That's disgusting, and it puts down other
Damn.
queer people like me. It's
Damn.
actually disgusting that you would enjoy a fan fiction that has problematic gender bending in it. That is to be quite TBQH.
TBQH?
Pretty transphobic of you.
Oh no.
That it's like, yeah.
To be QH, quite honest. I know what it means. I understand this reference. It means to be quite
Excuse me,
honest.
when I was
Excuse
I
me?
installed spyware on your computer so that I could watch what you were masturbating to, and I caught you watching a forced detransition BDSM humiliation role play. And I gotta say, that sounds like you might have some deep hidden transphobia, and it's probably being pumped out through your work. I think we need to take you down, actually.
True, take you down, Geeklers. I take
It was
you down.
harassment when I watched your screen with the spyware I secretly installed on your computer. I can't believe you subjected me to that against your consent.
Yeah. True. True and
Yeah.
real.
Demon Mama just spoke a sentence I've never ever heard before. That's why you watch me, baby. That's why you watch me. Nothing but the most original ideas right here. You never even knew that was a kink, and now you have a new kink. Congratulations.
I have a new kink? Really?
Somebody clip this. Please, clip this. Clip it to hell.
Climp, chimp. Come on, giggling.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
also autistic. I was the one who made the turbo autism comment.
You weren't the only one is the problem. Just because you can't see a lot of them now, a ton of accounts ended up
I am
suspended
not on
because
the
I had to
spectrum.
ask friends to start helping me report
I
people.
actually was tested
I
for
got
this.
a lot of people
But
bothering
it
me.
turns out I
The
am not.
reason it wasn't just run a quick
Even
box
though
scene and this should be
people
done,
always
which I
assume
did,
that
and
I
it
am
helped a
because
lot,
of my
is
behavior.
because people then realizing they were blocked,
Which speaks
made more accounts,
volumes.
kept being a pain. And again, it's not the same as receiving a death threat. I get that, but it's still incredibly annoying.
It's not the same
Annoying.
death threat, but it is the same as Operation Pridefall, apparently.
True, but it is
a
annoying.
huge inconvenience. I had to deal with your fan base being
Inconvenience.
sent to completely bother me. Just
This
for
is
the-
so.
3 comments. There were dozens of comments from this caller's from her fan base. There were we just saw on the screen. Keffels just showed it. Dozens of comments from her from the caller's fan base. 3 comments that were likely from fake pick crews from Keffels. 3 dozens. 3 dozens. Are we gonna watch Biden's State of the Union? Maybe. I didn't even realize it was happening tonight. I probably should have realized that, but I've been a little distracted, to be fair.
that
I don't want to
here
know a
and
State of the Union.
didn't like the idea of what's going on.
I feel like it's using
I don't want. them.
wielding identity politics like that is kind of disingenuous by saying like I
How
am a
dare
disabled
you.
person who has autism when a very large number of people in my community are autistic, and I feel like they should be allowed to express that in ways that differ from what disability advocates consider the norm.
If they want to, that's fine. Do they need to do it while specifically trolling me and
You
other people?
but didn't you
People
and
can do
who
things
engaged
in-
first? Was it you or me? I'm pretty sure it was you who engaged first.
True.
I had made a tweet because I did not like your use of the R slur in streams.
Okay.
That's what it was. That's it.
Okay. I mean,
And in
you're-
the end, it's
Yeah.
not necessarily just that it makes someone uncomfortable, it's the intent.
Yeah, also, Gayfesh points out this wasn't just a tweet. The evidence was just shown on screen that this person wrote in just that single thread somewhere between like 8 and 10 tweets directly adding Keffels, not to mention how many other threads they've been participating in.
It's just like when you say those slurs, it's one thing to reclaim a
Gayfesh says, I just checked her account. It's dozens and dozens of tweets. Dozens and dozens from a single account. Who's the actual harassment here? Holy shit.
It's not necessarily just that it makes someone uncomfortable, it's the intent.
Ah. Oh, we have a definitional change. Oh, that's interesting. Now the definition is changing. Now that the caller has realized that their argument was totally inconsistent, they're now shifting their entire definition. Incredible.
It's just like when you say those slurs, it's one thing to reclaim a slur. I've done it myself on my own Twitter. I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not possible.
right?
But when you use those slurs as an insult towards someone, saying that this makes them a worse person, you are perpetuating the whole reason it's a slur in the first place. It's not reclamation at that point. And I think, yes, there's going to be some people who refuse to have nuance in any way about
No,
this.
of course. I
And I
just
get that. But those folks, that's a reasonable complaint. These are words I've had thrown at me.
I've had the word
I
retard
don't-
thrown at me too since childhood. I'm aware of this. You know? I
Yes,
know what
and
it's
these
like to
words are used specifically to still create real life damage to people. And even if they're Nazis and they're
By the way, my lovely, lovely imps, if you are here
What is
having
it?
a good time,
Yes, Mac!
It takes
Batu, smack the
completely
batu.
free to smack the like button. Smack that like button. And
Yeah.
if you are not subscribed, you should subscribe to Demon Mama because you have no idea all the fun that you're missing out on. As you can probably see and hear from the impeccable quality of my video and audio, this is a truly original content stream. Even when I'm reacting somebody, I got my art all over the place. So if you're ready for a fucking truly new type of streamer, the first demon type streamer, smack that motherfucking subscribe button. Let's go.
They're
I mean,
really shitty people.
No one who's
We
saying
don't have to go there.
no one
'cause
who
we
is
don't.
saying retard today is using it to describe people with intellectual disabilities. That would be like saying everyone using the word stupid or lame are referring to people who are deaf or intellectually disabled.
I would say words like that while I still try to remove them from my own vocabulary because, to be fair, I've just seen things hurt
Of
people
course.
and I would rather be kind. One is considered literally a slur. One is not very far removed from things.
Wait, sorry.
But that's all I
I
did.
missed something. Hold on.
While I still try to remove them from my own vocabulary because
Hold on, I missed something.
say words like that while I
Intellectually disabled. Stupid or lame are referring
Here
to
we go. Here we go.
disabilities. That would be like saying everyone using the word stupid or lame are referring to people who are deaf or intellectually disabled.
I would say words like that while I still try to remove them from my own vocabulary.
By the way, if you rewind back within the first 5 minutes of this debate, the caller had indeed used the word dumb. So if they're trying to remove words like that from their language, they have not done, or she has not done a very good job at doing that.
Because, to be fair, I've just seen things hurt
Of
people
course.
and I would rather be kind. One is considered literally a slur. One is not very far removed from things. But that's all I did was post that. I didn't care for that.
So I guess
different
why
people
would
can
you
have
call
different
out
opinions.
Also, I think that this kind of illustrates the difference between my approach,
Right.
me being somebody who disagrees generally with the use of the R slur,
Right.
and the woke scold approach.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I am able to illustrate in great detail the reason why I personally don't use the R slur, and I don't think that people should use it so
Yeah.
freely as they do. That
But you won't like attack
I
people like this.
ultimately think that it helps anything to basically treat it like it's something worse than what it is. This person just has no argument. They are only signaling. They don't actually know why they believe that there's a difference between a word like dumb and a word like the R slur. It's unfortunate, but notice that they jumped to banning and actually attempting to dogpile Keffels as their first thing. And I don't know. I think it indicates a weak case.
Yeah.
one but not the others?
I have in the past. I know that not everyone is that ideologically consistent, but
Right.
I'm
And
not a
that's kind
fan.
of
And heck, I make those mistakes myself.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of my first tweets, I had a slip and then I deleted it to
slip.
reword it because I didn't like that I had used something that didn't feel quite right in me.
Sorry, everybody. In this stream, I drop a real big one. A big Anners. Hard N. I deleted it, to be fair. But just so the viewers know, I did this to shock my opponents. I can't quote the fucking thing. I tried.
Making that exact complaint. It happens. I get it. No one is perfect. But this is like a repeated thing.
No one is perfect, but Keffels, you should have your platform removed, and I will personally report you to Elon Musk and succeed in getting your platform suspended. It's literally, this person is literally just engaging in rules for thee, but not for me.
But that's all I did. You stumbled across my tweets and then decided, okay, troll account. And that's when I figured out, okay, this is a troll account. This is going on. I started talking about it. And I mean, I know it doesn't seem like it matters that much to you, but I mean, it literally breaks terms of service on Twitter. Like, you're making jokes where the intent in the end, no matter like if it was just to have fun or do whatever, the intent is that the butt of the joke is that people with neo pronouns are worth making fun of. People who need these context.
I do not believe that Keffels ever stated or even implied that people with neo pronouns are worthy of being, or like are not worthy of what was the wording she used?
Pronouns are worth making fun of. People.
I don't believe that Keffels ever said that. Not in this debate, and I have seen the clips at hand, and I do not believe that Keffels ever said that. In fact, I don't even think Keffels mentioned neo-pronouns in the original situation. So this is just literally made up. We've gotten to the point where the caller has no choice. Their argument has fallen apart so hard that they have no choice but to make things up. Also, Keffels in Keffels' most recent debate did state that she was cool with neo-pronouns.
Who need these context clues. And
oh, did she? Okay, she did mention making a pit crew account with neo-pronouns. All right, okay. But still, that's not even the same thing. The joke there is very clearly the idea, the joke that Keffels was making is that you can be anybody on the internet and that pit crews are anonymous. Flop says, it's very frustrating to me how the caller during the entire stream is lecturing and at times blatantly condescending to Keffels, as though Keffels isn't a trans and disability advocate herself, but instead is a child who needs to be taught how to not be problematic. It might just be her, the caller's way of speaking, but it's grating. If there's a way she could relay her position without talking down to. No, see, that's the thing that I was talking about before. That's kind of one of the things that makes people identify someone as a woke scold. The same way that like sticking your nose in everybody's business for no reason makes you a hall monitor, talking down and being super condescending and over exaggeratory is what indicates like woke scolding and tenderqueer behavior most of the time. I mean, it's in the name of the tenderqueer. Like you're being very tender, you're freaking out over nothing. Yeah, it's very scolding.
Indicators are worth making fun of. That these aren't legitimate things that anyone could need or use. That these people are a lesser. When you use the term tenderqueer the way you do,
yes,
it feels like you've just created a way to insult your own community, a way to make a word so that if anyone has a complaint against you, you have something where you can be like, they're just a this, and throw it off. It makes it so it's almost impossible to have these real conversations because, I mean, I was getting in some of these private messages and other things, people just saying I'm a stupid tenderqueer. And that's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely
world
think
am I
that
supposed
Twitter
to
is
do
not
anything in that
a
way?
very conducive platform to actually having these kinds of discussions, which is why I try and actually bring people on stream. Some people see this as me trying to like monetize the discussion, but the truth is I actually make significantly less money having these kinds of conversations as opposed to just streaming on my own. But
Gayfesh says, has she tried not being a stupid tenderqueer? Sounds like a skill issue.
I have a hard time understanding context on Twitter because there's no way for me to read tone in what people are saying. Just like that people are constantly mad.
I absolutely have to point this out then, the irony of the situation. That's what tone indicators are for.
Yes, and please
and
use
you just
them.
sat there and made fun of them. You made fun of them for some people who deeply need them and they help.
It's not making... No, I feel like you don't understand.
I think it's possible to poke fun at tone indicators while still recognizing that some people will find them useful. I think that tone indicators, especially in online discussion, are especially on places like Twitter where your word count is already limited, that they are extraneous. I also think that they can ruin a lot of communication. And also, I think that a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people who advocate for tone indicators and like argue that you have to use tone indicators are like just failing to actually like, I don't know. How do I word this? I want to say this in the way that makes sense. Miscommunications happen. They happen, and they are super prone to happen on a website like Twitter. If you are on Twitter, you should not have the expectation that other people will use tone indicators, because Twitter is already a nightmare communication hell zone. There are so many bigger problems than the communication of tone on Twitter. Now, I can understand in certain spaces if tone indicators are helpful, but also it's a good thing to just ask people clarifying questions. It's okay to just ask somebody for clarification on what they meant if you don't understand exactly what they are trying to say. Like, being able to resolve miscommunications is a fundamentally important skill for everyone to have, autistic or not. It is just really important to learn how to resolve miscommunications in your life. And tone indicators don't actually solve all that much, because lots of people use tone indicators ironically, which completely like breaks the use of the tone indicator. Are we supposed to, like, I don't know, just like, Garfield, are you /J or /SRS? A lot of people don't even know, because like /G, people, so /SRS and /G are used in different, it's just, I don't think that they're a very good tool. I don't think that tone indicators help all that much. And I also think that people should just learn how to resolve miscommunications with one another. I use /S for sarcastic, /S is for serious. Yeah, I know, people do, people have all, there's no clarity on these things. It's just very silly. /G is often used to mean genuine. How, like what? /G equals genuine? Gayfish says, hello /I have to poop. What's UR? Unironic? What's UR? Unrelated. Okay. /UR stands for uber racist. Oh. Let's go.
Understand the context of it. It's not.
I was watching
it's not,
your stream live.
Right. Do you want me to explain?
Saw at the point. I don't need it explained.
You don't
the
need.
Butt of the joke.
So you're not willing to actually hear me out. The butt of the joke is pointing out logical inconsistencies.
Then point out logical inconsistencies.
I was.
That's not what it feels like to the people who are using this, who use these things seriously. Because to be fair, I should probably use context indicators and things like that more myself. I don't use them. I can admit it.
Okay, I want you guys to understand something. If we were to make tone indication like a rule, this entire stream would be completely ruined. It would be, I would have to say after every single line /SRS/J, or say, that was a joke, guys. That was a joke, guys. That was a joke, guys. I am being serious now, guys. This is a joke, guys. It's just a reality of communication that there are sometimes going to be issues in understanding one another, and you just have to learn to resolve them. It's okay. Language is complicated. Communication is complicated no matter how many rules you stack on top of it. Tone indication only makes sense in text where we literally can't hear your precious voice. Okay, but is that true though? Because isn't like understanding tone like picking up on what is going on? Why? It's back. So we've had 2 hiccups today. It's very unfortunate. It seems to be stable now. It seems to have stabilized. It's just, I don't know what's going on today. Maybe there's just some general issues. I don't know what's going on. We've only had 2 hiccups. So hopefully it won't happen again, but yeah, just refresh if you're having issues. Yeah, whatever. The tone thing, like, when people say tone indicators, there is tone in writing as well. Tone isn't just the literal meaning of like the tone of your voice, which is one thing, but there's also, tone is a concept in writing as well. Tone indicators are supposed to clearly communicate what you're saying. I don't know, whatever. All right, let's continue. Let's fucking continue, okay? Let's do it.
Because again, personal growth. But you call these people tenderqueers. You make them an enemy of your community, essentially. These are the bad people who are doing queer the wrong way. Act like them because this is funny. This will show how stupid they are.
Right.
Okay, but nothing about that said that you're doing queer the wrong way. The argument was that, like, people who are fucking crouching and hiding and literally doing reports and tagging in fascists from behind pit crew avatars, it has nothing to do with them doing queer the wrong way. It has to do with the fact that you can put on a fucking anonymous account and pretend to be anybody. I could right now go change my fucking avatar to Judy Hopps. I could go and change my avatar on Twitter to a pregnant Judy Hopps, and that wouldn't have any
Spicy! Pregnant Judy Hopps, like from the Zootopia.
I'm using that word again, yeah, because people make these mistakes, but that's the point of what's happening. That's how it is read by people. That
Right.
You think these people who have neo-pronouns, who use these indicators, are lesser than you because you have villainized this term tenderqueer in your own community. And
we all know there's no pregnant Judy Hopps. She'd get an abortion right away. Well, then there would be a pregnant Judy Hopps for the 20 minutes it took for her to drive to the abortion clinic, wouldn't it, huh? You guys are fucking harshing my kink over here. Also, she's a bunny. They're hyper fertile. So she probably has to get a lot of abortions.
have essentially told your fan base, these are the bad people.
I feel like-
these are the bad queers.
Am I not allowed to make criticism? Because that's it's kind of what it feels like. It's like equating criticism with harassment.
It is possible to make criticisms against these kinds of communities. I mean, I think people make valid criticisms against the folks who try to start discourse about bi lesbians and things like that all of the time. We have plenty of, and for anyone in the chat who wants to throw a fit, we have so much historical context for that.
Wait,
It's
why
not
are
worth
you
pretending.
assuming that my
gosh.
chat hates bi lesbians?
Oh, I'm not assuming that your chat does. I am assuming that there are random viewers here right now who are just watching who will throw a fit, because some people really will just throw a fit over anything. I get that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make up a term for those people specifically so we can just blow them off. I'm not going to tell everyone these are just the tenderqueers. You don't have to listen to anything they have to say.
Flops points out that throw a fit is ableist language. Yeah, it is.
It is.
Much like
It is.
most of the terms that
Right,
we use,
you know.
unfortunately. I talked about this in my Arsler segment about how lots and lots and lots of insults, lots of turns of phrase do have ableist roots.
You would tell me what I meant?
Them are just extremely distanced from their ableist roots.
Really?
So
What did I mean?
Essentially, only listen to what I have to say.
Really?
My way of being queer is right. That specifically denies all
Okay.
discourse, essentially.
I mean,
from
that's
happening.
not what I said, or even how I define tenderqueer.
The othering of people like that, by setting that up, by creating
okay, I have to say one thing that I do think is always eternally funny to me is that
Eternally
people get
retarded.
super mad when being called a tenderqueer. Like, doesn't that
I am that tender
prove the point?
queer.
Like, if somebody
I'm the
calls you a
tender
tenderqueer
there.
and you freak out and write a 40 fucking tweet thread about how they're
I am a
parsing
tender
the
duck.
way
I am a
that
tender queer.
they used a term like tenderqueer. It's kind of like, I don't know, it'd be like
I am tender.
fucking like, I don't know, like
Tender.
it'd be like, again, it'd be like freaking out because somebody called you a hall monitor and then being like, in this thread I am going to explain how it's actually extremely nerdophobic to call you a hall monitor as a former hall monitor.
Nerdophobe.
Yeah, it's being a fucking Melvin. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a Melvin. How dare you call me a Melvin? Melvin is a slur for people who love video games, love
Yeah, you are.
teacher,
It's like, just
love
like me.
show and tell,
Yeah,
love
it's like me.
telling on you to the principal, love getting to use the PA at the end of the
You
day.
are, Jessica, just like me. We are both.
These kinds of terminologies.
That
Right.
tenderqueers
Is what
today
far-right
on
movements
this
literally
day.
do.
I am also
That's
tender.
why
Every-
people don't like it, and it feels
Every
off.
movement makes up terms. Like, is it far right when trans people call each other transmedicalists? Because that is also an othering term.
I would again say that intent is an important part of this.
Okay.
So you're saying that I'm
It would be
intending
like
to be far
saying-
right?
No, what I'm saying is we call people turfs because
This
they're
fucking caller,
turfs.
this caller is like one of the worst debaters I've ever heard. It's actually hilarious.
I am a debater. I debate you.
Medicalists because they're transmedicalists. Tenderqueer is such
We
a
call people
vague-
tender
They're calling you a tenderqueer because you're. Oh wait, Keffels is gonna say it,
queer
right?
because they're tender queer.
Yep.
Tenderqueer is such a vague term that your fan base has taken it to be whatever they want, despite your direct definitions. Because that's what I had to deal with last night. I don't know if you consider me a tenderqueer by whatever you're saying.
You are. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's what was
Because
decided.
you, in the
Yeah.
conversation, a
Yes.
disabled trans person
Monsieur.
in a chat full of disabled trans people, you tried to use I am a disabled trans person as a qualifier. And I think that's a manipulation of social justice rhetoric that doesn't actually help your arguments.
True.
I am trying to use that to explain that I'm coming from a place of experience. I mean, I live with this. I'm not just some random person on the internet who's.
You are a random
I
person.
mean,
on
and
the
literally
internet.
directly.
Also,
Yeah.
I also have experience
Oh yeah.
in everything.
I'm here because
Yeah.
of your actions severely kind of fucking up my whole night, to be real. Because
Just remember, in the thread that was shown on
I
screen
remember.
earlier, there were 3 responses from Keffels fans and dozens of responses from this caller.
How dare you annoy me
Remember that
this night?
caller has
How dare you?
has on her
Why you do
Twitter
this to me?
made dozens upon dozens of tweets directly pointed at Keffels. Just remember that fact as we go
Yeah.
through this. She started this shit.
I had to sit and deal with that.
I can definitely relate to this. It's a different scope, but I understand. But I'm glad though that, fortunately, my community is a lot nicer than the people who are currently mad at me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Because you said that they
A lot
didn't
of
send you
people
any
have
death
made the
threats.
complaints, and to be fair, I've made the same complaints that it feels like the same kind of nonsense under different management.
But you
because it
said that
kind
you
of
didn't get any
does.
death threats.
This time?
What do you mean this time? This is the time we're
Yeah.
talking about. What? Oh my god, she's so bad at this. Oh. Do you see what I'm talking? Oh my god, every single tactic that we would generally associate with a fucking woke scold is right here in this video. This video should be time capsule.
When
Do
was
you
the
know that none of your fan base has done this to other people?
Do
Like,
I
you
know that none of
created
your
this group-
followers are people who send death threats to me? You can't qualify
No,
that
but
without
I'm
evidence.
not making a specific term like tenderqueer and saying these people are essentially the enemy. Let's go troll them and make fun of them. Won't this be so funny if they fall for this and think this is real? This is going to make them all look really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you
Good
did.
night, Ollie.
I mean, right? Wasn't that kind of the point? Was to make those folks look bad, look
mean-
like they're nonsensical, doing that whole thing?
They don't.
It's not really a debate. It's not breaking down
Right.
points.
They don't really
The whole
need my
point-
help doing that, though.
But you chose to create what you called gay ops to do it anyway.
Yes.
So why? you were
Oh,
such a fan
no,
of
I mean, you
debate in
wouldn't
the
let me
first
actually
place.
explain, because there was a reason all of that happened. Like, the reason that was happening in the first place is because I wanted to shift attention back onto me so people would stop talking about the Twitter space and would stop calling my friends Nazis for pushing back against transphobes.
By the way, I mentioned this earlier, but Keffels is not even lying even slightly about what was going on with the rotten, toxic discourse around that Twitter space. That Twitter space resulted in, and I saw these tweets myself. I have no idea if I would ever be able to find them because unfortunately there were literally thousands of tweets made about this Twitter space. But one of the person, it was the person with the, hold on, I'm gonna do an impersonation of their avatar and then you guys will know who I'm talking about. I don't actually remember their account, but they have an avatar that's like this. You know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about. They're this person. They have this really annoying avatar where it's like a fisheye, and they're going like, and they're like smiling at it like this. And they described, and I'm going to try and do my best to give word for word thing. They accused Aaron in the morning, Keffels, and Alejandra Caraballo as both siding trans issues with fascists. That was the wording that they used. And this was a tweet that had thousands of views.
This person, she aligned with Elon Musk.
So Keffels isn't lying when she says that the discourse was incredibly toxic, and also that was the reason that Keffels was trying to sort of pull aggro. Whether you agree, I personally don't think that the way that Keffels went about it is the best way to pull aggro, but I don't really care either. I don't think it was particularly egregious either. Let me see, you know what? Let me just see if I can find that tweet real quick. While we're listening to this, I want to see if I can find it.
What happened? What happened?
Okay, hold on.
I have to check I will check the, you call it the Raw Squad, which means schedule.
Let me see if I can find this exact one. Oh, I might be blocked.
Hold on. Okay, I have to wait for the next one. You know?
Here's an example of it. This isn't the exact... Oh, wait, here we go. Let's see if we can just find some of the examples. Here we go. Look, this is the person.
Where? Who?
I was right. I was right about it. Look.
Oh. Wait, this is the person? I know this person. Wait. Looks so familiar. Hey, this is the person?
This is real.
Hold on.
This is going to make them all look really.
I've seen that avatar before.
And that's what.
I
mean, right? Wasn't that kind of the point? Was to make those folks look bad, look like they're non.
I've seen this person before.
It's not really a debate. It's not breaking down points.
They don't really
The whole
need my
point-
help doing that, though.
But you chose to create what you called gay ops to do it anyway.
Yes.
So why?
No, I mean, you wouldn't let me
first
actually
place-
explain, because there was a reason all of that happened. Like, the reason that was happening in the first place is because I wanted to shift attention back onto me so people would stop talking about the Twitter space and would stop calling my friends Nazis for pushing back against transphobes.
By the way, I mentioned this earlier, but Keffels is not even lying even slightly about what was going on with the rotten, toxic discourse around that Twitter space. That Twitter space resulted in, and I saw these tweets myself. I have no idea if I would ever be able to find them because unfortunately there were literally thousands of tweets made about this Twitter space, but one of the person, it was the person with the hold on, I'm gonna do an impersonation of their avatar, and then you guys will know who I'm talking about. I don't actually remember their account, but they have an avatar that's like this.
I know this account. How do I know this account? I do, but I don't
know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
They're this person. They have this really annoying avatar where it's like a fisheye, and they're going like. And
How do I know this person?
Smiling at it like this.
Oh.
And
I can't remember.
They described, and I'm going to try and do my best to give the word for word thing. They accused Aaron in the morning, Keffels, and Alejandra Caraballo as both siding trans issues with fascists. That was the wording that they used. And this was on a tweet that had thousands of views, thousands of people engaging with this tweet. So Keffels isn't lying when she says that the discourse was incredibly toxic, and also that was the reason that Keffels was trying to sort of pull aggro.
Like,
whether you agree, I personally don't think that the way that Keffels went about it is the best way to pull aggro. But
yeah.
I don't really care either. I don't think it was particularly egregious either.
Bag.
Let me see. You know what? Let me just see if I can find that tweet real quick. While we're listening to this, I want to see if I can find it. Okay, hold on. This is it.
What is this?
Let me see if I can find this exact.
Trying to remember, but I can't. Like, if anybody can remind me. Like,
Well,
I
might be
honestly.
blocked.
Like, I know this person from somewhere.
Here's an example of it. This isn't the exact. Oh wait, here we go. Let's see if we can just find some of the examples. Here we go. Look, this is the person. See?
I know this person from somewhere, but from where?
I was right. I was right about it. Look.
Where do I know this person from?
Okay, so now are we ready to drop Keffels along with Aaron and Alejandra?
From
they're
here.
very clearly shown they're more comfortable giving air to fascists than listening to a single black trans person? 72.1 thousand views, 679 likes, 28 quote retweets, 128 retweets.
Ridiculous.
Another prominent trans activist who gave cover to Keffels' racism. Let's see if I can find the one. Yes, here it is.
Ooh.
Wait, what did they do this time, sad face? They went on an alt-right space to both sides, the gender and...
I saw this. I saw this tweet. It was like up the period of my timeline.
4,158 views on this tweet alone. But of course, the one at the top one, I just want to screenshot this for future, for future recording, just so we can remember this is the case. So, Keffels wanting to pull heat is a totally rational thing, given that these fucking dishonest psychos were just blatantly lying about what actually went down. And for the record, I don't care like whether you think that it was a good or a bad thing for people to be engaged in that conversation, but you are lying. You are telling a mistruth if you characterize debating some fascists as both siding the gender and sex question. It is so disgustingly, deeply dishonest. It is beyond fucking reprehensible. And I think it's okay to think that it was a mistake for people to go into that conversation. I think it's fine. And in fact, personally, that particular Twitter space, I would not have participated in something like that personally. But that's me. And I don't think that that equals both siding the gender and sex issue. I think that's so deeply dishonest, it's frankly disgusting.
Yeah, just like comparing to the...
Is that really a good thing? I mean, you threw a ton of people under the bus and directly affected other people to do that. I mean, again, I'm just one person. I get it.
Right.
Maybe I'm not important in the grand scheme of things, but I have to deal with this. I had to deal with those people.
Right, but
was
you
more than
it's
annoying.
honestly incredibly insulting to me that you were trying to conflate having people asking you to use tone indicators with getting death threats. And then trying to imply that I can't prove that my fans never did that. Like,
I have repeatedly said that these are not exactly the same things. They are still a form of harassment. The intent was to inconvenience me, to make me feel like
Harassment is when someone is inconvenienced. There we go. A brand new definition of harassment has dropped. Like the hot pizza, you know? Straight off the oven. Can't believe this. You know? Harassment is when someone is
I am
inconvenienced.
lesser because I care about these topics. A lot of harassment, again, if
Oh
it's
my
not just okay
God.
making someone uncomfortable,
That just, oh, you disagreed with me. Do you see what it boils down to? This fucking caller is just mad that anyone had the gall to disagree. It's fucking pathetic.
Yeah,
So fucking pathetic.
I
it is
think
the
so.
intent. The reason I am putting out posts and complaining about your behavior is because any attempts to have called in to do things politely, to try to do anything through back channels, don't seem to create any form of change. I don't want to have to send a bunch of people after
This
you.
is-
I know you're
this
probably
right
getting
here is where we're
tons
at
of
right
trolls
now.
because I'm blocking them when they come into my own comments. I don't want to deal with those kinds of people. I know they're disingenuous, but there's a lot of people who genuinely care about these things. They're not just saying these things because they want to be social justice warriors or
oh,
get clout
wait
or
a
something
second.
like
You
that.
were literally tagging, like, quote tweeting Aaron Reed and, like, snitching on me. Like, tattling
Yes.
to mom. Oh my god.
Honestly, yes. Because these people are your friends and they keep defending your behavior that is hurting people.
I
that
didn't
has
hurt
real
you.
life-
Who was hurt? Give us evidence of who was hurt. This is the most vague bullshit. You are hurt.
Yeah, of course.
And the definition of hurt is disagreeing with
The
someone.
vagary is in the design. Yeah, that's part of the design, being
You're
vague.
literally being a fucking pussy about this.
Yeah, of course.
You're literally
That's
conflating
That's
death
by
threats
design.
with people.
Pussy?
Yeah, she called her a cat.
Never seen one of those.
People doing like
I had 10 pussies. What do you
trolling
mean?
I've ever heard of.
I used to have 10
A few
pussies.
minutes ago, I said these are not exact.
It's
Hey,
true.
everybody. Dropped a big pee bomb in this, this video.
I used to have 10 pussies, and they were like long-haired
But earlier in
pussies.
the conversation, you tried to say, like,
Because it
can
is
you
a
prove
form
it?
They were
of
cute
harassment.
pussies.
The
You
intent
defined
is
harassment as
specifically-
anything that makes you feel bad.
True.
Harassment is
Anna.
doing something with the intent of making someone feel uncomfortable on purpose.
No.
The whole point of
No, that's
your
not.
followers and your
No.
fans deciding to come and leave these comments, sure, they're lukewarm, whatever,
Yeah.
was to make me feel uncomfortable and give me a hard time. And you put my name on stream, you showed it to
Oh
everybody,
my gosh.
and did it yourself and essentially encouraged people. I wish I had the full VOD, but I know that, again, I was watching this live, so I have the full context. You had to delete that VOD because porn accidentally showed up on stream, which is whatever. I'm not using that as an argument. I get it. Things happen.
Right.
Porn?
Yeah.
You are essentially encouraging people, go make these dumb comments. Go inconvenience this person. Because
Gayfesh says, "Wait, Eric Andre's humor style is about bringing about bantering around discomfort. Does that mean his show is harassment?" Okay, all right. To be fair, Eric Andre goes
Yeah,
really far, and
exactly.
some
This
of
is
his
so
bits-
bizarre.
I think some of his bits do.
This is just-
count as harassment. Okay, the vomit one. There's a couple of segments of Eric Andre that, ironically, do probably qualify as a form of harassment. They're just also extremely funny, and I don't think it's that serious. Oh yeah. Mr. Krabs says, don't forget that person, the chlorophyllus diller, the like, that person said some super racist shit in the past too, and they whitewash Alejandra, who's Latina and Hispanic, like me, so chlorophyllus doesn't get any backlash. Yes, I think that I'm aware of that person's like history online. They are like the arch woke scold.
Yeah, woof.
Oh no, what did I get clipped for? Oh no, here we go. Pussy?
Cat.
I've never seen one of those. There, you got it. Y'all got your clip for the night. Y'all got your clip for the night. Go ahead. You all got your damn clip for the night, okay? Fuck.
I think the stuff they're saying is stupid. It's not making arguments. It's not debating if that's apparently important to you. It's
Of course.
just go be rude to this person for the sole.
Don't be rude.
I mean,
I already told you.
Making me feel like crap. I mean, like, if that's the point, even
What
if it's
was
not
your
a.
What was your goal?
Yeah.
Fucking bitch, what the fuck was your goal in snitch tagging Elon Musk when you just earlier on in this stream openly admitted and boasted about getting Keffel's account suspended by Elon Musk Twitter when you have tweeted dozens of times about Keffels? What the fuck was your goal? Was your goal to fucking make Keffels feel bad? Because it sure seems like that might have been your goal. Holy fuck.
A threat. What was the point of it?
What was the point? I already
sending
answered
your
this early in the
fan base-
conversation.
Is sending your fan base directly to harass me, one person.
You weren't harassed. Like, let's be real here. You
Yeah.
did not experience harassment.
True.
If
Yeah.
you don't
True
want
and
to agree to
real.
my definition, how in the world does that help our movement in any way whatsoever?
Wait,
How does getting Keffels deplatformed over literal bullshit that you overstate and lie?
True.
How does you lying?
How does that help the movement? What the hell?
To fucking Pridefall help anything? How does this entire call do anything but waste everyone's time?
True. Unironically true.
Fuck.
were you tagging Twitter trying to get my main banned on Twitter?
Yeah, because I'm sick of this kind of crap.
Holy shit,
Why
you
do
are
I-
such a little tenderqueer. Holy fuck. You're literally like
an
appealing to Elon Musk to get a trans person banned because you don't like that they said a no-no word. How fucking thin-skinned are you?
True.
You're appealing to a
even-
transphobe
the
that wants us
reason-
dead to have me banned from a platform because you have a personal gripe with me.
The only reason that I
Pipto
took
Cakes.
to doing that
Pipto Cakes, thank you very, very much for the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. This show is 100% viewer supported. Your likes and your donations carry this stream. You are the wind in my sails. Thank you very much.
You are the wind in my sails,
far
Gigglers.
line too far
It's
to
true.
again literally send your fan base directly to troll me
3 comments, 3 commenters.
and be jerks.
Three too much.
You are like the people who lived in Nazi Germany and snitched on their Jewish neighbors to settle personal debt.
I am.
You are betraying an entire
person.
community of disabled
You
people.
are literally
What the heck?
collaborating with
While they are
fascists.
also going through the same thing. Seriously, you are doing
Seriously.
so many of these things that you're complaining about, and I don't.
I'm not the one who
see
just
that, but you're
collaborated with
throwing-
fascists to try and get trans people deplatformed. Jesus.
True.
You are essentially.
Piftle Cakes with the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much, Piftle Cakes. Thank you for making my sails billow in the wind as we surge forward. Thank you very, very much.
I want to search forward as well.
Collaborating with people to make folks.
To be fair, Keffels and others who care about being banned off of Twitter are the real tenderqueers. Think skin and needing to touch grass. Twitter sucks, but Twitter is literally one of like 4 websites that you can actually market your stream on as a streamer.
True.
What are you talking about? That's absurd. the idea that taking down one of the avenues that you have for actually communicating with your fans is like, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's obviously this fucking caller said that harassment is when you feel bad.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What are you supposed to think of when somebody actually damages your ability to create your show, to communicate with your fans?
Exactly.
Your job is as a content creator.
Like what? This is more than an inconvenience, by the way.
That did not come from YouTube chat. That came from site chat. Sometimes, tonight actually, YouTube chat's been fantastic. So, site chat, up your game.
Folks with specific disabilities feel lesser than and made fun of, when we are already suffering.
Up your game, site chat, or else I will arrest you.
Medical
I
neglect.
will arrest you.
Sorry. /J, everybody, /J.
Severely, people dying, medical rationing. You're making fun of these people and essentially telling
No,
really
up your game, SRS.
that's stupid. These people who are going through the
Stupid?
same experiences
Are
as
you
trans
being
people, which is
ableist?
why I say
What
I'm
issue
disabled,
am I
I'm
telling them to make
trans.
fun of?
Are you being ableist to me?
To start disabled people in general, other people with autism who take these things seriously and use these things, it's not.
Agree with me. Agree with me. That's the argument. The only coherent
I agree with
that has
you.
been prevented here at all is that, that has been presented here at all
mama.
is you should agree with me, because if you don't, you're harassing me.
True.
I can
You're
do whatever I
inconveniencing
want,
me.
but if you do anything, it's bad, and it's bad because I don't like you. That's
True.
the only real argument that's actually been elucidated here.
True and real.
This caller, she thinks that it's okay when she does harassment, but it's not okay when Keffels does trolling, which the caller defines as harassment.
Yeah, because it inconveniences.
Just breaking down arguments or showing inconsistencies. You're sending people to troll and act like these people are lesser, are nonsensical, are, I mean, again, I guess for lack of a better word, I'm failing here, are dumb. And that's, because that's
I just like
it's
can't
ridiculous.
believe
Oh my god!
it. It's like, you know, instead of having a dialogue about this, like, you're saying that I'm harmful for the trans community, but you are literally willing to collaborate with people who want to strip us of all of our rights because I said a word you don't like.
Yes.
It's beyond just a word I don't.
See? He does like, this is very important. This is very important. She does not like, this is very important that she does not, sorry for using the wrong thing, but she does not, she won't, like, deny it. Like, it's like, yes, it goes beyond the word. It goes beyond the word, which, like, the silent implication is yes. Like, Elon Musk is the guy to go to. You know, this is like the silent implication. Like, this is horrible. Like, you heard it. Like, oh, you will collaborate with Elon Musk because of a bad word. He's beyond a bad word. So the answer is yes, I will. There we go.
It's not as direct. It's not as easy to see. But when you use this
Like
kind
what?
of dehumanizing language towards disabled people, it allows for these continued things to go on. It makes people feel like it's normal.
Can
it
you
is
stop
okay.
acting like an authority for disabled people? We're both disabled here. Okay? You do not have to do the tenderqueer
fine
appeal
then.
to identity
Okay,
liberal
fine then.
impulse.
Have you had to deal with medical rationing because of the pandemic?
I had to deal with medical rationing because of the pandemic, yes.
Okay, explain your experiences then.
Explain my experiences?
This is such a weird thing to do.
Exactly. Like interrogation.
This is such a weird, this is unironic gatekeeping. And it's extremely invasive, and I
Yeah.
would be willing to guess, I'm just gonna hazard a guess here, but I would be willing to guess that if anyone else interrogated a disabled person about their personal struggles during the pandemic, that this caller would say that they were being ableist. But once again, rules for thee and not for me is the like recurring
Exactly.
the recurring behavior of this woke scold. Vontix with the $5. The person talking with Keffels is confirming my opinion that Twitter woke scolds are overprivileged
Like,
lunatics.
what the heck?
I will say, at the very least, this person is certainly off the chain. I'll let you
Off the
know that,
chain.
okay? Thank you very, very much for the $5,
my
Vontix.
gosh.
You and donors like you make this show possible, so thank
Like-
you very, very much.
Explain your
Not
experience.
having enough money to pay for both food and rent and my medication and having to like skip days.
Oh, I mean, that's fair. That's understandable.
Yeah.
I can't physically get parts for my wheelchair that I need to move around.
Is this a
I have
competition?
problems being able.
This is literally no ifs, ands, or buts, just breaking out the Oppression Olympics.
True.
Unironically, this is just Disability Olympics. For what reason? What's the argument here? What's the actual argument here? What is the point that the
The
caller is trying to
argument
make?
is that it's tough out there, okay? It is
sometimes
tough out
leave my
there.
home. Doctors that I need for vital medical care aren't even available to see me. And people don't care about these issues. A large majority of people don't. We're being forced into closets.
What does any of this? Again, I will bring attention, vaguely gesturing at broad systemic issues that that Keffels has never disagreed, ever. Not once, to my knowledge, in the entirety of this entire saga, has Keffels ever made a single argument that downplays the medical issues that disabled people deal with. And yet this caller just sort of pontificates about how there are problems and how somehow this is supposed to connect to Keffels in some way. Never actually communicates where the connection lies. Mixed Dizzy says, I bring up my wheelchair a lot to the point that I literally sent a dono of it, but this shit makes me fucking livid. I can completely understand why this would make you livid. This is a extremely
This
dirty
is
move
such
from the
a
caller,
yeah.
And to be honest, I
Like,
don't
I
think
don't
that the
know.
caller
Cares.
I think the caller deserves more criticism for this particular part than almost. Well, actually, no. The comparing Keffels to Pridefall is pretty
Yeah.
reprehensible. But this is pretty much just disgusting and giant and massively hypocritical.
Like horrible
We are
stuff.
essentially being told, just go die. We're going through our own version of genocide. It's what's happening to disabled people right now. A return of the ugly laws where we can't even go outside and participate in society. And if you follow that logic, when we are belittling people with any other kind of disability, even as disabled people, we are normalizing that behavior in others. We're telling other people
How much
that
are
that's
the
fine.
wheelchair parts?
Thousands of dollars. My wheelchair had a crash, and these front wheels, I don't know if I'm going to get parts still for the next 6 months. I'm fortunate enough to have insurance. These wheels alone that just need replacing in the front part of my frame
So wait, it's
can cost
covered?
somewhere like $500. I'm lucky I have some solid insurance. I'm extremely fortunate in that regard.
So wait, it's covered with your insurance?
Well, that's part of the problem. It may be covered, but it's going to take months for approval. I'm still not even approved to get parts on a chair that I should not be using, but it's the only thing I have because the front of the frame is bent and it
So-
needs a full replacement. I'm going to take months to do that. And then I'm going to have to wait months for the part to even get
Oh,
And again,
thank you,
what does this
okay.
actually have to do?
Giggling.
What does this actually have to do with anything
It
about
has
the
to
conversation at hand?
do. You know? It's true.
What does this have to do with anything? Would you consider this to be an actual real instance of trauma dumping? It's not just trauma dumping. It's
Weaponizing.
It's
I would call
projection. It's projecting trauma onto Keffels and accusing and implying that Keffels
Has to do
is
like
somehow
irresponsible.
contributing to this.
Yeah,
or
it's
implying
true.
that Keffels somehow
He's
even though this-
responsible, culpable.
the caller was the one
Like, I don't know.
who interrogated Keffels about Keffels' own struggles with disability.
Like, this is so
It
bizarre.
makes no sense here. It's just projection.
Yeah.
here.
You
Months
you
for someone to
appealed.
be able to show up and
You appealed to how much it costs when you don't even have to afford it. And no, I mean, I'm aware
I
of
am
this.
not the only person running into these issues. I
Okay.
think if you would like to learn a lot about disability justice, truly, if there is anything that
You're
I
an
can get out of this
incredibly bad faith
conversation,
person, and I've learned literally nothing from this conversation
then
other than you're
if
willing
you-
to work with
if
fascists.
you do not
True.
to take anything else from this
Like
conversation,
true, I was
and I
like
would
this.
say this
No,
anyone
I've
in
already
chat,
learned. You're basically as bad as Elon Musk.
I would
Like
check out
ideologically, I would
the
say you are more
content-
aligned with fascists than you are
I
with
would
the
check
trans
out
community.
The content of Amani Barbaran. She is a wonderful woman who does excellent discussions on these issues and how the ongoing
Okay.
pandemic.
Okay.
Read theory. I'm sure that content creator makes great stuff, but it has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. This is literally just a sweaty read theory. Read theory, sweaty.
Sweaty?
How people's
Okay.
continued mistreatment of disabled people
My gosh.
You're fine,
Bees.
mixed disease.
leads to a lot of
Am I
really
fine?
bad real life consequences.
You're fine.
Am I
Deaths.
fine? Please?
Yes, I'm aware. I
Yeah.
do not need a disability justice to be explained to me. I'm very aware. I have a lot of friends that are disabled. I have a
And
lot of
does
people in
it-
this
then I
community
guess
that are disabled.
The only thing I
I'm
can ask is again,
Yes.
does it? You don't have to agree with everyone, but then does it matter to you that a large swath of those folks?
You don't have to agree with everyone, but if you don't agree with me,
True.
I will use my Twitter following to get your account suspended by snitching to a fascist CEO.
True. Like what the
Get thrown
heck?
under the bus by this behavior.
This sounds so horrible, but it's true.
hold
That
on,
makes
hold
it
on.
even
One
worse.
in chat if you're disabled.
I wish that like wasn't true. Like
One in chat if you're. These are literally only among your fan base. I care
does that
about the
have to do?
disabled people in your
It looks
fan
like we
base,
got
but
at least like 70 people.
What about people outside of that too? The people who feel thrown under the bus by these actions. Like,
What
I
actions?
assume that
What
we
actions?
need like solidarity in our community
Right, I
to be able
mean-
to fight these issues, right?
Oh yeah, solidarity, like snitching to a
To Elon
fascist
Musk.
CEO
Yeah,
because you had a disagreement on a single
Solidarity.
political topic.
what the hell?
We need. I was doing radical solidarity
Radical
to the cops about you. When I got you falsely banned,
critical
I was doing
solidarity.
radical solidarity.
Jesus.
I think that's the
Jesus.
issue is whether these things feel offensive to you or not, whether it felt like harassment to you or not, whatever it is.
Of
People
course.
are feeling like this is what is happening to them, and it's making it harder to form a movement. And you are someone that people look to as a leader.
Hold
you
on a
have this
second.
large following. You've done things.
I'm just getting a message from one of my chatters who is a black, deaf, blind, trans woman in a wheelchair, and she's saying that you need to stop speaking for her.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. I'll speak for other people then.
No, she wants you to stop speaking for all disabled people.
Okay. Okay, wait. Deaf and blind?
Yes.
I'll be completely honest right here, okay? Listen, I find this moment to be remarkably cringe, and I find it's the same basic joke as the pit crew thing, but in a live format, it is a little bit cringe. Okay, it comes off as a little bit cringe to me. I don't know how to tell you. Like, I know that she stole it from Vosh, and I found it cringe when Vosh did it too. I just find it silly. However, I must point out that there are two sides to the cringe here. Because if this person wasn't such a gigantic tenderqueer woke scold, they would just be able to go, "You're lying. Come on, don't fucking lie to me." But they are such a tenderqueer woke scold. They've argued themselves into such a corner that they have to pretend that Keffels isn't blatantly lying. Like, we all know that Keffels is lying. We know Keffels did not actually just receive a DM. Like,
I have the
I
DM.
find this tactic to be a little bit cringe personally. It's just kind of, it's like, I don't know how to describe it. I don't think it's very funny. I don't think it's like super problematic. I just find it cringe. I don't think it's all that funny. But the response, yes, the response is also incredibly cringe. The fact that this caller can't just, like, she can't just call out Keffels and be like, you're lying, because that would be ableist or something.
What the
And
heck?
also the response, oh God, let's just get to it. Let's get to the fucking cringe-ass response.
Not
Here,
to
I'll
be-
replay it so that we can hear the whole cringe all over again.
True.
Okay,
Here,
That
gotta
you
go back.
need to stop.
or someone that people look to or not, whatever it is,
Of
people
course.
are feeling like this is what is happening to them, and it's making it harder to form a movement. And you're someone that people look to as a leader.
Careful.
You
on a
have this
second.
large following. You've done
Movement.
things.
Careful. Understand my feelings.
I'm just getting a message from one of my chatters who is a black, deaf,
Yeah, true.
blind, trans woman in a wheelchair, and she's saying that you need to stop speaking for her.
Stop speaking.
Okay,
Giggler.
Yes.
Come on.
cool. I'll speak for other people then.
Cool.
She wants you to stop speaking for all disabled people.
What now?
Okay, okay, wait. Deaf and blind?
Yes.
Laugh and cry.
Not to be rude, but then how are they interacting with the stream?
How they interact.
Unironically ableist, though. Anybody who has even a cursory understanding of disability knows that deaf and blind are legalistic and medicalistic terms. That there are people who are legally deaf and blind who can still engage with a stream, using hearing aids, using visual
True.
aids. That there are people
True,
who
though.
have, prescription glasses that they are legally blind. They can't see without those glasses, but they use those glasses to be able to engage with things on the internet. They use assistive technology to be able to do that. An unironic, like literally unironically ableism moment, which is a massive, just a massive L from this person who has been just going ham on calling Keffels ableist this time.
True.
God, it's just so fucking annoying. Like, the biggest L imaginable. And I like I said, personally, I find this joke to be somewhat cringe. I wish I could explain it. I guess I find the idea of like lying on the spot and then coming up with like what your mind spawns as the most diverse person that you can imagine. Like I just find that cringe. I find that to be a cringe thing. But the response is honestly more cringe than the actual original joke. Because any other person, any other reasonable actor, any other person who wasn't a giant
I am
whiny
reasonable.
scold would
But I am also
like,
whiny.
with no problem be able to go, Keffels, why the fuck are you lying to me?
I would not swear I did. I don't swear. It's okay.
So I don't know. Just
I
a
know
lot
everything.
of cringe, okay? This is just a cringe overdose.
True.
Oh, okay, hold on. I have to address a chatter. Hold on, I have to address a chatter.
Me? Is it me? Is it me, please? Address me, please. Thank you.
Okay, I have to address two chatters real quick.
Is it me?
Hold on, real quick.
Split into two people?
Wait, where'd it go? Oh no.
It's me and me.
Back a bit.
It's Lucy and Lucy.
Does
Two
anyone
Lucy.
else notice how Demon Mama assimilates immediately to whatever terms are trending?
No, it's not me.
Bitch, what?
I don't know what that
Are
means.
you? What universe do you live in? Are you from
Ducks are not
the
responsible.
Nega universe?
No,
Like
from
I
DGG.
literally, to the degree that I disagreed with basically everyone else on this issue, nearly every other one of my peers had a different opinion on this entire debacle than I did. I just also happened to think that this debate was a disaster for the caller. What the fuck are you talking about?
True. I am reasonable. It's true.
I would love to
Ducks,
see a
no,
specific
ducks aren't
example. I would
reasonable,
love
but
to see you
you
try
know.
and generate a specific example.
I will generate an
Also, another
example.
chatter who clearly hasn't been paying attention. You're still taking a dump on Keffels for mild, edgy humor? Don't be a fucking cringe, okay? Don't be a fucking weird stan.
Me? I'm weird?
I've said like 2 critical
Ew.
things towards Keffels in this entire video. If your fragile fucking ass can't handle me minorly critiquing
I can't.
Keffels' jokes, which I personally think didn't land the way that I would have, like, I would not have done that joke. I think that joke comes off as very cringe. You are like the biggest fucking tenderqueer baby that I can possibly imagine. Shut the fuck up.
Why do you tell me to
YouTube chat is
shut
back
up?
into the drop.
Yeah.
YouTube chat lost 2 points there. Demonmama.com, DM.com is ahead again. Site chat's winning.
Why you tell me to shut up? Why you mean to me?
Okay, everybody.
Okay.
By the way, Aiko, it's great to see you. The caller
Aiko?
is not a complete rando. Apparently, the caller is like some kind of former journalist.
What the what? Journalist
Hair
integrity.
says, yes, I'm talking about actual terminology. Let's go back and stream and see when you last used tenderqueer as a term in your vernacular. Take a breath and reading comprehension. You are, no joke, motherfucker.
Mother quacker. Mother quacker. Mother quacker.
Idiotic chatter doesn't know that I've literally done entire segments talking about the word tenderqueer.
Mother
I
quacker.
think I literally get yelled at for talking about tenderqueers too frequently by other people. Actual dumbass.
Mother quacker.
So fucking stupid.
Nice.
Imagine, wait, hold on a second. Imagine thinking that I adopt terminology when you walk into a single stream of mine and instantly think that this stream is the only stream I've ever done and that this is the only stream in which I've ever used a term that I literally bring up regularly and talk about regularly. The number of Twitter rants I've done in which I talk about both tenderqueers and woke scolds is, I can't even count them, you fucking idiot. What a stupid cunt.
Mother quacker.
I literally talked about it yesterday too. What a fucking idiot.
True.
Oh my god.
Mother quacking. Ma quacker ducker.
All right, site chat is winning by like a large margin now.
I did not mean to.
Stream.
I didn't mean to
They have a
be.
braille writer, and they can use that to translate to keystrokes.
Wow, that's actually a really cool piece of technology.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that existed. That's awesome.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
So we can't always speak for everyone. That's not
Oh, thank
possible.
you, Olivia Bean. I appreciate that.
But that is part of the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to make everyone agree with us. And there are definitely times we can put aside issues we disagree with.
Oh my god, Demon Mama turns on a video with Keffels in it and all of a sudden starts saying the word Keffels. What the hell is going on? Demon Mama is such an assimilationist because I know what that word means. When she turns on a video about Keffels, she says the word Keffels. What's up with that? What's up with that?
Wait, what?
Even count.
I really starting to like this bit about the chatter. This is
Idiot.
entertainment.
What a stupid.
This is entertainment.
I literally
I
talked
should
about it
have
yesterday,
wacky.
too.
I should have wacky chatters as well.
What a fucking idiot.
I deserve
Oh my
wacky
God.
chatters. Don't I?
Oh wow. All right, site chat is winning by like a large margin now.
in the stream. They have a braille writer, and they can use that to translate to keystrokes.
True.
Wow, that's actually a really cool piece of technology.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that existed. That's awesome. Though we can't always speak for everyone. That's not
thank
possible.
you, Olivia Bean. I appreciate that.
But that is part of the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to make everyone agree with us. And there are definitely times we can put aside issues we disagree with.
Oh my god, Demon Mama turns on a video with Keffals in it and all of a sudden starts saying the word Keffals. What the hell is going on? Demon Mama is such an assimilationist because I know what that word means. When she turns on a video about Keffals, she says the word Keffals. What's up with that?
Yeah,
What's up with that?
what's up with
Someone
that?
who had their information posted on Kiwi Farms.
It's crazy.
Unfortunately,
It's
people can
crazy.
still access it in their own ways.
My gosh.
I was very
What's
happy to
up
see
with that?
actual attention being brought to this. I got that. Capable of two thoughts at once, that even if I didn't always like the approach, that something net good was being
I
attempted
can
to
walk
do.
and chew
The problem
bubblegum.
here is people are feeling completely thrown under the bus.
I
And when
mean,
they
I
look
feel
to someone
thrown under
being
the
like-
bus by you. Like, to be
True.
honest, if
True.
you wanted me to be accountable, you wouldn't have tried to deplatform me. Like, that was like one of
Fucking true! Your first fucking response should not be to try to deplatform someone, to snitch to fucking Elon Musk like a little fucking hall monitor cop.
your
Most
first
attempts
go-tos.
at accountability for you, because I mean, this isn't the first complaint against you about doing these things. People tried to come to you in
This is what Demon Mama mentioned before. We've talked about this before.
ways, even previously with some of the other.
Excuse me? People tried to come to you. A bunch of my fans mass DM'd you that you should kill yourself. They tried to talk to you,
True.
but you just wouldn't listen. So we had to go to the next step after telling you to kill yourself, which is, of course, snitching on you to fascists.
True. What the hell? My gosh.
things that have gone on with the original Kiwi Farms things. I said stuff that was far more polite about trying.
Goku's hair says, let the engagement begin. Hey, watch this. How's this for engagement? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Who's Goku's hair?
Perspective and discussing things. A lot of people did. People tried to come in the most polite and kind ways possible, and were completely ignored.
What is Goku's
People
hair?
have tried to explain things or give resources and been ignored. You make streams where you literally joke about, oh, I'm going to be held accountable because this is a joke. Because even if people are coming...
Okay, to be fair, online accountability is a motherfucking joke, okay? Especially with people like this fucking ooh-woo, woke-skulled asshole going around. There is no way that we can ever have any sort of accountability when our communities online behave like this. When I showed you that clip that I showed you all earlier, or that screenshot that I showed you all earlier of people saying that Keffals, Aaron, and Alejandra Caraballo were engaging in both sidesing the trans question. That's a direct quote. I showed
my
that on
gosh.
screen just a little bit ago.
So terrible.
If you weren't here before, that there will never be accountability in a space in which it is acceptable to lie to that degree. There can never be accountability in a space that compares Keffals doing a single on-stream joke about making pit crew avatars to troll the pit crew mafia. When that is compared to a neo-Nazi fucking propaganda campaign with the goal of demonizing trans people. There will never be accountability. Our spaces are fucked. We are so far from ever being able to have accountability. We have to radically change the way that online spaces are structured. And you want to know what's interesting? I happen to know because me being a preeminent grass toucher, being involved in all kinds of smaller communities, being involved in actual communities of people I have real social connections with, I happen to know that a lot of lefty communities that aren't on Twitter actually do have accountability. They actually are able to sort out and protect people. They actually are able to eject people who need to be ejected, and also accurately curate information, accurately verify stories. I know this firsthand. I've experienced this.
Your work scored very nice.
Never
The
happen
definition
in
work
these
scored is an
guru-ass fucking Twitter
intersection of
bullshit
groups of
spaces.
social.
First of all,
Am I a work
Twitter
score?
basically is a giant misery pit.
I'm a
of
work
real
score?
social connections being formed. 99% of people who log onto
What
Twitter
did you
are
call
not
me?
going there to actually connect with another human. They are going to self-flagellate and
I go to
flagellate
connect
others
with a
in
human.
sort of mindless and
A
desperate
human.
attempt to squeeze the last bits of serotonin out of their sad
Serotonin,
mind.
oh my
That is what
gosh.
most people go to Twitter for. They don't go there to begin to like find people to make actual social connections with.
My gosh. Bees, my god. I am super woke.
Accountability in a space that does not have.
Oh,
real
I'm a
social
good ducky?
connections. You
Okay, I
knowing
do
of
my best.
somebody on Twitter, you following someone, or
Thank you for the
liked someone's
pity
tweet in the
view.
past is not a social connection.
Yeah.
That is pure.
I have to go to
vaporous
mom
fucking
and send
parasociality
Demo
and
Mama
nothing else, and
painting, you know?
cannot. You need to
I
understand
need to.
this. There is
After
no
this, I'm gonna go and
accountability
I'm gonna
via
send the
fucking Twitter.
painting finally
It
to
will
Demo
never
Mama.
happen. It just doesn't work. What you get instead
It's a
is this
beautiful
nightmare,
painting, you know?
this weeping and gnashing of teeth.
I like whipping.
To you in
What?
good faith, it is assumed that it's a joke.
A joke.
How are people supposed to come to you in good faith?
And
To be
people.
real? Yeah.
Mama's
Exactly.
Maynard accent really jumps out when she's being intense. I'm sorry, it's true. When I do get mad, I do sometimes sound like a fucking Maina.
Exactly.
I'm annoyed that I had to deal with all of this nonsense and having a bunch
Exactly.
of
You're
people in
annoying
my
me.
DMs
You
and
harass me
Yeah,
beyond.
Somebody in chat, somebody in YouTube chat, Let Us Be 3 says, earlier today I saw someone rape jacketing Shark 300 with a completely faked tweet. Yeah, a lot
What?
of people saw that. I saw like hundreds of
What
people
happened to Shark?
retweeting that. Retweeting a completely faked tweet
What?
accused that implied that Shark 300
Shark 300 was what?
Twitter is unworkable. The Twitter left is dead. It's done. There is no hope at this point. There needs
Shark
to be
300 was.
cultural reset. And I don't think it's going to happen because Twitter itself as a platform is completely and utterly compromised.
Shark 300 was.
Yes, rape jacketing a
Rape
black man
jacketed?
during fucking Black History Month. Ridiculous.
What? What the hell?
It was a very blatantly faked tweet. But
What?
people were retweeting it unironically to get one over on him. It's fucked up.
This is so messed up.
Oh, much love, Lettuce.
Aretas?
Death threats or not, this was a crappy part of my evening.
I envy
I didn't
you,
want to have to
honestly.
deal with
It
that.
was a crappy part of my evening.
Thank you, Arkael.
I envy
See,
you.
if you don't like these things happening to you, why?
Oh no,
Okay, I do hate the argument of you did something racist during Black History Month. No, I think it's the same thing as doing something super transphobic during Pride Month. It's obviously bad, but there's
Yeah, Shark is a great content
reason why people
creator.
get extra
One
mad
of my
at it
favorites.
is
Very
because,
funny.
There is already
He
like
gave me
a
good
frenzy.
advice on how to be a
Every
better
single Black
streamer.
History Month, every
Did
single
you know this about
conservative is basically
What
finding
about
the way
you?
to be as racist as possible without getting canceled. Just like every single Pride, there's Prideful and all these other things
Shark
going
is
on.
best.
So the reason
But
why
I don't
people
think
get
I
mad at
can
it
talk
isn't
to
because
Shark on
it's like
stream.
worse to be racist. Is that it's not bad to be racist any other time, but because there are already a bunch of people who are primed to be extra evil. So when you do something like that, you get all of the conservatives who are freaking out about Black History Month looking for an excuse to be racist on board as well. That's the reason why, I mean, at least that's my charitable interpretation of it. But I understand exactly what you're saying.
I am charitable.
no. What happened to
Why
you is like
send
a
it to
back
other
massage compared to what I deal with
True.
online. Like it's insulting hearing you say that a handful of
That was
people
good. Okay, that was good.
just
All right.
like saying, Please use tone indicators.
And
have
I like the
autism,"
back
is the
massage.
equivalent to having your life ruined.
True.
I've repeatedly said that these are not the exact same things.
Right, but
Again,
it's coming up in the same conversation. I just don't have any sympathy for that. When I know that you went so scorched earth, you tried to
These-
deplatform me, which has
these
nothing to do with
smaller-
accountability.
Yeah.
If I got deplatformed,
these kinds of smaller actions that you take, trying to do a psyop essentially to make fun of an entire community, it's not just me who's going to be affected by this. There are multiple people. It's not just me. I'm just someone who
Okay, Keffel's telling people to goof around for a single night and make
Exactly.
some pit crew avatars is not a psyop. That's not a psyop. It's a joke to call it a psyop. And again,
It's
this person
pathetic.
is just clearly totally incapable of understanding scale or impact. The idea that like it's a fucking psyop to just do a goof with your community for one night. And I will admit, like I said, it's not the way I would have handled it. I don't know what's really to be gained, but the idea that you basically doing a little prank where you all make fake accounts to goof around on these people, that's not a fucking psyop. It's a piss poor psyop if it counts as a psyop.
right, but
happens even
you
with
said
my tiny platform
in your
to have
argument,
anything to do this.
like
And
they
that's
do
the
to
problem.
you. So you were equivocating these things. And I think that maybe you do not understand the scope difference you're talking about.
Yeah.
Having lived through both, I do not need lighter reminders of it in my current life. I don't get why, yes, maybe you get worse, but why you would want to send anything less to others anyway. Especially people who should theoretically be allies.
Would you like to give me
We
like the
both-
total number of people that you blocked and I can like go over them to see if they're even actually my fans? Because you said there were hundreds, but there were less than 200 of them. And most of them did not interact with any of them. Anyone outside of my own community.
Mm-hmm.
I did not keep a direct tally because why would I? I was busy just getting rid of everything. Because again, why? But because this isn't unfortunately the first time I've had to deal with this kind of crap. But yeah, I had to sit there and run a blockchain. I had to be annoyed for hours on end. It sucks.
Wait, what blockchain are you
Again,
using
it's
that
not the
takes
same
hours?
thing.
No receipts. I was
True.
annoyed for hours. I
True.
was annoyed for hours, but I deliberately decided to come on and say a bunch of ridiculous, totally out of line things on your stream.
True.
Definitely not like the most pathetic clout goblin you could possibly imagine.
People after the blockchain went and saw that I had blocked people kept showing up, making new accounts. People who want to
okay.
be trolls, who have been
So you're not
encouraged
even going to
troll
prove that it's
people.
my fans at this point. You're just saying anyone who trolled you when you decided to get involved in a very large discourse. And
When
anytime
you
there's
put
any
my
discourse,
name on your stream live, who else would have been coming to bother me?
you
that
tweeted
particular
on a
evening?
public platform where public discourse occurs.
Yes, and then you put me in front of all of your fans. Who else would have been showing up?
Who
You
else
think
would
a
have been
lot of other
showing up?
People would have been.
Remember though, this person was also at the exact same time writing threads about Aaron in the morning and Alejandra Carballo at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many other people would have been coming to my random account?
How many
to
other
bother
people?
Me and using this exact kind of language that all of those other folks were using? Why would just other people randomly show up to do that
Literally
day?
anyone. Like, you don't think that I have people who hate me that just kind of follow me around or just like rock the boat?
Nice.
All right, I'm sending it to Fawn. Hold on. I'm sending it to Fawn so we can have it on the Discord and on the website. Hold on a second.
My gosh.
Just a second. I have to get that. That is so fucking good.
It is good? How good is it?
All right, that's so fucking good. That is so sick. God, that's so
Who
wonderful.
is sick? You didn't what?
Absolutely incredible. All right, Fawn's gonna work on it.
Yeah, he gave me advice.
We'll see if we can get it up tonight.
Like, I've had this situation occur in the past, right? Like, if you'll hear me out on it. I've had a situation occur in the
Yeah, someone should definitely gift Baphomet a sub.
past where
Baphomet.
Kiwi Farms users pretended, they pretended to be my fans, and they went into the DMs of black trans women and said a whole bunch of racist shit. And it just, like, stoked the fire. And when I tried to, like, politely ask, can you please, like, send me the DMs? Because if I do not know what they said and who they are, I can't ban them. I can't get rid of them from the community. So it's like keeping the community safe. That's not entirely on me. Like, other people need to help in that regard because I
It's a
can't
team
ban
effort.
anyone if I don't know who they are.
Team effort.
Unfortunately, at least in this case, as you're having people make fake accounts, I doubt there's going to be much accountability even if I sat down and tried to pull up any name I could still find.
Okay. I mean, if you want to pretend that,
Accountability is when you ban somebody for making a fake account on Twitter.
True.
God, do you guys remember when we had a 30-minute bit on my show where somebody who was very obviously not American Johnson, aka non-compete, pretended to be non-compete as a literal joke. We were doing a parody and we made it incredibly clear afterwards. And then non-compete's community had a complete meltdown, tried to get my channel permanently taken down by mass reporting me to YouTube, and then also said that I was an enemy of communists and an reactionary and an enemy of the revolution.
I remember.
These people are literally, they're just the robot like hammering in the no fun. They're the most fragile and pathetic people you can possibly imagine.
I remember.
you have absolutely no responsibility. If someone said something egregious to you and you want me to ban them, I'm willing to. I've always had that policy, but I can't do it without
Thank you, Nat. I
being
appreciate
willing
that.
to participate in that.
Yeah.
I think what I more want is to explain that just because things don't feel like they are on the level of hurt that you get, does not mean that they do not hurt others to the same severity. People have different mental health
Holy
states.
shit. Discordant Vol with the incredibly generous gifted tier 3 sub to Baphomet. Here's your hall pass. Indeed. Now you have the hall pass. Holy
What
shit.
pass?
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so very much to
The
both
hug
Discordant
pass?
Vol and Baphomet for making this stream
Possible.
much better.
True. Best stream.
Incredible.
Incredibles.
People are in different places, and something that can feel like light trolling and not that serious to one person can be devastating.
Can be
to
hell.
Because
to
again, I'm
me.
not saying that my whole life has been ruined.
Right?
I get that. It was an inconvenience of my evening, and yeah, I was annoyed. I'm not saying
Then what
it's just gonna blow off
do you
if that happens.
serious?
Being annoyed
Is
means that you
harassment.
were harassed. And also, being annoyed means that you should be able to snitch to Elon Musk about that person.
It feels like a line is crossed, and you essentially sent people to, if you don't want to call it
Oh,
harassment, whatever,
careful,
and I've
sir.
had to deal with it.
No evidence, and the only people that we saw, remember, just to remind everyone, just so we're clear, because this has been like an exercise in gaslighting. When Keffel showed the initial thread on stream, there were 3 fake brand new pit crew accounts that were harassing, and they were literally just being like, actually I have turbo autism, which I don't think that's harassment. I think
True.
that's just a kind of basic joke, maybe a little bit cringe. There were 3 of those, and there were dozens of this person's fans all saying, eat shit, Keffels, eat shit, Keffels, eat shit, Keffels, and tagging Keffels in. They weren't just saying it around. They had Keffels tagged in this thread. There were fucking 8 to 10 tweets from the actual person who's on the call right now. Just want to be clear.
That. And I don't want that starting again. It can seem like it's coming from a good and kinder community.
I don't think I did I actually, because I do not remember actually telling them, go harass this person. I'm pretty sure actually when you were on the stream, I said, do not harass this person.
I can't point out the VOD. It's deleted. I mean, you would be the only person who has access.
Right.
If you do, again, I can't pull that up. You pulled up my tweets, made the jokes, and then that's what sent people over. Even if you didn't directly
It's like the turbo gum. There used to be a bubble gum called turbo.
Say that. I did say it because the VOD isn't deleted, it's privated. I did say that, and the reason that I phrased it in this way is because I wanted to see how you would react, and you reacted by gaslighting me.
Ooh! Oh, that's a move. Having the quote on hand and proving that they're fucking lying in real time. It would have been better if Keffels was able to insert the clip here so we could see it. But let's be real, we can all go watch if we really want to.
Isn't it private?
How can you not see that by essentially... You don't need to literally say, hey, go harass this person, and just simply saying, hey, don't actually harass them. Come on, really? Are we going to be that disingenuous that you didn't know what would happen? That people would do this anyway? I mean, you literally did it. You modeled the behavior for them to come do this to me. You didn't think
come do this to you because like 3 or 4 people said please use tone indicators or something.
Again, it's more than 3.
Don't do this to me.
I got private messages. Some of the accounts are gone now because, again, thankfully they were reported or whatever else. I have friends who are kind.
Right.
Thankfully, I was able to report them to the Stasi, and they got carried out. I was able to make sure that they were where they belonged.
For some folks, they're not going to have as hardened of a heart when they get this minor trolling.
Hardened of a heart? You are such a fucking pussy. You tried to get me deplatformed. You literally appealed to Elon Musk. You know the guy who bought Twitter because he wanted to get rid of penalties for dead naming and misgendering? You were literally like appealing to transphobes to deplatform a member of your own community. You're a piece of shit, and you should really think about your own actions and behaviors.
I mean, I could say the same to you.
No, you couldn't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
No, you can't. You literally can't.
Because you don't have any fucking evidence. You haven't been able to provide a single fucking piece of evidence. And not only that, you've just blatantly lied for this entire fucking stream. There's how many people have now seen this and reviewed this and seen just how blatant this person was lying?
A lot.
Couldn't.
At least 3.
You literally work with people who want to remove all of our rights, people who want us dead. You are willing to appeal to them if you think it will benefit you personally. Just over a personal gripe.
You're willing to appeal to trolls and people who want to hate specific kinds of queer people.
Just to equivalent those things is insulting. Like a massive CEO that wants to uproot trans rights versus trolls, you know?
People. That is what you did here. But no matter what you think of a tenderqueer person or whatever your definition,
I love how you just like ignore it. You ignore it. You're like, yes, I will work with fascists.
Those are the specific queer people that are the bad people.
At this point, I'm not even convinced that you're queer. I'm convinced that you're some sort of right-wing op. Like, how could you work with Elon Musk?
Any amount of people who bring about serious...
But you won't address it. Like, do you see how?
I will say I don't think this person is a. I don't think she's a right-wing op. I just think that she's self-centeredness like narcissism to the
True.
degree of being a black
Exactly,
hole.
Jessica.
Like,
True.
if you disagree with me, you must be
Absolutely.
removed
The
to
same
the
thing.
degree that, and that disagreeing with me is a sin
Same
that is worthy
difference.
of fascistic collaboration.
True.
How fucked up that is?
I am attempting to address it by showing how essentially you are doing similar things. If you want to criticize me,
No, you is the
People
argument.
in-
No, you. You're
people
doing
have
similar
tried
things.
to be kind
All
and
right,
explain
fuck you. Jesus. All right, done. Hi, thank you so much for watching.
Well, Keffel's cut something out there.
True. She did.
There at the end.
She did, yeah.
Keffel's cut out something at the end there.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
Wait just a minute there.
Yeah.
Keffel's cut out the final R slur. That's a little sneaky. That's a little fucking I know. I saw the original.
I saw the original too. I saw it. I know what's up.
Little sneaky there, all right?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Keffel's destroyed in the arena of ideas.
True. The market board of ideas.
That was a silenced R slur, yeah. I gotta say, and you all know this because I just did a video. My last stream was literally saying that I disagree with the use of the R slur, but I don't think, after sitting through this, I hope you can understand why I'll say this. I don't think it's as bad to call somebody R slur as it is to lie about them to this degree.
Yeah.
I do not think
Yeah.
that what Keffels did is even close to as bad as what the caller did. was not only attempted and succeeded in at least temporarily deplatforming Keffels from Twitter, but also
Oh, she
lied to
succeeded.
the degree
That's-
of comparing Keffels to a neo-Nazi psyop that happens every single Pride and that has actually helped advance a genocidal libel
Yeah,
against trans
exactly.
and queer people. It's just
How can you compare those
I
things? It's
I don't know.
ridiculous.
Like I don't think it's as bad to say a slur like that as it is to be a liar to that degree. I think
True.
dishonesty is significantly worse than not using like the right language. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no sorry. It's
I
true.
don't think that the R slur is as bad as lying to that degree and also fucking dogpiling and harassing to that degree.
Yeah.
Now I could go through and look at this person's person's account and
Let's
we
see.
can find out just how far the harassment went.
Okay,
But
let's see.
But just having engaged with people like this caller before in the past, I have a feeling that there are. Well, actually, I know for a fact because I already had someone verify that this person tweeted at and about Keffels dozens of times in the last few days.
Oh no.
And we saw on stream a 8-tweet thread with hundreds upon hundreds of engagements directed at Keffels, which started this entire nonsense.
Oh no.
One more thing. I just want to show something on screen real quick, okay? Hold on.
And after this, when this ends, we will
Look at
finish
this.
the stream.
This is the person. This is the person who posted the original clip right here, okay? You see this right here? All right, I want you to pay close attention to what we're looking at here.
Okay.
Trigger warning, racism. Keffels is now encouraging her followers to go infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter to spread misinfo and mistrust by using pick her avatars. She suggested her followers pretend to be black, the end result being that LGBT BIPOC would then be viewed with some suspicion as a result. Now, this is very manipulatively worded,
Wow.
but I don't really care at this particular moment.
All right. Although it is a total lie and manipulation.
I want you to notice this. Look at the views. 3.7 million views of the tweet. 683,000 views of the video. 5,000 retweets. 275 replies. 9,851 likes. And now I'm going to show you the second tweet. I find it absolutely wild how little it took to make Keffels a pariah. All this has proven is that deep down, even though people want to deny it, we all just thirst for blood sports and drama. Give them bread and circuses. Keffels delenda est. Twitter right now. It was literally a fucking fraud. You want to know when this person's account was made? Are you ready to be shocked? December of 2022. This account is barely a month old. This is a fucking fake ass 129 follower account. Now, you might wonder, how the hell did a 129 follower account manage to get 3.7 million fucking views, okay? How did that happen? And the answer is because there are fucking gigantic networks. Oops. There are gigantic networks of people who behave exactly like the caller did, that are willing to spread lies, that are willing to mischaracterize, that are willing to dogpile. Because Twitter is broken, and it has broken people's brains, and people have crafted themselves a horrifying living hell. Twitter and the lefty spaces around Twitter are completely non-functional. They are so unhealthy that even in the face of a rising motherfucking genocide of queer people in the United States of America, there is nothing that we can do except for freak out and tell people like Keffels to kill herself.
Damn.
And keep in mind that all of this was just used to try and punish and stress out and hurt Keffels. And remember how the caller was pretending that Keffels was the one who was doing the harassment. The fucking caller had the gall to darvo the fucking shit out of Keffels by claiming that Keffels was the aggressor in this. When there's this fucking thing that started all of it is a 3.7 million view, 9,000 like, 5,000 retweet, 683,000 video view fucking dog pile, the likes of which we haven't seen since fucking last month when they did it to some other trans person.
Yeah.
The tender queer, hyper fragile, freak out without the receipts, overreact, overstate, essentialize, lie.
And lie again.
And then jump into this fucking cancel ass mentality. It's done, okay? There's no future for this. It is noise and it is killing us. It is choking out our ability to enjoy our spaces. It is choking out our ability to have political efficacy. It is choking out our fucking happiness. These people are terrible. People who behave like this, you just don't engage with them. Make this a short, please? All right, sure. There you go.
All right. So we are done for now because I have to go. But I will hope I see you soon. Much love, okay? And I'll see you on the next stream, okay? I send you hugs. I send you giggles. And most of all, I send you love and solidarity, okay? So I send you giggling and I press end stream. I hope to see you again real soon.